How's everybody doing today? It's day two of the Stefon Diggs trial. I think it's one of those trials that's taking over the internet a little bit. A lot of crazy viral moments and discussions going on. Court feed started up early. We're going to do some eavesdropping, guys. So let's see if we can hear any whispers.
Did you have any other trials on today? Or did they move everything?
No, this is it, yeah.
I think Tony Foley had one on, but
I think there was
It got
something.
moved. Yeah. okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Not us.
I'm like, and you should ask them why they didn't contact you because it.
I heard him say something about 6 people, like they're talking about maybe cross questions.
Yeah, I don't.
And you're working off the witness. I mean, an exhibit.
So I do have an exhibit list, and then all of the exhibits are on the flash drive as well.
They have more exhibits.
So the flash drive
And those
contains
papers.
the flash drive and videos as well as the copies of the hard written exhibits. So
No bargaining.
All right, now they muted us. So it seemed like they might have just been prepping for the continuation of Cross because Cross is not over. We still have Mila Adams on the stand, Miss Jamila Adams. So, and then we'll have redirect. And quite frankly, you know, when we do these streams, you get to see the sentiment shift, right? And not everybody has a uniform opinion, but sometimes you can just see the chat is reacting by and large a certain way. And I feel like with this case, with this complaining witness, that started on direct. We didn't even have to get to cross yet before people were like, wait, what? So I think redirect is going to be kind of an interesting one to watch here. So, but yeah, so we get put on the clock here in this trial. We have this clock whenever they finally mute us out, but they do let us hear a lot of whispering, a good amount of whispering. Julian writes that Stefon has to take the stand to be found not guilty, right? No, he's not arguing an affirmative defense of any sort. So, like, legally, there's no requirement. And again, this is the type of thing where, you know, looking at the consensus of the chat, and I do think a lot of the chat here, have you guys followed much of this outside of watching this trial? Yesterday when we asked, most people are like, nope, I'm going straight into it. I heard about it, but I don't know anything about it. So I think that's closer to a jury than the cases where we've done a deep dive. And if I were to look at the pulse, I would think a lot of people here would say Diggs doesn't need to testify. And we could just do a poll. Let's see what the chat says. So let's see. We've got some runway. We could speed some of the clock. Okay, so the poll, and it's, does Diggs need to testify? Not do you want to see it just because you want the tea? Let's see. And the way these polls work when they're on screen, you guys, it's not the same as the poll that's in the YouTube chat. It's type 1 for the first answer, which is yes. Type 2 for no, which is the second answer. And only type the number in your chat or it won't pick up. It won't scrape it from the chat and know that you voted. And you can only vote, it'll only count your vote once. So there you go, the poll is live. Yeah, Sabata says, I see yesterday was a time. It sure was a time. Guys, if you missed day one, I'm sure you can watch right along, but we did, in the Creator Friends playlist in the description, there are 3 recaps that do quick updates on what happened yesterday. And if you want to watch all of the testimony, I did clip out Jamila Adams' testimony from day one and cut out all the breaks. So it's condensed down to just over 2 hours rather than having to watch like the 8-hour stream. Yeah, and this is a big split so far, so lots of 2s in the chat saying, nope, he doesn't need to testify. And again, this is not a case about like, you know, this guy and women, you know, you have a lot of money, you got to be more careful, got to keep it in your pants. Like, if you have sentiments like that, I understand. I think they are observations and maybe good lessons, maybe some good advice here in this situation. But this is a criminal case. So this is really about the government, the Commonwealth here. This is in Dedham, Massachusetts. They're choosing to bring this case, right? And they have a burden. This isn't just like, maybe we don't like Stefon Diggs or we don't like the team that he used to play for. This is, should the government be able to convict somebody and we consider it proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very high bar, with the evidence that gets presented at this trial. And now Jamila Adams isn't going to be the only witness. It seems like they're also going to call the officer. The defense might have some witnesses, but I don't know. She's the complaining witness, so her testimony is critical here. Yeah, lots of 2s here, lots of 2s. And don't get me wrong, there are times where we're like, oh, we don't need someone to testify. And then when they do, I think their testimony is interesting. And the reverse, like, oh, I think they need to testify. And then they make it so much worse for their case. So much worse. I think Brendan Banfield's probably one of the most recent examples of that. And hey to everybody coming in while we're doing the poll. Yeah, Kelly, I'm the same way. I want to hear from all the others. You know, 2 different things, right? Like, does it need to happen for the record? Do I want to? Also, you guys, yesterday you guys had me dying laughing. We went over to watch, a lot of us went over to watch over on The Lawyer You Know. He did an evening stream starting to talk about day 1. See, clock is shaking. Let's see if they come back. And his tech froze. Like, he was doing some type of remote camera feed to share the screen, and something went wrong with that screen share. And so his whole screen was frozen. And the YouTube chat, I saw Nancy New one too in there. Sharon was in there. You guys were all in there. And they're like, is his worker, John, is he going to file a workers' comp claim? Is he okay? Show signs of life. Like, the chat just went bananas, bringing in all these references to this case. Also, thank you so much for the love. Julian with the 5 says, thank you, Kat and chat. I appreciate all you answering my question. We always try, guys, if you have a question and we're doing a poll, by the way, it's probably easy for us to miss. So feel free to ask the question again when you see us doing the 1s and 2s in the chat. Always happy to try to catch people up. Also, in any trial we watch, I do try to keep a description of the case background in the description of the videos. That way, if you tune in late, you can always get the 411, the what are the charges? When did this happen? Because you might pick up on some of the context and what the witnesses are doing, but it's really difficult if you jump in mid-trial and you don't know the date that everything's alleged to have happened, right? Why does it matter that Mila Adams comes back to the house December 9th if you don't know that this supposed altercation happened on December 2nd and then there was a New York trip? So I always try to put like the beginning dates in the description in case you guys forget or need to learn it for the first time. So there is a civil matter, it seems like, but that's not like these streams, this trial, these parties, they're separate actions. And even though there might be some overlap, like if she proceeds to want to take a civil case all the way to a trial, she has testimony under oath from this case that can be brought up, right? So there is overlap, there is interconnectivity, but in a way, they're not supposed to have any bearing. Like, the jury's not supposed to, there's not going to be the same jury that goes over if there is a civil action that goes to trial. So here the question is, again, did the state prove their burden, the Commonwealth prove their burden beyond a reasonable doubt? Oh, shout out to Beantown Jimmy over on X. You guys are at the courthouse? That's awesome. Love it. Get some good pictures. Get some good pictures of the walk in and walk out. Very cool. Yep, there you go. See, you already got it. You guys are so, like, quick in the chat. I'm slow. Joseph says free digs. Yeah, everybody coming in. Thank you for being a member. 19 months. Holy moly, Joseph. Oh, so also, like, she'd be the defendant in a civil case. Would not surprise me. Would not surprise me. And I know Diggs has other cases with other individuals, other parties, right? And to me, that's not relevant here. I know. Oh, yeah, let's see if we get some sound. There we go.
Good morning, this Honorable Court is now in session. You may be seated.
Morning, Your Honor. Back on the record on the matter of the Commonwealth versus Stefon Diggs.
All right, good morning. Could I see counsel briefly at sidebar, please?
They're kicking us out right away. We got the boop machine back. The pulse machine. I think this is a really interesting question, though. Like, this testimony where she's pushing back against the attorney, Adams is pushing back against Sarah Silver, saying it's not it's not back pay, it's wages. But there seems to be an issue where there is no formal pay arrangement that it was a wage, which is just different than, like, I'm paying you as a subcontractor at a rate of X amount per week or whatever. So I don't know. She's insisting that it's wages and that she has some workers' comp thing going on. That doesn't check out to me like that. Something just seems like off or misunderstood there. And then we got this narrowed down. Kind of what we left off with yesterday was she sent an invoice requesting like $6,000 when maybe there was only $2,000 in dispute. And then it became a compounded issue because she was also claiming reimbursement for groceries that she didn't have these receipts for in, like, an exorbitant amount. An amount that might not be surprising if that's how an athlete eats, but if it's unusual compared to, you know, other time frames. And he was gone. He was taking trips at this time, and she wasn't always going on those trips. You know, was she really spending that much money on groceries that period where she was requesting for? And whatever they worked out and redid the math, she says it was a miscalculation, right? She's not still saying it was correct, but they disagree with me. So somehow the way it equilibriumed and balanced out, I'm not even sure that money is owed, especially if he Apple pays $2,000 and then leaves $2,000, I'm assuming in cash, on a banister in the house for her. So, and no time cards. It was just she would say how much she needed to be paid to Sunny to finance. Yeah, and is that attorney a workman's comp attorney? And she didn't say it was a workman's comp attorney. She said she found the attorney through workman's comp, which, you know, maybe that's not intended to be interpreted as her saying that attorney specializes in workers' comp. You know, I just don't know. But I would imagine that Stefon Diggs' team would have done their research, familiarized himself with that attorney, and their questions, their pushback on that, because she said, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. We'll come back to that. I'm very curious. Yeah, Stealin Sunny. Objection stricken. Hanky Panky's like, oh, I hear the state's case is on life support. Hey, sunshine. And by the way, guys, how cool is it? We have Cinco de Mayo today. Forgot about it. Didn't even realize it was May. Yeah. I think this is Mitchell Schuster. Although the other two attorneys have been doing all the questioning.
Court, all rise.
Oh. We're gonna mute the hear ye a little. Lower it.
Court stands at brief recess. You may be seated.
Oh, we're not gonna do the hear ye? How do I know we're here? Here we go, chat.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
Very cool, though.
Or not. I was gonna say 60 seconds, all caps. Everybody get some thoughts off your chest. Don't say anything that'll violate YouTube terms of service, but anything else is free game. And maybe she ran. It could just be that a juror needs to, like, get there. I don't think they're still at a sidebar. They came back from a sidebar after approaching.
Bring the jurors.
All right, they said something about the jurors, so I think we're going. We're going, chat.
Jurors entering, all rise. That's what you were just talking about.
Or are we gonna get the hear ye? Yeah, we're gonna find out what the birthday gift was.
May be seated.
Wait, why is... Are they not... Maybe the prosecutor is just standing and he's not at the podium. But it looked like this prosecutor is at the podium. The lectern.
Court, all rise. Hey, hey, hey. All persons having anything to do with the Honorable Jeanmarie Carroll, First Justice of the District Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. You may be seated.
All right, good morning, jurors. I hope you had a good evening, and I just want to inquire and see, has any member of the jury had any difficulty following my instructions not to discuss this case with anyone, not to visit any areas that have been mentioned in connection with this matter since yesterday? I see no hands raised and all heads going in the right direction. Thank you. And how about, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom since yesterday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case in any way as a fair and impartial juror? No, thank you all very much. All right, with that, I think we're ready to proceed. Commonwealth, is the witness available?
Yes, I believe we're in cross.
We are.
Okay. He was just standing up earlier. He's like, I believe we're in cross. Direct wasn't great either. Well, we got a turtleneck today. I wonder if she was just like conscious about her neck.
Good morning. Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Okay.
And Ms. Adams, again, as of the same as yesterday, if you could do your best to keep your voice up, that is appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, on January 1st, 2026, you sent Steph's girlfriend a text message that later appeared on TMZ's website, correct?
Yes.
And in that text message, you told Steph's girlfriend that you were so sorry, but you couldn't talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you told Steph's girlfriend in that text message, I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written.
Yes.
Right? And you were talking about the statement that you made to the Dedham police, right?
It was a voicemail, and I didn't listen. I read it, the transcript, so I didn't know her voice.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026,
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. So
I
don't
haven't
wanna
finished my
answer it.
question.
Oh no. Don't buffer.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026, in a written text message, I didn't say that, you were referring to the statements that were reported in the press that you gave to the Dedham Police Department, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Did you or did you not write those words?
I don't understand your question. Without further explaining.
You can't testify under oath to this jury what you meant by the words you wrote to Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026?
I'm sorry. I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You also asked Steph's girlfriend to, quote, please call my mediator and she will answer everything you need to know, but only
Mediator?
in person and confidentially. Right?
Yes.
Your mediator's name is Lynette Marie, right?
Lynette Marie.
Thank you. She's also known as Lynette Marie Turner.
I don't know.
You don't know your mediator's last name?
I don't know her. She's married. I don't know her exact last name.
Your mediator works for a company called LMT Global, correct?
Yes, that's her company.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a corporate document from the state of Michigan. It is an amended annual report filed by LMT Global Corporation. Can you please read the name of the president of that company?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
All right, we got a sidebar already. Well, this is going swimmingly. She just sitting there smiling now. How do you not understand the question? Yeah, what was she mediating about?
Your mediator, Lynette Marie, issued a money demand to Stefon Diggs on December 29th, the day the criminal complaint in this case issued, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's split hairs, why don't we?
If she recognizes it, yeah.
Do you recognize this email from L. Marie on December 29, 2025, to Stefon Diggs and a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before.
I seen the money demand after I was. That's it.
Hold
I don't
on,
recognize the email.
Testimony under oath.
If you're not watching, look at Sarah Silver's face as she walks away after this answer.
And a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before.
I seen the money demand after I was. That's it. I don't recognize the email.
Testimony under oath is that your mediator made a money demand on December 29th for money for you from Mr. Diggs.
Money
The
for
same-
past wages.
The same day the criminal complaint in this case issued, and you didn't see it?
I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question without explaining further.
Can't answer that question under oath.
Without explaining.
Your mediator demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
It wasn't 19,000 though.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Overruled. Answer stands.
Sorry.
Answer stands.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've made another money demand in this case, haven't you? Actually, before we get there, the
I didn't get a
19,000,
chance to answer the question.
before we get there,
Are you withdrawing your
yes,
question,
the
counsel?
question is withdrawn. Thank you, Your Honor. After a money demand for $19,000 was provided to Stefon Diggs, on February 13th, you issued a public statement, didn't you?
Yes.
And in that public statement, you said, I have never sought money to settle this matter, right?
I haven't.
And by the middle of April, you had hired a lawyer to represent you, right?
For workers' comp.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, for workers' comp.
Your Honor, may the witness be instructed to please answer the questions posed.
Witness answered your question.
All right. And for workers' comp, the lawyer you hired, is she sitting in this room right now?
Yes.
And she helped you prepare for your testimony in this case, right?
She came to support me.
She came to the meeting with the Commonwealth's lawyer to help prepare you for your testimony in this case, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I
right?
was told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things.
Yes.
So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is that the Commonwealth's attorney instructed you to bring your private lawyer?
Or a lawyer that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought my private lawyer.
I'm sorry, when you say you guys, do you mean me, defense counsel for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Is your testimony under oath that I had some role in your preparation session with the district attorney's office to prepare you for your testimony in this case?
I was told that the defense said I needed to have a lawyer or they were going to provide a lawyer, something in that context, about pleading the fifth about messages. So I brought my lawyer, which was when I walked to the side of the judge yesterday.
Your personal lawyer is here today, correct?
My workers' comp.
She's with the law firm of Boston Law. That's a law firm here in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
Ma'am, I think that was, I apologize, but you do need to keep your voice up. I don't know if you're answering.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury how much your, I think you described her as a workers' comp lawyer.
I got her because I was injured on the job and I needed to file a workers' comp case. Stefon Diggs did not have proper workers' and comp insurance.
May I-
The final portion of that answer will be stricken and you will disregard it. Ms. Adams, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and if you need it rephrased, counsel will certainly rephrase it for you. Next
Okay.
question.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Well,
Your
what?
lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am?
to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
May we be heard at sidebar, please?
Objection, move this right. Jurors, the last part of the witness's answer. The last part of the witness's response will be stricken as non-responsive. You will disregard it and you will not consider it during your deliberations.
Look at this smile. This is crazy. Yeah, Sheriff Chuck says that's an interesting way for a workers' comp claim to work. And the attorney is a guy, so is there more than one attorney in play? I mean, maybe it was a misspeak to say he. If I was being accused like this, I'd be sitting there seething quietly to myself. Sorry, my mind's a blank slate. I just like want to see what happens after all this. Like, what is next? Thank you for the 2, Miss AB. And this is a huge part. She was dancing how she's trying to make a claim. And you can't just say, so what if you're dancing and trying to cheer up after a bad thing happened to you? The issue is she claimed 10 out of 10 pain. So how are you fine with no apparent marks starting to show over the next few days in these videos, experiencing 10 out of 10 pain, but you're loose, you're moving, you're fluid, you're flexible, and everything is fine?
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Oh, they're getting kicked out. Are we moving for...
Court stands at a recess.
If we're recessing, we're not...
You may be seated.
Well, this is just going swimmingly. And I think that's it. Case slate says 10 out of 10 mental pain. And I get that emotional things can cause physiological reactions. But this idea that we can translate emotional pain into claims that somebody did something physical to us, it's just not okay. It's not okay to do. Yeah, so they're not doing arguments. This is a recess, so they're not even doing any court arguments. J-Lo says, this should be dismissed, even though I'm enjoying the spice. Oh, man. Well, while we do that, how much time have we actually had today? Like 14 minutes total, including that sidebar. It's probably like 10 minutes. Let's do a double while they're on recess. Let's run this all back.
Good morning. Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Okay.
And Ms. Adams, again, as of the same as yesterday, if you could do your best to keep your voice up, that is appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, on January 1st, 2026,
Crazy.
you sent Steph's girlfriend a text message that later appeared on TMZ's website, correct?
Yes.
And in that text message, you told Steph's girlfriend that you were so sorry, but you couldn't talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you told Steph's girlfriend in that text message, I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written.
Yes.
Right? And you were talking about the statement that you made to the Dedham police, right?
It was a voicemail, and I didn't listen. I read it, the transcript, so I didn't know her voice.
When you told Steph's
It's
girlfriend
such a weird,
on January
it's just such an odd answer. Like, you clearly don't want to answer the question. Like, the question has nothing to do with whether or not there was a voicemail or you listened to one.
It was a voicemail, and I didn't listen. I read it, the transcript, so I didn't know her voice.
It's asking if something you said is what you were referring to.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026,
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. So
I
don't
haven't
wanna
finished my
answer it.
question. When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026, in a written text message, I didn't say that, you were referring to the statements that were reported in the press that you gave to the Dedham Police Department, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Did you or did you not write those words?
I don't understand your question.
How difficult is the question? Did you write those words? Yes, no, I don't recall. But it's like she's shut down and can't answer anything because she's tripping herself up.
Without further explaining.
You can't testify under oath to this jury what you meant by the words you wrote to Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You also asked Steph's girlfriend to, quote, please call my mediator and she will answer everything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially. Right?
Yes.
Also, please call, but it has to be in person. Like, I guess please call to arrange a time. So this is someone who's trying to push a workers' comp claim, which needs some type of structure, documentation, agreement of employment. And then on the flip side, you want to make sure there's no paper trail of certain discussions. by having someone only go in person to have a conversation.
Your mediator's name is Lynette Marie, right?
Lynette Marie.
Thank you. She's also known as Lynette Marie Turner.
I don't know.
You don't know your mediator's last name?
I don't know her. She's married. I don't know her exact last name.
Your mediator works for a company called LMT Global, correct?
Yes, that's her company.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a corporate document from the state of Michigan. It is an amended annual report filed by LMT Global Corporation. Can you please read the name of the president of that company?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
Oh, I gotta update my banner anyway. Sidebar and a recess.
Your
They're
mediator,
still in recess, by the way.
Lynette Marie, issued a money demand to Stefon Diggs on December 29th, the day the criminal complaint in this case issued, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If she recognizes it, yeah.
Do you recognize this email from L. Marie on December 29, 2025, to Stefon Diggs and a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before.
I seen the money demand after I was. That's it. I don't recognize the email.
Testimony under oath is that your mediator made a money demand on December 29th for money for you from Mr. Diggs.
Money
The
for
sa-
past wages.
The same day the criminal complaint in this case issued, and you didn't see it?
I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question without explaining further.
Can't answer that question under oath.
Without explaining.
Your mediator demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Overruled. Answer stands.
Sorry?
Answer stands.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've made another money demand in this case, haven't you? Actually, before we get there, the
I didn't get a
19,000,
chance to answer the question.
before we get there,
Are you withdrawing your
yes,
question,
the
counsel?
question is withdrawn. Thank you, Your Honor. After a money demand for $19,000 was provided to Stefon Diggs, on February 13th, you issued a public statement, didn't you?
Yes.
And in that public statement, you said, I have never sought money to settle this matter, right?
I haven't.
And by the middle of April, you had hired a lawyer to represent you, right?
For workers' comp.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, for workers' comp.
Your Honor, may the witness be instructed to please answer the questions posed.
Witness answered your question.
All right.
Judge is
And
not
for
playing
workers'
today.
comp, the lawyer you hired, is she sitting in this room right now?
Yes.
And she helped you prepare for your testimony in this case, right?
She came to support me.
She came to the meeting with the Commonwealth's lawyer to help prepare you for your testimony in this case, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I
right?
was told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is that the Commonwealth's attorney instructed you to bring your private lawyer?
Or a lawyer, that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought.
I think her words are misrepresenting what happened here. I think that it's likely that someone said, look, you're going to want a lawyer with you in court in case you're asked questions where you may need to invoke, or someone needs to look out for you to say, like, hey, I need to protect your rights. And she's warping this, whether intentionally or not, because we know she's miscalculated money. We've heard how she plays these word games. So it could go either way. It could be her own misunderstanding plus her own desire to be adversarial to the defendant's counsel in this case. Or it could be that she's intentionally trying to reframe how it works because she doesn't think the jury's going to know better. Or she doesn't think that this attorney is going to push back on it. And I know we gather here because we watch trials. So maybe we're more familiar than the individual sitting on the jury. But I still think it's common sense that if you're 3 weeks ago, you're asking for $5.5 million, your conversations are with your own attorneys. And any communication going over to the other side is probably through the prosecutor or through the attorneys. So it just defies common sense to take it at face value that she's representing that you guys, Stefon Diggs attorneys, you guys told me that you're going to make me plead the fifth. It just seems like you had a fear because someone made you think about it. Someone's like, hey, you can't just get on there and lie on the stand or say certain things that could be used against you later. Oh yeah, I do got to worry about that. Maybe I should have an attorney sit in the courtroom with me. It just does not. The way she's wording this, to me, you don't have to go all the way with me, but I think it's intentionally manipulative.
You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I
right?
was told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is that the Commonwealth's attorney instructed you to bring your private lawyer?
Or a lawyer, that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought my private lawyer.
I'm sorry, when you say you guys, do you mean me, defense counsel for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Is your testimony under oath that I had some role in your preparation session with the district attorney's office to prepare you for your testimony in this case?
I was told that the defense said I needed to have a lawyer, or they were going to provide a lawyer, something in that context, about pleading the fifth about messages. So I brought my lawyer, which was when I walked to the side of the judge yesterday.
Your personal lawyer is here today, correct?
No workers' comp.
She's with the law firm of Boston Law. That's a law firm here in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
They're still in recess real time.
I apologize, but you do need to keep your voice up. I don't know if you're answering.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury how much I think you described her as a workers' comp lawyer.
I got her because I was injured on the job and I needed to file a workers' comp case. Stefon Diggs did not have proper workers' and comp insurance.
May
The final portion of that answer will be stricken and you will disregard it. Ms. Adams, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and if you need it rephrased, counsel will certainly rephrase it for you. Next
Okay.
question.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am,
to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
Maybe be heard at sidebar, please.
Oh, Lord.
The last part of the witness's answer, the last part of the witness's response will be stricken as non-responsive. You will disregard it and you will not consider it during your deliberations.
She's just sitting there looking. Oh, Lord. So they are still in recess, you guys, but that's all we made it through before we have this sidebar and then a recess with the jury being sent out. So, hey to everybody coming in, by the way. If you just got here, you only need to rewind like 15-ish minutes because we went through it twice. There's just, yeah, she seems proud of herself. And the jury, they can't be sitting that far away from her. It seems like they're like over on that, off to the side, alongside the witness stand. There's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, Delegates of Life says, so if he offered 100K, what does that mean? First of all, is it even true? Second, like, if I was offering everything I had to save myself from ruin, that's one thing. But I feel like someone with a lot of money offering 100K to make someone shut up isn't really making that, like, the money that it would take to make someone shut up with a valid claim. But then again, at first she only asked for like 19,000. But then she upped it to over 5 million. So it's like, the second I'm like, oh, okay, that seems like a smart thing. If you only ask for 19 and you say it's for back pay, but you're also asking for future wages, that doesn't really make sense to me. But okay, you say you're asking because that's what all of your other employers used to do. So does that mean your other employers let you go before the season was over? This like happens commonly. Like, it's like every time she gives me one thing to try to consider in a light that's favorable to her, it raises another question that is like, what? So it just goes in cycles for me. So yeah, this sounds like extortion to me. I mean, 19K, making a statement the day before Valentine's Day, which seems like that's rooted in a bit of scorn rather than rooted in, I'm genuinely trying to get back pay. You make a statement, a public statement, saying you've never sought money to settle this. Even though when you were being asked about words you wrote, you just said you didn't understand the question. The price goes up the closer the trial gets. Yeah, 5.5 million. So, and again, 100K is, if you were asking for 19 and then he offered you 100K, if he really offered you 100K to make this stop, it doesn't make sense to me that he would then have these videos of you that you didn't know about until last week, showing a nice, clean skin, no discoloration, no markings. You asked for 5.5 million, and his response was, we've got videos that you didn't have anything consistent with what you claimed. This is crazy. This is crazy on like 4 levels to me. That don't mean he didn't fight her. I mean, she claimed 10 out of 10 pain, bruises, and red marks separately. She tried to change that in court, but on the form she filled out 2 separate check boxes for the redness, for the bruises. And sure, maybe things don't appear right away, but there's video of her over the next several days, and none of what she claimed is there. And it's her claim. So she's claiming that it was present and there. So bringing in some, well, things don't always like manifest the same way. Things don't always have the same physical appearance. She claimed they were physically there and present and ticked it off on different checkboxes. And that's a credibility problem. You can't fix that. There's a lot. Nosy Rosie says, for me, 100K makes him more credible. Yeah, the last 45 says she just hates the lawyer and doesn't want to give her anything. And I mean, if you want to look like the type of person that will pick a fight with everybody when you're the star witness, I don't think that's a good strategy, but it does seem like that's what she's doing. And I do think it's often why, when we see the choice to have a woman, a female attorney, do cross-examination of certain witnesses. I think that's like the no-brainer strategy here. Have Sarah do it, because this witness seems like the type that just can't keep her cool when it comes to something kind of adversarial or not 100% friendly with another woman. She's just going to tea kettle, and it's going to steam up, and it's eventually going to come out, and her true colors will come out. Like the Camille Vasquez and Amber Heard type of matchup. Oh, Lord. Yeah, and the deleted text messages. It's like the chat, every time it's like another crazy thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's the grocery shelf is too full. It's stocked with cans. There's so much that I'm thinking about is just not a good look here. And every new detail, I can't keep track of all the other details. Like the can is starting to fall off the shelf. It's too full. There's too much. Too much. Chat is saying maybe rewatch yesterday's testimony while we wait. I mean, yeah, I can't predict how long this recess is going to be, but trying to read tea leaves based on the reflections of people walking around the court. Sheriff Chuck, thank you for gifting 5. Shout out to Sheriff Chuck in the chat. So he's going to get us through this. We're going to do some greens in the chat. Everybody say thank you if you just got a gifted membership from Sheriff Chuck. We also have Amy E in the building. Good to see you, Amy. I've been busy these mornings, but I miss hanging out with you guys. Amy E and Classy, they do a morning sort of afternoon show. I feel like it's more afternoon these days. Talking about a lot of like big news stories, a lot of stuff with Fulton County as well. So I know a lot of the chat here follows Fulton County messes. That's what they do over there. Good to see you. Love Amy E. Always good to see you. Thank you for being a member. 19 months. Holy moly. And she's doing the reminder, guys. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Big Rice Street, another Fulton County reference. Gifting 10 memberships here. If you just got a membership, it might not have been just from Chuck. It could have been from Rice Street. So throw a party Chuck emoji in the chat. Throw a rice emoji in the chat. Say thank you to both of them. It's very awesome that they are so generous. Turn you guys green. It's just a fun way to participate in the chat and use those channel emojis. And it's my favorite way to, support when I'm in another channel. So always appreciate that you guys do it over here and support me. We've also got Classy. There we go. We got the E-Duo, the E-Gang. It says, get those likes up, people. Member here for 21 months. I wish there was a way to pause for 2 months so Amy and you guys could tie. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. So much love here for the show that Classy and Amy put on. Miss you guys a lot. Are we back, guys? Uh-oh. Miss AB says, did she pay her taxes from her paychecks? I think this might be why someone might have said, like, hey, some of your testimony, you got to be careful if you're getting paid under the books. It could get you caught up. That's somehow coming out like the Play-Doh through the chia head as some misconstrued assertion that Stefon Diggs' lawyers told Mila Adams, we're going to make you plead the fifth. But I do think the tax concern could be serious. That's thousands of dollars under the books. So if she didn't pay taxes on that, that could be a problem. Thank you, Binky Bianca, for the 5. This has just found this channel. Thanks for covering this case. Well, welcome aboard. Everybody say hey to Bianca. Big welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us. Iceman comments says, Kat, the issue to me here. Oh, she's going back to the stand, guys. Just
back in session, maybe seated.
Back on the record, Your Honor.
You guys ready? Take that.
Ms. Silva, I want to reiterate, I think, some messaging that I tried to.
Hold on. This is boosted all the way. Maybe it kicked off. Let me refresh because the volume boost doesn't seem to be working. Or maybe the court audio is just still dampened. Yeah, the court audio feed is really quiet.
I want to reiterate, I think, some messaging that I tried to make clear yesterday. And it's that you're responsible for answering questions that are put to you. If you don't understand a question, you can say that, and I'm sure counsel will rephrase. If you can't hear a question, tell them that as well. But courtrooms function in, and especially trials, unfold in a question and answer format. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade responding to questions the court deems appropriate. And if you continue to do so, your entire testimony may be stricken. Am I clear?
Yes.
So that's what they asked at sidebar, to strike the entire testimony. So the remedy here is the judge is giving her a serious, stern warning that if she doesn't get it together and keep it together, her entire testimony could be stricken. Now, what does that mean, chat? If her testimony is stricken, that could put a directed verdict in possibility realm, because it would remove a lot of the evidence that would be required to be evaluated in the light most favorable to the state here, that there's sufficient evidence of what's alleged. So she better not.
Of the jurors.
Yep. Wild.
All rise, jurors enter.
And also, thank you again. Sorry about that, Iceman. And it is, I think it's a really important point that, let's assume that he did put hands on her and choke her, but her constant lying and extra narratives makes it difficult for a jury to believe her. I think that's an important part of the conversation. You know, not all legitimate victims are necessarily sympathetic
Jurors, at
persons.
this point, I just want to be clear on one point, all right? And it's the following. You may not consider anything you heard that was stricken from the record. When an answer is stricken from the record, it does not exist. And in determining what the facts are from this case, you're sworn to determine those facts solely and exclusively from the evidence presented, and you may not consider any answer that I have stricken. All right? All right, thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Adams. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
Oh my God.
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and
Your Honor?
I've explored all civil options.
Ma'am,
I don't understand.
are
the
you
question.
able to
Sorry.
answer
No.
that question?
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs.
Do you know that, Ms. Adams?
No. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer the question. I don't understand.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ooh. Redirect chat.
Your Honor, before we direct, may we be heard at sidebar?
Of course.
Thank you.
They're gonna move to strike the testimony, maybe? I don't think it'll be granted, but she was being difficult right after the instruction. There's a lot of background noise, like chatting in the court.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, defense counsel showed you a form about that you filled out to the police,
Yes.
and they made a point that you're the hand but not the forearm and elbow. May I approach?
I wonder if this judge allows recross.
I'm putting a form in front of you. If you could just take a look at that and look up, recognize it,
Yes.
and I may direct the witness's attention. Could you read right here when it says the expected injury? Or
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
is there anywhere on that form where you do note the forearm and forearm being used to choke you?
Objection.
Yes.
Sidebar.
Oh my gosh. This is not great. This banner is getting a workout this trial. This is ADA Drew Virtue questioning her. So the Commonwealth, the prosecution. Does he have an ear tattoo? It's like the camera person heard me and focused on it.
On Cross, I believe
They had to move on.
there's some questions about the text messages leading up to the assault.
So real quick there, they objected when asking about what was documented or represented by her when she filled out the report. There was a second objection. They were asked to approach for the sidebar, and when they came back, he entirely moved on. So the defense won whatever that argument was.
Yes.
And, do you have still a binder in front of you?
Yes.
Do you mind opening to section 3 and to the pages ending in 114?
Okay.
Would you mind reading the text messages from page 114 to 117?
And I'm running that bitch life. The next text message doesn't say anything. I won't be paying you shit.
And do you mind just saying who's saying what?
Okay, I said the first. I and running that bitch life is what I said. Mr. Diggs said, I won't be paying you shit. Fuck, I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high, bitch? Who the fuck give you money for your business? Who the fuck gotta give you money for your business? I don't gotta do a motherfucking thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them to come take the money then. Fuck you talking about. I said bet. Pussy. I said pussy. Show me I'm pussy. Will do.
That's all.
That's it.
In your experience as a personal chef, is it common practice that when chefs get sent away, they get paid for the week that they get sent away?
Yes.
Objection.
Because that's the only job I have.
And I know on Cross it came out that you made a public statement where you said, I've never sought money to settle this case. When you said this case, was that referring to the criminal case? Or...
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Go ahead.
That series of text messages that you just read, that was in response to you saying after you were fired by Mr. Diggs, you will be paying me out for the season and the money, I'm sorry, and this is on page 113 of Exhibit 3. You will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my fucking time being here because you got a fucking circus going on, right?
Yes.
So when he said he wouldn't be paying you, he was referring to your demand that after you leave your employment on December 2nd, he nonetheless continued to pay you $2,000 a week for the rest of the New England Patriots football season while you were not working for him, right?
That's not how it goes.
You will be paying me out for the season, right?
I was a contracted employee.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry.
And before you said that, if you turn just one page back to page 112, what Mr. Diggs said to you that you were responding to was, I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this. That's what you were responding to when you told him he would be paying you out for the season, right?
No, it's a full context of those messages.
Ma'am, was the message
Now you
that
want
came
context?
from Mr. Diggs that preceded your demand that you be paid out for the season. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. I'ma leave you be.
Can you say that again?
You can look right down there.
She was fired.
On page 112. I'ma leave you be.
What was your question?
I'm not finished. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. You can read along and correct me if I get it wrong. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this. Right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you were really hoping that Mr. Diggs would give you some money so you could open your own restaurant, weren't you?
Objection.
That was our agreement.
That was what you wanted him to give you, right?
That was an agreement.
Ma'am, is this a contract suit?
Objection.
This is an assault.
That objection is sustained. Witness doesn't have to answer.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. Thank you.
There's no question in front of the witness.
You wanted him to pay you to open your own restaurant, right?
I want him to pay me past wages.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor, please.
I mean, you just agreed it was the agreement, but then you're saying it was for past wages. So which one is it?
Thank you. Anything else?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Kenneth Ellis of the.
This is the officer. This is Officer Kenneth Ellis. Also, thank you, Aisha, for the fox sticker.
Watch your step. You're going to remain standing and face the court.
Thank you.
And remember, it's the state's burden to prove the claims.
This hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Let me sit or stand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Kenneth Ellis, Ellis.
And what do you do for a living?
Dedham police officer.
And how long have you been an officer at the Dedham Police?
18 years.
And what's your rank?
Patrolman.
And prior to being an officer at Dedham, did you go anywhere else? Were you an officer anywhere else?
I was not.
So prior to being an officer at Dedham Police, did you go through any sort of special training or academy?
I did. I went through a police academy in Randolph.
And how long was that? What did you do in the police academy?
I was about 25 weeks, I believe. Everything from law, different aspects of the law, criminal law, constitutional law, motor vehicle. We had emergency vehicle operation, firearms, report writing, first aid, things like that.
Turning your attention now to December 16th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working that day?
I was.
And do you know what shift?
I was working the day shift, 8 to 4.
And were you out on duty, patrol? What were you doing?
I was assigned to the front desk.
Okay. So when an officer is assigned to the front desk, what are their duties?
You basically just any walk-ins. Sometimes we have the business phone rings, the non-emergency line.
When you say walk-ins, is that just someone literally?
Yeah, anyone
into
can
the
walk.
building?
It's people, ranging from, oh, may I use the restroom, or I'd like to make a report, anything. Yeah, anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
And during that day, did anyone come in?
Yes.
And do you know who that person would be?
We Mila Adams.
And when this person came in, you didn't know who that was at the time.
No.
Okay. And she came in. What, if any, observations did you make of her when she came in?
She sat down on the bench and she was crying.
All right. And did you approach her, or did you wait for her to approach you? How did that?
I actually went. Normally, I speak over the phone. There's a phone to talk to the people in the lobby.
Like behind glass?
Yes, yeah. It's like almost like a smoked glass. But because of her demeanor, I went out to speak to her in person.
And did she want to talk to you at first?
No, she did not.
And why?
She asked if there were any female officers working.
And what did you say?
I actually went back to the shift commander's office and I checked the scheduling sheets, and it appeared that there was not one until 4 p.m. that day.
So what did you do?
So I went back and I let her know, and I just told her that, if she didn't feel comfortable giving me a statement towards anything, then that's okay. And, if she could come back at 4 o'clock. And then I went back to the desk, I believe, for a bit.
And then what happened?
Then she called me back over and said she would like to give me a statement.
And where did you talk?
So right after you enter the lobby area, there's double doors, and then to the right of the double doors, there's kind of like an interview room. So we do fingerprints for like civilian things, gun permits, things like that.
And what did you talk about?
So she just wanted to give me a statement without mentioning anyone involved.
So what do you mean you didn't want to mention anyone involved?
Well, she said, I'd like to tell you something.
Sustain.
Okay. But eventually, did you come to learn the identity of the person that she was talking there
Yes,
about? And
I did.
Who was that person?
She identified him as Stefon Diggs.
And how many times did you talk to Miss Adams?
Just that time in person, and then I believe there was multiple emails, and then it was probably 2 more times on the phone, maybe 3.
I want to draw your attention to the binder in front of you.
Sure.
Do you mind looking at that first, flip the page of that first one, that first tab? There's something in front of you. This is what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that was those were screenshots of text messages that she forwarded me.
So those are the messages that she provided you, right?
Yes. Yep.
That one page, yes. At the conclusion of all your communications with her, what did you do?
So that day, you mean, or?
Just at the, I guess, end of, would you call this an investigation? I don't know enough the police term.
Yeah. So like once
Incident? I don't know.
at the end of it, which was about 10 days or so, maybe 8, 9, 10 days from the time that she originally reported it, I ended up filing a criminal complaint.
Against whom?
Mr. Diggs.
And for what?
Was assault and
Overruled.
assault and battery, and strangulation or suffocation.
Right. No further questions.
That's it? All right. I was just about to put an objection in the banner.
Good morning, sir.
Cross. So this is Andrew Kettlewell.
I'm going to start at the end there. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
You said you've been a Dedham police officer for 18 years?
Yes, sir.
You just told us a little bit about the investigation, I think is what the DA just described it as. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Yeah, and so that involved what you just said. You took a statement from Miss Adams, you exchanged emails, you got a couple phone calls from her, and then you got a voicemail from her asking you to go to court, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so then that's what you did.
I did contact a phone number of Mr. Diggs twice, left voicemails, and was not able to speak to him.
That phone number, you don't know that that's his, correct? You didn't speak to anybody.
One of them I did use the TLO service to confirm his name. It was a 240 exchange.
So I just want to be sure here, Officer Ellis. You called the phone number, correct?
Yes.
You didn't speak to anybody.
No, I did not.
You spoke on the phone to Miss Adams,
Correct.
You spoke in person with Miss Adams on the 16th, right?
I believe it was the 16th, yes.
Right. You didn't speak to any other people, correct? That's
No.
the only human being you spoke to.
No, there was another attorney I spoke to, but I don't believe from your firm.
Okay, so some other attorney.
Yes.
All right. You didn't get any photographs, right?
No, there was none presented.
And there was none to take, right?
Not from me, no.
Right,
Absolutely.
because
yeah.
when Miss Adams walked in and you observed her,
Yep,
you didn't see anything on her body that said, I should document that.
I did not, no.
And your job is to document what's important, right?
Correct.
And that's where you write a police report.
Yes,
And so about December 16th, you did write a police report, correct?
I did, sir.
And that was documenting the conversation that you had with Ms. Adams, right?
Yes.
And you said you've been a police officer for 18 years. I imagine you've written a lot of police reports.
I would say so.
Okay. And you've spoken to a lot of folks, correct?
Yes.
And you know that you write that report to record all of the important information that
Yes.
that person has,
Yes.
right? To document it.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Yes. And so when you spoke to her on December 16th, Miss Adams told you that there was a dispute over text message with Mr. Diggs, correct?
Yes, the initial disagreement, I suppose.
Yeah, and
started
that the
over
disagreement
text
was,
messages.
was about money,
That's-
right?
that's what I
That's
was
what
told.
she said.
Yes.
She said they were arguing about money over text messages,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And then he came into her room and this thing happened, correct?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And then after that, she left her position, right?
That's what. Yeah, she said. Yep.
Meaning her job.
Correct.
And then she told you she did go back to the house on December 9th to get her things, to get her belongings, correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing she told you was that she, in that interim period, after she left her position, she went to New York City on December 2nd to be with friends, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that, those were her friends, right?
That's what I believed.
Right. You didn't think she was going to go see somebody else's friends,
No,
correct?
no.
Yes. And it'd be important to you to know if those were Stefon Diggs' friends, right?
I suppose.
That'd be important to your investigation,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Okay. And so another thing that was important, I think you already talked about, that was Exhibit 1. You got that right in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so Miss Adams had said there was an argument over text about money that ended in a physical altercation, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her for the text messages, right?
I believe she offered them. I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
And you took them because
Yes.
accepting the text messages that led to physical altercation would be important, right?
Correct.
You want to have that.
Right.
You want to document that.
Right.
All right. And so that's what that is. You received those from Miss Adams by email, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then you documented them, you saved them, and they're sitting right there in front of you right now for trial, correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right. And looking at those text messages, if somebody deleted messages from that before they ever sent it to you, that would be important for you to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
If those weren't complete,
Correct. It would.
you would want to know that.
I'd want the whole picture. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. That's the entire. We're doing the poll chat. So here on this channel, whenever the state rests, we ask the question, has the state met their burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt? It's a different question than your personal gut instinct on how you feel about a person or another person. It's specifically, this is a government, this is a criminal case. Did the state meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt? So I'm going to set up that poll. It's going to be, we'll do it on screen. We'll do this one on screen. And let's see. Did the state meet its burden beyond a reasonable doubt? And remember, they have to prove felony strangulation with impediment of breathing and misdemeanor assault and battery. All right, and so poll is live. Type 1 in the chat to say yes, they met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. 2 in the chat to say no. There we go. We got the beep again. The life support. Well, now let's do a YouTube poll and see if the results are different if it's anonymous. Let's see. And instead of state, it is the Commonwealth here, but whatever, synonymous. State, Commonwealth, I mean the same thing. All right, so the poll in the
All right,
YouTube chat that's
Commonwealth
anonymous is
evidence
live.
For the defense.
Defense calls Michael Perry.
If you could just remain standing, watch your step, and face the court, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. You may sit aside.
Let me proceed. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Michael Perry, last name Perry.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I do digital forensics for a company called Level Blue.
Okay. And
Deleted
how long have
messages.
you worked for that company in that role?
Essentially 15 years through a number of acquisitions. Level Blue recently acquired Strauss Friedberg, who I worked for a number of years.
All right.
We're gonna see
So
more texts.
You've been in your position for a number of years, essentially with the same company. The name has changed at the top of the header. Is that fair to say?
That is.
All right. Prior to that, what kind of experience did you have?
Your Honor, Commonwealth would stipulate that this witness is, to this witness's credentials.
All right, thank you. I'll leave
I'm
it
W
to
in the
discretion.
chat for the
Move along,
prosecutor.
Thank you. So just quick.
Guys, that means we get to skip all of the long, drawn out background information. The prosecutor says we're willing to stipulate. We agree.
Quickly, prior, what was your experience to working for the company that ended up becoming Level Blue?
I worked for Strauss Friedberg. Prior to that, Aon. Then Aon acquired Strauss Friedberg. Strauss Friedberg acquired Elysium Digital. So that was kind of the progression. But I held the same position.
Okay. And before that, did you work as an investigator of any kind?
I did. I worked for the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department as a digital evidence analyst.
How long did you do that?
It was about 5 years.
Okay. So my math is correct, you've been analyzing digital evidence for about 20 years then?
That's right.
And do you have to undergo certain kinds of specialized training on how to do that?
Yes.
And I imagine if technology is developing, you have to kind of get retrained on that fairly often. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Right. Do you have any experience in dealing with digital data with regard to iPhones?
I do.
All right. And can you just describe kind of when we're talking about digital data from a phone, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Digital data from a phone is, data stored on the phone is extracted out. So I have special tools, forensic tools, that I use to connect to the phone, pull all the data that I can from it, and then I load it into some applications to look at the data and find out what data is stored there and, I can put together reports of data that might be relevant to a case.
Okay. And so when you say data, what does that mean?
So for a phone, it would include the things that you would use your phone for. History of phone calls, text messages, pictures that you take with the phone, maybe some internet browsing.
So when a user does all those things on a phone, is there kind of information
The
recorded
state rested.
inside the phone tracking the
Commonwealth.
user's movements?
It can, yeah. Whatever the user does with the phone typically is stored on the phone.
Understood. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the binder in front of you, Mr. Perry. I'm going to ask you to turn to, I believe it's marked C.
Okay.
You see that front page there, it looks like it says Celebrate at the top right corner, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What are we looking at there in Exhibit 3?
This is the first page of a report that I put together after preserving one of two of Mr. Diggs's phones. So this is the first page of one of those reports.
All right. And so the report you're talking about, fair to say that's a number of pages there in Exhibit 3, correct?
It is.
All right. And that contains data from the phone that you just mentioned from December 2nd. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask that you turn the page in Exhibit 3 to, there's a little number on the bottom right corner that says 113 on the right. It ends 113, I should say.
Okay.
All right, so I want to kind of direct your attention here to the two messages in the middle of the page. The first begins, you will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business, and continues. Do you see that kind of blue bubble that we're looking at there?
I do.
All right. What are we seeing on the page here of the report when you see the blue bubble on the left and the green bubble on the right?
So this is an exchange of messages from the two parties. And you might think like, oh, I know blue bubbles and green bubbles. That's familiar. Like blue bubble is an Apple iPhone and a green might be an Android. But in this case, it's just to distinguish between the two parties. So the color doesn't really mean much here in that both parties had iPhones. So these are all just iMessages. But the report is in conversation view. So it's meant to look like you're looking at a phone. And so, the owner of the phone, Mr. Diggs, is the messages on the right in green, and on the left, they're messages from Ms. Adams and they're in blue.
Okay. And fair to say, in terms of Mr. Diggs and Miss Adams specifically, those are, you don't know Miss Adams, correct?
I do not.
You're just going off of the contact information in the phone and the cellular phone number on the page?
That's correct.
Please turn to the next page, ending 114. So, looking at this box on the top left corner of the box on the left, that page has a bubble that says, "In ruining that bitch life." Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Up in the top left corner of that, there are two phone numbers. What are those two phone numbers? What's the significance of the data in the top left corner?
It's the contact information for both parties that are in this conversation. So you have a from number. The stored contact name is Mila Chef. And then you have the two, which is the owner of the phone who's receiving the message. That's the numbers in the top left.
Okay, and so would those be the two phones having the conversation in the iMessage chat?
Yes.
Kind of going down to the middle of the page, it indicates there's a time there that says 12/2/2025, 5:35:01 p.m. UTC +0. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, that's the time stamp when the message was read. And UTC is it's a universal time coordinated, which just means universal time, which is the time basically in London at the time. And it's kind of like a standard to base timestamps off of, where at the time of this message in December of 2025, we're not in daylight savings time, so our time zone is -5. So Eastern is -5 from that UTC time.
All right, so the UTC plus 0, you would need to subtract 5 to get to Eastern Standard?
That's correct.
All right, and so looking down at the bottom here of that same message, in the bottom right corner, it says 12/2/2025, 5:34, 43 seconds PM, UTC plus 0. What's that?
That's the time the message was delivered to the phone.
And when you say the phone, that would be the user's phone?
That would be the user's phone, Mr. Diggs's phone in this case.
And again, the same calculation would apply, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So that message was delivered to Mr. Diggs's phone at 12:34 PM Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
Looking at this box, the kind of corner, the bottom right corner we just talked about, you said that's when it was delivered to the phone, the user's phone. Is there any way, for any other way, I should say, for one of these blue boxes, one of these messages to appear in an iMessage chat?
No, I mean it's just sent from the user that's part of the conversation that we see here.
Okay. And so the user in the right on the green, is there any way that that person could create a message on the other side of the conversation?
No, a user is not able to insert a message into a conversation just on one side of, in their own phone.
So a user could insert messages into iMessage on their own side of the conversation, but not on the side of the person they're talking to.
They can only send the message. They can't go into a conversation and just put a message in there. It has to be sent in that two-way communication.
Conversely, if the user of an iPhone wanted to erase messages on their side of the iMessage chat, would that be possible?
Yes.
If, just directing your attention to the bottom right of page 114, there's a green box on the right. That's a message Mr. Diggs sent. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If that message were deleted, would you be able to tell from the data that was extracted?
Possibly.
Okay.
And the reason why is that on an iPhone, if you delete a message, it actually gets retained for 30 days. So if you have an iPhone, you can go back and recover that message. Maybe if you deleted it by accident or something, you can recover it within 30 days. After 30 days, it's not recoverable.
All right. And so you could see the data for 30 days if a user deleted it, if you extracted their phone, correct?
Within that 30 days.
All right. How about if they deleted it and you just looked at the screen?
If they deleted it and you looked at the screen, no, you'd have to go to the menu and look at recently deleted.
Understood. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just a few more questions, Judge. Apologies. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Perry, to turn to Exhibit 4. That's marked D. And I only got a couple questions for you on this. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the page that is marked 182, the bottom right corner.
Okay.
All right, and so, fair to say there's a message there that in the bottom left corner says, reacted to, all good. You know, I try not to make things bigger than what they are. You got your own life and things you deal with. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So going to the time in the bottom right corner of that message, it says 12/11/2025, 8:37, 21 seconds a.m. UTC -5. Can you explain what that means time-wise?
Yes. So this is UTC -5, which means it's Eastern time because it's in December. So it's Eastern time zone. And what that means is for this report, after I preserve the phone, I load it into the application, my forensic application, and it parses the data that I extracted from the phone, and it recognizes that it looks like this phone is in Eastern time zone. Would you like me to translate the timestamps into that? And for this one, I hit yes. And so it's giving us a timestamp that's translated to Eastern time where the phone was used. The other report, I must have hit no for that, and it was just UTC.
Okay. And so Exhibit 3, there is no conversion in the actual report, and Exhibit 4 there is for the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The reason he had to do that is the complete set is going to be able to go back to the jury. And he has to clarify. So they're not sitting here reading through all the text messages out loud to us, but the jury can have these exhibits if they choose to look through them. And he has to clarify Exhibit 3, Exhibit 4, when you're looking at the different timestamps, just know that one is UTC and one's actually been converted to the -5. So we don't get the T. We don't get all the T. But the jury will.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the Exhibit 3, this extraction, when did you perform this extraction?
This extraction was April 13th, I believe it was.
And Exhibit 4, when did you perform that extraction?
I believe that was the next day.
So is that, these text messages were sent in December?
December of 2025.
So the extraction report you did in April was beyond the 30 days, right?
That's correct.
So if someone had deleted messages from this, you wouldn't be able to tell?
Not from looking at this phone, no.
All right. Nothing further.
Anything further? No. Thank you, sir. You may-
She said she deleted messages, so I don't... It's not in dispute that she deleted messages. If you believe her, then you believe she deleted messages.
It's called Janelle Salas.
Oh, this is Sunny. This is Stealin Sunny. This will be good.
Watch your step. You're going to remain standing, basically.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may sit or stand, whatever you feel comfortable.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Janelle Salas, S-A-L-E-S.
Where are you from?
Maryland.
What do you do for a living, Miss Salas?
I am the chief of staff to Mr. Diggs.
When you say Mr. Diggs, is that Stefon Diggs?
Correct.
How long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
What are your responsibilities? What do you do day to day as his chief of staff?
I manage all the moving parts. It also varies between during the season or off season. Calendar management, vendor management, and I'm pretty much the liaison between his marketing and talent agency. If I need to speak to finance, anything that comes up with his agent, anything personal, family related.
Sounds like quite a bit there. Okay. You said it varies by whether it's in the off season or the season. What does that mean?
So during the season, the calendar is pretty much structured for about 20 weeks, depending how long it goes, from camp all the way until the end of the season. So there's a strict schedule day to day, pretty much from 7 to 6 p.m. And then off season, it varies between training, traveling, and other business commitments.
Okay. And so you've been saying season and off season. Fair to say Mr. Diggs is a professional football player?
Correct.
Right. And so that would be the football season?
Correct.
You said that in the off season, in the regular season, there is kind of schedules that you have to liaise with the team on, correct?
Correct.
Right. In the off season, it's more a schedule that you and Mr. Diggs can set then?
Correct.
When is the football season? What time of year?
Preseason, I would say July. So that's when we start preparing for camp. And then it starts, the actual NFL preseason is August. And then the official NFL season begins in September.
Okay. And when does it end?
If you go all the way through, January and February.
All right. So December is during the
Season.
NFL season?
Regular season.
Regular season. Among the things I think you just mentioned that you have to kind of arrange is living arrangements, places to live.
Correct.
All right. And have you lived in different places? Or have you
Correct.
helped kind of secure
Yes.
housing over different places?
Yes.
And where's that been the last few years?
When I first started with him, it was between Buffalo, Houston, Miami, and then as of the past season, Dedham, Massachusetts.
All right. How did that house in Dedham, Massachusetts come to be the place where Mr. Diggs lived?
I got connected with a realtor through a mutual business associate, and he found this open home for rent because the goal is to rent a home. And so they found this space, and we looked at it. We did the walkthrough, and it was pretty much the only one that was really available in the area because it was super limited, and it fit
Let
the
me
needs.
just stop you there. I'm sorry.
okay.
So you were involved essentially in setting up that house?
Correct.
All right.
Oh, I agree, Mark.
I want to talk to you for a moment as well about other employees, contractors, those types of things.
Okay.
Are you involved at all in hiring or kind of arranging different services?
Yes.
Right? And so what would those be, generally speaking?
During the season, it would be his wellness and maintenance schedule. So it's massage therapists, nurses for his IV therapy, hair, nails, esthetician, just pretty much did regular maintenance on his body to just keep him going throughout the season.
Okay. And in terms of any other employees, have you had to try to, arrange for flights,
Yes.
drivers?
Correct.
What about a chef?
This past one, we were just familiar. He was friends with her.
All right, let me go back before. Have you hired chefs before in the
Correct.
past?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of just kind of the process of hiring drivers, chefs, masseuses, anybody else, is there a normal process for engaging someone for their services?
We vet them out. I typically have, I ask someone that was already a trusted resource, and I vet them out through them. We get paperwork, we come to agreements to terms. Sometimes they have a contract, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have an NDA, sometimes they don't. It really is dependent on the relationship. And also, especially if they're new, they get the full-on package, basically. NDA,
All the paperwork you just
W-9,
described.
correct.
Okay. So you mentioned you didn't have paperwork for the most recent chef. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what's that person's name?
Mila
Do you know Mila's last name?
Adams,
All right. When did Mila Adams start working as the chef?
July of 2025.
Where did she work?
In Dedham at the house.
All right. Did she live in the house as well?
Correct.
Who were the other people who spent time in that house and or lived in it?
Spent time in it. I spent time in it when I would visit for games. His brother visited, one of his childhood best friends, photographer, videographer, mom, and other business associates and any friends that would come and visit.
Okay. Were there kind of permanent or assigned bedrooms in that house?
There was a general understanding of whose room, who stayed in which room, and pretty much if you got there, it's like first come, first serve. So there was only just 2 assigned rooms.
All right. Did Mr. Diggs have an assigned room?
Correct, he did.
And where was that in the house?
It was the main primary bedroom. When you walk upstairs, there's the first immediate bedroom. There's a landing and a laundry room, and it's the first immediate bedroom to your right.
All right. You just walked us in the house there for a moment. Could you just describe what the layout of the downstairs looks like?
So generally, there's a big grand foyer. When you walk into the house from the front door, there's a formal living room. To the right, there is a office to the left. There, when you walk up, it's about 2 steps and you go up, there's a formal dining room on the right. And then you walk up, it's an open concept. So it's an open living room and an open kitchen to the front of you. To the left of that is the stairs going upstairs to the 4 bedrooms. And then there's a stairs that go downstairs, right underneath the stairs that go up to 2 bedrooms in the basement.
Okay. Did Miss Adams have a room in that house?
She did.
Where was that?
So when you walk upstairs to the landing part to the to the 3rd floor, you walk up the 2nd flight of stairs, which is about 4 or 5 steps. There's a bedroom to the right. And then there's 2 bedrooms to the left. She lived, her room was the last bedroom all the way down the hallway on the left side.
I think you just described that this was an open set.
Yes, it's open. So it basically looked like there was a bridge, like a U bridge from the upstairs looking down, because the middle of the house, you can look down and you can see everything.
Not very soundproofed.
And you can look up and you can see the hallways of both going into all 3 bedrooms.
Understood. So, different people at the house, did you have a key?
I had a key to the front door.
Okay. Were there any other security systems set up at the house other than just locks?
The garage and then doors for like her bedroom and his bedroom.
Okay. And that is that.
And his closets.
All right. Any other measures on the house?
Garage door. I know there was a ring camera system, an alarm system, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Got it. So I want to direct your attention to December 2nd, 2025.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at the house. It was the day after the Monday night football game, and I had a hair appointment because we were getting ready to leave for a trip.
Where were you going?
Miami, Florida.
Who was going to Miami, Florida?
Miami trip consisted of Mr. Diggs, myself, his brother, his childhood best friend, and another close friend of his.
Who had made the arrangements to get that group of people to Miami?
Me.
When did you start making those arrangements?
The week prior, once we figured out the logistics. I typically try to do things a few days prior just because of the requirements that some of the travel vendors need from us and because it's such a busy week. So I try to book as soon as possible.
All right. What was going on in Miami?
He had Art Basel, which is a art festival, art fair, and he was showcasing he was debuting his furniture line.
Right, so Mr. Diggs has a furniture line?
Correct.
That week, was he not working? Was he missing a game? What was happening?
So Monday night, he had the Monday night football game, and it was going into his bye week.
What's a bye week?
Bye week is pretty much the 1 week that the NFL gives to players where they're pretty much off. They just have to report back on the scheduled day that it's typically like 4 or 5 days off, no meetings. They can go on vacation. They come back that Monday.
All right.
Regular scheduled programming.
And the plan was to go to the Art Basel, is what it was
Correct.
called,
Correct. Yes.
in Miami during the bye week.
Yes.
Let's get some
Anything else
W's
going
in
on
the
in
chat.
Miami?
Moses
We were also
gifting 20
celebrating his
gifted
birthday.
memberships. Holy
What day is
moly.
his birthday?
November 29th.
Right. So his birthday had already come and gone, correct?
Yes.
All right. And was there a birthday party that week?
There were at his house or in Miami?
In Miami, I mean.
In Miami, correct, there was.
You mentioned that there was a game the night before. What time's a Monday night game start, if you know?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock p.m.? So you know when it ends?
Probably midnight, and we probably didn't get out of there until like 2 a.m.
Got it.
Maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
So that morning you said you were getting a hair appointment?
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
It was at the Dry Bar in Chestnut Hill. And my appointment was at 10 a.m.
How did you get there?
I drove.
Do you have a car?
No,
Whose car did you drive?
I drove Mr. Diggs' car.
Got it. And how long did that take you to get to the hair appointment, if you remember?
About 30, 35 minutes because of traffic and the weather.
You mentioned that there was a Ring video system.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at a video that is on Exhibit 11.
One moment. That's fine.
While they struggle with that, Adventure Aaron in the chat dropped a link to probably listing photos of the Dedham home.
Council, do you need a minute? Because I can take the morning recess now if that's helpful.
Perfect. We can look at the home.
That's okay, whatever.
Well, while they do that, this is sent over by Adventure Aaron. And again, this was a rental, you guys. So let's see. This might not be how it looked like. It could have been changed around on that day. But I think it's important to see the open style format. And also wooded floors, not carpeting. Not exactly the best soundproofing. Cute kitchen. And she says, go to 17. Okay, cool. So like you can see somebody going up to the different levels if you're hanging out in the den or living room. You can see the movement. And so the defense told us in opening that there were 6 people in the house. And now we're hearing that if people are going upstairs, you can probably see it. So very cool context there, that little bit. Shout out to Adventure Aaron in the chat.
Yes, if we could play that.
So this is around 10 a.m. or before 10 a.m. because the hair appointment's
For
at
the
10.
record, that's a video ending in the number 602. Do you recognize what we just saw there?
Yes, that's Mr. Diggs' Maybach.
Okay. And what's happening that...
He left for work.
Where were you?
I was in the car, probably waiting to leave and warming up the car to go.
Okay. And you weren't in that car that we just saw
No,
drive off,
I was in
correct?
his Porsche.
Okay, so Diggs was leaving in the car we just saw.
I'm happy to continue, Judge, but we have a while further, so it might make
No,
sense.
that's fine. Why don't we take, jurors, why don't we take the morning recess? I think there should be some coffee back there for you for a moment, all right? All right.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Coffee in case the cross didn't wake you up this morning. All right, we had like a minute we could jump forward. Not really much. And then we're caught up. So, yeah, so now we're getting into the December 2nd, what happened that day. I'm kind of curious where they're going. Curious where they're going with this. Are they going to make the suggestion that Diggs might not have even been at the home at the time that we were reading this cookbook and texting Anna. And to me, that kind of comports with the idea of having a text conversation if somebody's not there in the home. And Diggs says, "What, you're going to make me pay you?" And we say, "Bet." And that's supposed to be the text message that prompts Stefon Diggs to run all the way upstairs and start hitting and choking her. Are we going to get into him not even being there? Like, I don't know. That would be really wild. And the reason I'm saying that is because we found out already that these videos from Xai Charles of, Jamila Adams is dancing when she's supposed to be experiencing this 10 out of 10 pain. Defense, they were aware of that, but Mila Adams, the prosecution, didn't seem to be aware of that until a week ago. So is this more information that they weren't aware of a week ago? We'll see. I don't know. And yeah, I think that was like just a estimate. I don't know how much it would actually have rented for. Maybe there's history. Sometimes there's rental history. Listed for rent $15,000 on March 15th, 2023. And then the listing was removed April 8th, 2023. So that's what it says. But yeah, we'll see where that goes. Also, I want to show some appropriate love here. I don't like to interrupt the court testimony, but super, super thank you. Moses dumped 20 gifted memberships in the chat. That's like a ton of green names. Guys, if you are a channel membership, I don't do too much content that's members only. Maybe I'll release something like 30 minutes early for members. But since I usually talk about court trials, docket information, filings, exhibits, I don't like to put any of that behind a paywall. So I don't really do a lot of members only content, but we do have fun channel emojis, which is a members only feature. I can't make it. YouTube doesn't let channel emojis available to non-members. It's just something that has to be members. So it's really cool when people support the channel with these gifted memberships like Moses did here. And I try to make it fun, give you guys those fun emojis. There is a McDonald's sweet tea emoji for this trial. All the tea. All the tea. So please use those. Check those out. We've also got Mark in Texas became a member and said the defense is winning by a landslide. And the poll reflects that. I mean, I think there's a split that's quite different when it's anonymous. Now we're getting 10% saying the state has met their burden. And I wholly disagree. I wholly disagree that the reasonable doubt standard, which is a very high bar, beyond reasonable doubt, I don't think that that has been met whatsoever. I actually think that people that meet that, maybe they hit the wrong button. Maybe they're not sure what reasonable doubt means, or maybe they're so clouded by something they're coming into this chat with that they just feel very strongly, or maybe have some type of experience where they might not be qualified to be a juror on this case. And I usually don't hold that opinion just because there's a difference in the poll. But this is a very stark difference between the two responses. And when it wasn't anonymous, it was a split of 98% to 2%. When it was anonymous, it's 10% to 90%. So, but this one here, again, this poll is not meant to be a personal opinion or what we'd want to see, or if we think somebody should just give somebody some money. This poll is explicitly and specifically and only, it's constrained to whether the government here has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you put anybody in these shoes, not Stefon Diggs, not this chef, put a Joe Schmo, is this the way you'd want them to be prosecuted? Is this what you'd want to be enough that a jury should come back and say somebody's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? So, and I don't like that notion, right? And to me, I watch trials with the idea that the process has to be the same for everybody. Personal opinions have to be somewhat separated from it. We've got also here, let's see, Miss AB saying she thought that she would embarrass him for the money. And it's a bit back and forth, which to me, when someone's back and forth about what they want to do, sometimes maybe the pressure of something becoming public can be too much. Sometimes things in life change. You say, look, I don't even want to have the stress on my shoulders anymore. I want to let it go. I'm choosing to let it go. But then she's the one that comes back and asks for $5.5 million 3 weeks before trial. So the considerations that I'd be open and kind of easily volunteer to give to somebody, I think she takes that opportunity away from the way I process what I'm seeing from her. You know, it'd be different if she just wanted this all to go away once trial was coming closer. But she asked for $5.5 million. And that's not consistent with someone who's also saying, the reason I deleted my text messages were because I was worried about how I would be perceived. Right? That's another thing. I can imagine how somebody could be the victim and might say something very spiteful because of something that they experienced, generally speaking. But now that we get the full context and see a little bit more about what transpired, I don't think that excuse is a genuine excuse here. So, thank you, AB. Oh, man. We've got Shannon, always with the kind greeting to the whole chat. Shannon, thank you for being a member for 19 months. It says, good morning, K&W and gang. Happy birthday, all May babies. So you've got all the way on 5:30, but we're going to celebrate all month. Shout out to the May babies. Also, happy Cinco de Mayo, you guys. Always a fun day to get together. Thank you so much for being a member for so long, and I'm gonna put you on my calendar so we remember on the 30th when it's your birthday. Diva, thank you for turning green. The gifted memberships missed you. I appreciate you coming on board. Miss AB says, crazy to think all of this happened because he told her no to the Miami trip. She forgot her place. She was one of his side chicks who just happened to cook. I definitely wish her well going forward. And I mean, I think it's a valid opinion to be like, hey, maybe she feels like she was led on. Maybe she feels like she was played. Maybe she felt like she was told something was more serious and that ended up being a lie. But to me, that's a bit different than claiming someone abused you and caused 10 out of 10 pain and bruises and reddening, and then we have videos of you and pictures of you where that stuff's not present. It's a very damaging thing. I would argue that when someone is falsely accused, the person who's falsely accused is the victim. Right? You know, wanting victims to get their justice, sometimes the victim is the person being accused. And I know there might be a retort, well, that's not all that common. Well, I really don't care about the statistics. The point of cases is to look at the individual facts about a specific case within a specific case and the context of that case. It means nothing to me that, false accusations are extremely rare, which I actually do disagree with the characterization that they're extremely rare. I don't think they're extremely rare. But the idea that just because that's a statistic, that who cares if somebody's falsely accused? Because we want to believe the other 98%. We shouldn't look at that. We should look at everything through the individual lens of the specifics itself. And there's a reason in criminal cases where you're not supposed to be able to just bring in statistics. It's not appropriate. We've got another, wait, hold on, May 8th, okay. I had to zoom in, so my StreamYard's really small. So I was like, is it a 3 or an 8? So KP, I thought we almost missed your birthday, but it's 3 days away. May 8th sounds like KP has a birthday. So happy birthday to all those who are a Taurus or a Gemini. So that's cool. I know in March we did the Aries and Pisces thing. Good to see you, KP. We've got the J1Z says, this seems like an attempted money grab. And I mean, is that okay? If we, like, one attempted money grab to me discredits, like, the same way people can judge a specific case through the lens of statistics. I feel like when one person does a money grab and gets called a liar, there are people that will view the next claim from somebody against the same person through the same lens. And I don't think that that should be how things work either in any of the directions. But when one person is not credibly accused what does that mean for the next person and how the court of public opinion will perceive a second person that might come along and say, hey, I had a bad experience with this person. Oh, well, the last person was lying too. You guys all just want their money. You know, you need to look at everything with the specifics, with the nuance. And I think skepticism is healthy. Particularly in high-profile cases in the beginning when it's difficult to see all the information. Yeah, and Touche, it was good to see you over in the Lawyer You Know chat. That was so fun last night. I feel bad that his tech broke, but the chat was so, like, the chat held it down while Peter was getting his tech together. But Touche was over there. Always good to run into you guys somewhere else. Thanks for being a member here for 20 months. Says it feels like an OG day in here, but sadly I'm lurking. So we still love our workers and lurkers. You're here with us. Just because you're in the bushes doesn't mean you're not. You know, I'll throw up the, where's our bush picture from the YSL trial? There we go, working and lurking, just in the bushes like Viverito. Oh, good to see you, Touche. Let's see. Moses also saying, isn't Adams extorting Diggs because he didn't take her to Art Basel or Basil? Is it Basil? I've always said Basil. I think it is Basil, though. I get everything wrong. I never pronounce things right. But yeah, I think her testimony points to that. To me, that seemed like it was the defense's theory, right? Through openings, it seems like the defense is going to say she had some kind of jealousy or there was other women. She didn't get to go on this trip. And usually with openings, you expect that to be in dispute throughout the whole trial. But Adams volunteered information when she was giving these narrative and gratuitous answers that at times pointed exactly to this. Even, I'm not mad at Lindsay, I'm only mad at Steph. Or it wasn't about not being able to go. It was that they didn't tell me and I was already planning outfits with Cardi B. So, you know, her own testimony supports that the issue involved Art Basel in some way. And maybe she didn't want to say it was directly because he was there with another woman and not her. She only wanted to concede. I was upset that he didn't go with me and didn't tell me he wasn't going to go with me. So she hedged it. But yeah, that's what it seems like to me, even by her own account. They just swung us to the wall over here. Get you guys on the screen here. You guys are on Viverito. Let's see. Isabella's has been with Kat since the YSL. Yeah, I mean, we spent a lot of time together for that. It's crazy. Day after day, we were still gathering a couple thousand at a time for over 100 days, close to 200 days. Oh, man. You can't say that we're not, that this isn't a social experience here on YouTube. Everybody, yeah, and if you remember, you can use there's an emoji of Viverito in the bush for you guys. Yeah, Sean Street, that it's not just the false police reporting, that we were entering the realm of, I think, defamation and extortion. Yeah. Hot Honey, I agree. And thanks for the support. Thanks for the 10. Says, I don't think the state proved their case, however. The case is not about her suing for money. It is about the assault, and that's the point it seems everyone is missing. I'm just saying, love you, Kat. Well, love you back. And I agree with this. I do think her willingness to either go along with or stop and question or change her story or not want to answer certain questions or say she doesn't understand what she's being asked about the money, I do think it goes overall to her credibility, right? So it plays into her claims, right? Credibility plays into her claims about what's actually on trial here. And that might not be the issue. I mean, if we had these videos where there was some discoloration on her, you know, the defense might argue, well, we don't know what actually caused that discoloration. That could just be because, you know, you were wearing an itchy turtleneck or something, right? But that would eliminate the need for us to have a credible witness in the star witness if we had anything else to corroborate. So, but yeah, this is the criminal case. It's the state's burden here, and it's about the felony strangulation charge and the misdemeanor assault and battery. Thank you so much again for the 10. Shout out here, Pumpkin Billy, for the giant super sticker. Let's put some pumpkins in the chat. That is incredibly generous. Pumpkin said, hold on, we're going to get the hear ye back. We're going to get this started. We're going to say Pumpkin sponsoring, court returning. Big thank you. And it's a hippo coming out of a chest punching. It looks like Sonic rings, the sticker.
May be seated.
Court, all rise.
All right, we had some exhibits to go through. We were in the driveway.
Be seated.
I may resume, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Salas, we just watched a video off of Exhibit 11, and I think you said that was Mr. Diggs going to work?
Correct.
What kind of car was that?
A Maybach.
Okay.
Maybach music.
You said you were in a Porsche warming the car up?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to, first I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play a video there ending in 610. I'm ask you to watch that, Ms. Salas.
It's not on the screen.
Share the screen.
Sure, so if we can replay that, you can get a look at it, Ms. Salas. If we could pause it right there real quick. All right, so do you recognize what that video depicts?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the Porsche leaving the house.
Who's driving
Me.
that? That's you leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. And if I could direct your attention here, the time on the exhibit is 9:26 Eastern Standard Time on December 2nd, 2025.
Correct.
Does that sound about right for when you left the house that morning?
Yes. Because my appointment is at 10 a.m.
Okay. So looking at that image, can you tell us, kind of just orient us on what we're looking at there?
The car, so that's the front of the house, and there's a long driveway that goes towards the back of the house to a 3-car garage and a driveway where you can probably fit maybe 2 or 3 more cars in the actual plot in front of the garage.
All right. Is there a way to enter the house through the garage?
Yes, there's an entry door going straight into the grand foyer of the house. There's the basement entry, stairwell, a powder room on the right, the entry stairwell to the basement to the left, and when you walk straight, there's the grand foyer. In front of you is the dining room, and then the formal living room, and then to the left is the living room and the kitchen.
Okay.
And the stairwell going up to the 3rd floor.
Going upstairs.
Yes.
All right. And so did you go through the garage to drive that Porsche out that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember getting back to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was in the afternoon after I had ran my errands from my hair appointment.
Okay. What I would ask is if Miss Silva could play a video with the last 3 numbers, 637, off of that same exhibit, Exhibit 11. If we could maybe replay that one more time, it's only about 3 seconds. All right, so do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes, it's the car returning home.
And is that you driving the car?
Yes.
All right. And the timestamp on that indicates it's 12:59:59 Eastern Standard Time. So it's just about 1 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection of when you got
Yes.
home?
Yes.
What were you doing that day after you got your hair done?
I was coordinating our travels because I was getting updates from the airport regarding the change of airports, change of planes, and trying to just get everybody together
Okay.
to be ready to leave by the end of the night.
So you were working.
Correct.
And was there an area where you worked in the house?
In the kitchen, in the small little dining table, like in between the kitchen and the living room.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play one more video for us. That's going to be 183725 on Exhibit 11. If we could try to replay that one more time as well. All right, so it looks like she's paused it here, a second into the frame. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
It's the Maybach coming home.
All right, is that Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
The timestamp on that looks like it says 15:38 and 51, so maybe 3:39, 3:40 p.m.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection of when you got home?
Yes.
You said you were working that afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Diggs went in the house?
He likely went to say hi to his brothers and then went straight upstairs to take a nap because it's the day after a game.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you?
Speculation.
Where were you sitting?
Right, that was speculation.
Consistent with your recollection of when you got home?
Yes.
You said you were working that afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Diggs went in the house?
He likely went to say hi to his brothers and then went straight upstairs to take a nap because it's
speculation.
the day after a game.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you? Where were you sitting?
I was probably walking around the house, either the kitchen, probably going up and down to the basement because I was probably doing laundry, just running around the house.
Objection.
Sustained. That response is stricken from the record. Jurors will disregard.
So let me ask you. You mentioned that you remembered doing something with flights and getting to the airport.
Correct.
What is that? What do you mean?
So because one of the airports that we usually travel frequently at, the Norwood Airport, there's limitations on the planes, and especially if the weather is bad, they typically recommend that we fly into another airport, which was Bedford.
Bedford, Massachusetts?
Correct.
So is that to say the weather was not great?
Correct.
December 2nd?
Correct.
That day, when you're making these phone calls, sending emails, doing whatever work you're doing to coordinate, you said you were downstairs? Did you see anybody else walking around downstairs during that afternoon?
Mila was there, his brother was there, and his childhood best friend, and another friend was also arriving in, who had flown in to go to Miami with us.
Okay. You said Mila was there. Did you see her that afternoon?
Yes.
What did she look like?
She looked like she was going to work out. She had workout clothes on. She complimented on my hair. Just regular, just walking around the kitchen, probably around the house. Nothing out of the usual.
Okay. That afternoon, did you, is that the only time you saw Miss Adams? You see her again as the
Towards
day went on?
in the evening, closer to the evening.
So after dark?
Yes, it was because it was getting dark at like 3 o'clock at that time. So by like 3:30, 4 o'clock, maybe closer to 4:30, it was like dark.
Okay. And so sometime after that, you think you saw Miss Adams again?
Yes, because I was sitting in the kitchen and she had asked me if I purchased her flight.
The flight, was that a flight to Atlanta?
Correct.
And when you spoke to her that afternoon in the kitchen, did you observe anything on her face?
No.
Anything on her neck?
No.
Did you see any redness or swelling?
No.
Was she crying at all?
No.
What was she doing?
She was walking around looking for a piece of a paper and a pen to write a card, I guess write a note to him for his birthday gift.
When you say to him, is that to Mr. Diggs?
Correct.
And that's that November 29th birthday you just referenced?
Yes.
That afternoon, was there anything on Mr. Diggs' schedule?
He had ozone therapy and massage.
So is that a nurse who comes and does fluids?
Yes.
And a massage, you said?
He has a massage therapist.
What time were those appointments?
I believe I told them both to come at 5.
Do you remember if those individuals actually appeared at the house?
Yes,
Did they?
I believe so.
That afternoon, you said you purchased a flight for Mila Adams to Atlanta?
Yes,
Did you arrange to get her to the airport?
yes.
What time did that happen?
Probably in the 7 o'clock hour, because you have to be there an hour before checking in your bag, and it took about 45 minutes to get to the airport. So probably between 7 to 7:30.
You think about 7:30?
Yeah,
And so, did she leave the house around 7:30?
she should have left around before 7:30 to get to the airport on time, if she was checking in a bag.
And you saw her prior to that,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
So is it the encounter you had in the kitchen
yes.
with the pen and the card, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, she was running to go to his room to put it on, I guess, his gifts that she was giving him.
Did you end up speaking to Mr. Diggs later that evening?
Yes,
And did you see any of those, the card or the presents that you
yes, there were 2 boxes on his bed from Chanel. One he had opened up and he put on after his massage, and we were getting ready to leave. I told him, we got to pack, we got to go, we got to make this flight. He put the beanie on. There was another box that was unopened, and then there was a green Post-it with whatever note she had on it telling for his birthday.
All right. Prior to, speaking of Mr. Diggs, prior to arranging for
Yes.
Miss Adams' Uber, did you hear anything that afternoon?
No,
Any screams?
no,
Slam doors?
no,
Anything out of the ordinary?
no.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was
What?
and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on.
This this has to be the funniest part of this whole trial. All of this is chef work, this testimony. What? Everybody put a hot dog in the chat. I'm losing it. You could not have prepared me for what I was about to hear. Oh.
Any screams?
No,
Slam doors?
no,
Anything out of the ordinary?
no.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did
Where did she do that?
in the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared
Okay.
already.
And you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like
Yeah,
that?
it was like a hot dog, or like, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it was kind of,
Okay.
it just looked dried up.
Okay.
It was a fancy hot dog. Oh. The pretzel dogs do be good.
That night, did you all leave for Miami?
Yes.
If I may have one moment.
And that's the end of the questions for her, is the dried up hot dog. They knew they were going to end on that note.
I just want to recap on one issue.
Ask about the hot dog
I think
again.
you said Miss Adams complimented your hair. Did she tell you anything else?
No. She was like, "Oh, your hair's getting long and it looks good." I was like, "Thank you."
Okay. Did she tell you she was assaulted,
No,
strangled?
no,
You're the chief of staff?
correct.
The point of contact.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. Good morning. And it's is it Sunny?
Yes, that's my nickname.
And that's is that SUNNYNIE? Is it?
SUNNY and then SUNNI.
Okay, so both
So,
ways?
yes.
Okay. So right now you are the chief of staff, is that right?
Correct.
And how long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I manage his household, but it was part-time
Where?
in
how long-
Maryland.
And how long did you do that?
September 2020
Oh, yeah, cross. Sorry.
up until July 2023.
And prior to working for Mr. Diggs, what did you do?
I have been an independent consultant. I have been a project manager, event producer, and I consulted for companies for almost between, at that time, since 2017.
And right now, how much do you get paid by Mr. Diggs?
I would say between 90 to 100,000 a year.
And when you were, what was the term of the previous job? The house manager?
Yes.
Oh, how much did you get paid when you did that?
I was on retainer for 5,000 a month.
And you mentioned you went to Art Basel?
Correct.
And how long was that?
That was from, we got there Tuesday evening up until the events were all the way through the weekend that Sunday.
And what kind of events were there?
There was a showcase of his furniture line, his birthday party, just, showcasing his new furniture line.
But and you went to these events?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for any of these events?
No. Like physically? Like my own money?
Yeah.
No.
And did you have food there?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for your food?
Not with my own money.
So.
With my company card.
Okay. So.
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned driving one of his cars. What car was that?
It was his Porsche.
Is it a nice car?
Yes.
How often do you drive that one?
If I need to go run errands, if I need to do something, I will use the car as an insured driver.
And when you say run errands, is that personal errands or errands for Mr. Diggs?
Both.
Okay. How often do you go on trips with the staff?
As needed, specifically for business trips, more so.
Okay. On December 2nd, you were at least at some point in the house, right?
Correct.
And you saw Ms. Adams?
Yes.
So she was there in the house?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
So he was there in the house?
Yes.
Did you, was there any time that day where were you following Mr. Diggs the whole time?
No.
Were you following Ms. Adams the whole time?
No.
So there a time when both of them were outside of your range of being able to see and
Yes.
hear? Have you been to Ms. Adams' room before?
Not all the way inside, but I knew which room she was in.
So you had not been inside that room before?
Not when she occupied it, but when we did the walkthrough, I was.
Okay, so when you were first looking at the house?
Yes.
But that day you were not in that room?
No.
Okay, so whatever could have happened in that room, you were unaware of anything that could have happened in that room?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Is it fair to say that you have a financial interest in Mr. Diggs doing well?
Yes, Your Honor.
What does that mean?
If he does well, do you do well?
I think we collectively do well.
So, yeah.
Yeah, even outside of financially.
Is he a good boss?
Yes, he's great.
Do you want to continue working for him?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else for your witness?
I just have one question for you.
Yes.
You mentioned that you got to drive the Porsche.
Yes.
All right. Would you lie under oath to get to drive the Porsche and work for Mr. Diggs?
What does that mean?
It's part of lying under oath, your job.
What? I'm sorry. Can
is,
you?
is your job to lie, or would you be truthful?
I'll be truthful.
Okay. Who else got to drive that car?
Mila. And anyone around the house, if they needed to use the car, they would drive it.
Did you see Mila drive that car?
I've seen her drive the car before.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else for this one?
So it wasn't special privileges.
When you said just other people around the house, about how many people does Mr. Diggs have working for him?
Employed, one,
So then otherwise, they're all just contract, or?
correct.
Do you know about how many?
Depends, depending on the job, as needed.
Okay, do you know in this,
Objection, Your Honor. We're now outside the scope of the redirect.
Overall.
just in December, do you know?
I couldn't give that to you on the top of my head.
Nothing further.
How are we getting to wages?
Thank you.
I don't think that was a good line of questioning anyway, even though it was outside the scope.
Defense calls Julianna Stratoti.
This one of the finance people? I forget.
If you want to sit, you can remain standing and face the clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may sit or stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Julianna Stratoti, Stratoti.
Are you from Massachusetts?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
Right. Where do you work?
Full-time, I work at Mass General Hospital, and then I have a side, a per diem job at the Drip Bar.
What is the Drip Bar?
Drip Bar is a wellness and hydration service. It's a franchise, but we have a location in Foxborough.
Okay. And so what do you do as a nurse for the Drip Bar?
Provide like wellness services, hydration, like extra therapy for people that you don't get prescribed, like at a hospital or through your primary care physician.
Does some of that involve making house calls?
Yes.
On December 2nd, 2025, did you do some kind of treatment, a house call that afternoon?
I did.
And where was that?
At Mr. Diggs's house.
All right. And had you been to that house previously?
I had.
And that was at 7 Schoolmaster Street in Dedham, fair
Yes.
to say? Do you remember what time you got there?
Most of my appointments were 4, 5, or 6 o'clock. I think that day I got there at about 5 o'clock.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, right ahead.
I'm going to put an image in front of you. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's me ringing at the front door on the Ring camera.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you arriving at the house on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit this Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so more.
And I'm going to show you another photograph and ask you to take a look at that.
That's me leaving the house on the Ring camera footage.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you walking out of that house in the afternoon of December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit this is Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so more.
13. I'm going to put Exhibit 12 back in front of you and ask you, there's a timestamp at the bottom right corner.
Your Honor, may we be seated in sidebar?
Yes, of course.
Oh. All right, so we have an approach. Yeah, so I'm assuming she was present. She's going to be asked if she noticed anything out of the ordinary that day while there, what time this was happening. Also, I need some clarification. Nana Banana here, BMAC, says, happy birthday to all the Mays, and then anniversary. I'm assuming this is the birthday because you're giving the time. So, the 6th, so tomorrow, right? Is tomorrow your birthday? I'm assuming it is, so let's get a happy birthday to Nana Banana, aka BMAC. Gotta put you on my calendar, even though it's tomorrow.
Powell's objection is sustained.
Is that the first time
moment
she's
ago,
announced that?
I think
After
you
a sidebar?
described when your appointments routinely were. Do you recall what time you got to the house in Dedham that afternoon on December 2nd?
That day I got there at 4:50
Okay. PM?
p.m.
And do you remember when you left the house?
According to the ring camera footage, it was.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember when you left the house?
I don't remember exactly the time, but all of my appointments were roughly 45 minutes to an hour long.
All right. And so on December 2nd, 2025, do you think, how long do you think you were in the house?
Probably about an hour.
In the house, when you were doing the treatment, where did it actually occur physically inside the house?
In the living room.
So then fair to say you were in that house that afternoon for about an hour, maybe a little less?
Yes.
Okay. Anything out of the ordinary that day?
Not that I recall.
Hear anything unusual?
No.
Did you see anything unusual?
No.
I have no further questions.
May I?
Yes.
Good morning still.
Ross.
Had you gone to Mr. Diggs' house prior to this date?
I had
And how many times have you done this before?
a handful of times. I think before that was 2 or 3.
Okay.
After that was a couple.
And without you saying the actual names of any of your clients, what kind of clientele do you have with this job?
It depends on what services they're looking for. So kind of all across the board.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good move.
Thank you.
I think it was a good move to not ask further questions.
County Defense calls Stephanie Anastassi.
All right, so Sarah Silver is going to do the examination on this one.
Just watch your step, and if you could just remain standing, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You sit or stand, whichever you prefer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Stephanie. My last name is Anastassi, Anastassi.
And do you live in Massachusetts, Ms. Anastassi?
I currently live in Rhode Island.
Where do you work?
I work in Massachusetts.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a massage therapist.
Are you employed in that work?
Yes.
Who do you work for?
The Right Touch Day Spa in Attleboro, Mass.
All right. And you provide massage therapy treatment to clients? Is that
Yes.
right? And as part of your work, do you need to visit clients in their home?
I do that separately on my own, on the side.
I
Not,
see.
it doesn't have anything to do with where I work currently.
Okay, all right. And as part of your work treating clients, are some of your clients professional athletes?
Yes, sometimes.
All right. And was one of your clients in December of 2025, Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
All right. And how did it come about that you were providing treatment for Mr. Diggs?
I used to work for the Celtics back in 2019, and whoever I used to work for, he's a physical therapist. He connected me with Mr. Diggs.
Okay, thank you. And you would provide massage therapy for Mr. Diggs at his home?
Correct.
About how often per week would you do that?
Twice a week.
All right. And where in the home would you provide that treatment?
Sometimes it was in the living room area, and sometimes it was in his bedroom.
Did you need any special equipment to provide your treatment?
He provided that. I do need some special equipment, yes.
I see. So there was the equipment in the house?
Yes.
I take it you used a table?
Yes.
Any other equipment?
No, just a massage table, and I would use my cups, which is for cupping.
I see. Okay. Thank you. How long did a typical treatment take?
Between a 90-minute to 2 hours.
Okay. And did you give Mr. Diggs a treatment on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you arrived at his home for that treatment?
It was between 5:45 and 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. And how did you get into the house?
I rang the doorbell and Sunny opened the door for me.
Okay, thank you. And what happened next?
Then I asked Sunny where he was or where he would like his massage at. She told me he was in his room and that's where he would like his massage. So I went and grabbed the massage table. It was in like a computer room. And I brought it upstairs and he was laying in his bed and I started setting up the table.
All right. And was Mr. Diggs, do you remember what he was doing when you walked in other than laying in his bed?
I think he was falling asleep a little bit, but I wasn't sure. It was just laying down.
Okay. So I take it you began the treatment?
So I set up, I grabbed the blankets and stuff, and then he fell asleep. So I texted Sunny and I was like, hey, can I wake him up? And she said yes. So I ended up waking him up and then he got on the table.
Okay.
So it might be minor, but Sunny was like, I mean, yeah, Sunny had said, I think he was typically tired. He just had this Monday night football. It was a hectic schedule. By the time he got home, I'm pretty sure he said hey to his brothers and went upstairs to go rest. And it was objected to as speculation, but now we have her saying, oh, I think he was asleep. And I texted saying, hey, can I wake him up?
And about how long was the treatment that day, if you can recall?
It was between 90 minutes to 2 hours usually. It was more towards the 2 hours than the 90 minutes.
All right. And did anyone come into that while you were performing that treatment in that 90-minute to 2 hour window?
Yes. Mila Adams came in the room at the time.
Okay. And how did you know Mila Adams?
I seen her in the house. I've seen her multiple times in the house.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to her?
Yes, we've had conversation.
Okay. So while you're performing the treatment, can you just explain to the jury what you saw?
Yes, so I was working on his right side leg, and I can, because the door is in front of me, and I can see whoever was walking in. She was walking in. She saw that he was asleep, left, and kind of came back at a later time. When she came back at a later time, he kind of woke up because he was asleep, and she kind of went over to the bed, and she asked him, there was something on the bed. She asked him if he was going to keep it, and then he said yes, and then she turned around and left.
And were you able to see what was on the bed?
It was a black box, but I'm not sure what it was or what was in it.
Okay. And did you ever have any occasion to look in that box?
No.
All right. How did Ms. Adams appear to you when you saw her come into the room those two times?
She seemed to be okay. It's nothing that I wasn't used to seeing in the past.
So she looked to your eyes the same as she had in
the
time
past.
You saw her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any marks on her face?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see any marks on her neck?
No, she had a black jacket on, so I don't think I could see her neck, but I didn't see anything on her face at the time.
And did she seem upset at all to you?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. All right. And Miss Anastassi, do you remember when you left the house that day?
It's probably between almost 8 o'clock, 7:30 and 8 o'clock that day.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further
Of course.
questions.
Good afternoon, Miss Anastassi. Oh, sorry, good morning still, actually, Miss Anastassi.
Hello.
You said you had previously worked at the Celtics, and is it like kind of word of mouth that you got a job working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
In your line of work, how important is word of mouth in order to find new clients?
It's very important.
And outside of just actual, I guess, technique and skill, is discretion and care of how you, because you're working with some high-profile people, is that also an important aspect to have?
I don't understand the question.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. You may step down.
I think that's really all the prosecution can do for questions. Reasons you don't want to lose clientele. You don't want clients to worry about if they hire you, will you yap?
And Your Honor, the defense calls Melissa Goddard.
This is the finance person with the NDA.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Let me sit down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Melissa Goddard, Goddard.
Thank you. And what city do you live in? City and state, please.
Boca Raton, Florida.
Right. And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
At PMG Private CFO.
And what is PMG Private CFO?
It's a boutique financial service company. So we do accounting, tax planning, tax prep, budgeting. We handle everything financial, data collection.
And is one of your company's clients Stef Diggs?
Yes, it is.
Right. And do you work on Mr. Diggs' account?
Yes, I'm his client manager.
All right. And how long have you been the client manager for Mr. Diggs' account?
Since November 13th, 2023.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe how Mr. Diggs' account is structured?
Sure. He has the personal side, which we call concierge, and the business side. So the personal side is his life personally, but because his person is a business, it transfers also over into businesses. And then he has several businesses that we operate.
Can you just very briefly identify the different businesses? That
Sure. Diggs Deep LLC, which is for his name, image, and likeness. Liam
Diggs
Brands
Deep.
International, which
That's
is a
crazy.
clothing brand. CV Passem, which is a furniture brand. And Diggs Deep Foundation, which is his charity organization.
All right. And so those businesses that you just described, are those handled on the business side of his account?
Correct.
All right. And then there's a personal side or a concierge side to
Correct.
handle his business. To handle his personal expenses.
Correct.
Okay. And up until, starting before October 2025, so from 2023 to 2025 October, which side of his account did you handle?
I handled daily business transactions for the most part.
Dig
Okay.
deep
And
into
did
that
you
like
have a
button,
different,
guys.
colleague to handle the personal kind of concierge side?
Yes, the practical everyday concierge side we did.
And would expenses for private staff be handled on the business side or the concierge side?
The concierge side.
Okay. And did something happen in the fall of 2025 that caused you to take over responsibility for the concierge side?
Yes, we had an associate leave.
Okay. So the associate left, and then were you responsible in the fall of 2025 for both the business and the concierge side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have responsibility at that time for payments to Mr. Diggs's private chef?
Beginning of November, yes.
Okay, beginning of November 2025?
Correct.
And do you recall, well, what did you do when you took over responsibility for those payments?
I was notified at the beginning of November that the data collection program that we used was updated so that personal payments needed to be made. And one of them was for the chef. And I asked, catch me up. Does she have a contract? How do we pay her? Does she have a W-9? Does she have an NDA? Just general information, like, what do I do? And
Who are you talking to when you were getting this information?
Sunny,
And who is Sunny?
Stefon's personal assistant.
Okay. All right. Do you recall receiving an invoice from Ms. Adams on December 1st of 2025?
Yes,
And do you recall what that invoice was for?
it was for 3 weeks of services in November and reimbursable expenses.
Okay. What did you do with that invoice when you received it?
I checked, well, immediately I knew that it was incorrect because I had paid her weekly for 2 of those weeks. So it raised a flag. I needed to figure out, had I made a mistake or had she made a mistake? And that caused me to look a little bit further into the reimbursable expenses. We're much more structured on the business side, so I usually audit those before paying them.
Okay. So when the flag was raised and it caused you to look a little bit deeper, what did you do to look a little bit deeper?
I pulled up every payment that we made to her for the last 18 months, as far back as I could go. And then I went through every receipt and reimbursable that we paid her for the last 6 months at that time.
Sorry. And at the conclusion, so would you describe that as a kind of an audit?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, if you receive an invoice and it's incorrect, I want to know, is it our mistake or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times over the course of 6 months, the same receipt. That she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express.
Did I hear that right? She sent the same receipt multiple times, or am I misunderstanding?
Or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times over the course of 6 months, the same receipt. That she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express account for reimbursement. That we had overpaid her.
And were you able to quantify the amount of money
And
that
she
had
called
been
Sunny
overpaid
stealing.
based on your audit?
Yes.
And how much money was that?
I think the total was $2,500 and change at that time, with an additional $744 that maybe was legitimate. I couldn't substantiate
Crazy.
because there wasn't a date on it, so that was more in a gray area.
Did you ask Ms. Adams for more information about the money that she was seeking?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I contacted Sunny and asked for her email. I gave my phone number, even my personal phone number, so that she could reach me, because sometimes they're in different time zones. I reached out to her twice.
Okay. And did you ever hear back from her?
No, she never responded.
Did you tell Mr. Diggs what you had identified, at least from the audit that you conducted?
Yes, he called me. We spoke about it on December 5th.
All right. And what was his reaction?
He's like, "Give me a report." And he had wanted to make sure that she was paid. And I told him I would get him a report, and he was fine.
Does this sound like a reason somebody might say, I appreciate you, be gone? Thanks for your services, get gone? Because remember, Mila's trying to insist she was never fired. Or that if there was like a reason Steph wanted to get rid of her is because of other women. It was the circus. This is a major reason to fire somebody.
In the course of conducting your audit, or actually strike that, did there come a time when you were aware that there was some paperwork not completed that you would have expected to be completed?
At the beginning, when I took over, I asked for those things as, I think it was the beginning of December when the invoice didn't match what I had. You know, I'm buttoning things up. It's the end of fourth quarter. We're closing out the end of the year, so I wanted to make sure we had everything. So, you know, I was going through everybody's paperwork. But yes, it was about the beginning of December I realized we don't have her paperwork.
All right. And did you do anything about that?
Yeah, I had asked Sunny to, I had mentioned to Steph that I think we should get one. He said to coordinate with Sunny, which I did on December 4th. And I didn't receive anything, so I followed up with it as I normally would.
And how did you follow up with it?
I asked Sunny if she had collected it, and I emailed Mila asking for it.
Do you remember the date on which you emailed Mila for it? Sorry, Ms.
December
Adams.
8th.
December 8th.
Mhm.
Did you follow up again with Ms. Adams, if you can recall?
I did not, because Steph said not to worry about it.
Okay.
Got fired. Got sent off.
Just one moment, I'm sorry, Heather.
So it wasn't Steph that wanted the NDA. It was a whole process of trying to get the paperwork packet. And Steph even said, don't even bother trying to get it. It's done. It's whatever. So this theory that this NDA is silencing this witness is very damaging for that part of the state's theory. This is crazy. This is really a damning witness.
Oh, you want to refresh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Just to look at it. Ms. Goddard, you just testified that you followed up with Ms. Adams asking for the NDA on December 8th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. It was December 13th.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions, Your Honor. Counsel, Attorney O'Connor?
Just briefly, good afternoon now. Miss Goddard, have you ever been to Mr. Diggs' house in Dedham?
No.
No further questions.
Oh,
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
the best he could try to ask. That was a bad
That's called
witness
Xai
for the
Charles.
state. Oh, we got Xai. We got the hair braider. Oh, man. Ah.
Just watch your step. You remain standing and face the clock.
Okay, thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your first and your last name?
My name is Xai Charles. It's spelled Xiacharles.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I own a hair salon and I braid hair, natural hair.
And where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York.
You said you own a salon. Do you have an actual physical location?
Yeah, I
And
do.
is that down in the New York City area as well?
Yes, it's in Crown Heights.
How many clients do you have roughly?
Too many to count. I have lots of clients.
Okay. Is one of them Stefon Diggs?
Yes, it is.
How do you know Mr. Diggs?
I started doing his hair when he played for the Buffalo Bills.
Do you know how many years ago that was?
I'm not good with dates, but whenever he last played for the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you actually do Mr. Diggs's hair, how long does that process actually take?
I'd estimate probably about 3 to 5 hours, anywhere between that. Yeah.
And where have you done Mr. Diggs's hair?
At his house. He travels a lot for work, so wherever he needs me to do his hair, I go.
Is that true of other clients you have as well?
Yeah.
Have you been inside Mr. Diggs's house in Dedham?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you know when he lived there?
I don't know when he occupied the space, but I could tell you the first time I went there to do his hair.
When was that?
It was when the season started with the Patriots, probably about July, September, around that time last year.
So that'd be 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you been in Mr. Diggs's and other clients' house to do their hair previously?
Yeah, I have lots of celebrity clients, and obviously they wouldn't want to come to the salon, so I go to them. So wherever they're at, I go meet them there, whether it's a hotel, their house, wherever.
All right, so it sounds like September or July, fall of last year was the first time you were in Mr. Diggs's home in Dedham, but not the first time previously.
Yeah, first time in Dedham, but not elsewhere at his house. Wherever he lived before that, I would go.
Got it. And having done that, did you meet some of the people who were normally around?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Sunny?
Yes.
Who's that?
His assistant.
Right. Did you meet any other family members of Mr. Diggs?
Yeah. Everybody that's in the house, his brothers, his mom, everybody.
Okay. Do you ever meet a person named Mila Adams?
Yes, I have.
Who's that?
It was his chef at the time when I met her.
And so when did you meet Mila Adams?
At the same time, I went to the house for the first time, so like around July, September, whenever the season started with the Patriots.
Of last year?
Yeah.
Did you meet at the house?
Yeah.
And how much time were you at the house kind of the first time you met Miss Adams?
Probably like less than 24 hours or around that time, because I know I had a client the following day, so I just had to come do his hair. But that was late in the evening, and so I had to leave the following day. Yeah.
Okay. And so you met Miss Adams at that point, but did you speak to her?
I did, because I had to go to Walgreens to get some products, and so I asked anybody in the house if they needed anything, and Mila said she needed a sponge, a makeup sponge, and so I got her the sponge. When I came back to the house, she asked me how much money it was, and I told her it was okay, and that's the first interaction we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other further interaction with Miss Adams after that kind of initial 24-hour stay?
Yeah, when I came back to the house.
When was that?
I can't give you an exact date, but I could like estimate. So probably within 2 weeks, because he'll do his hair like every 2 to 3 weeks.
So about 2, maybe 3 weeks later?
Yeah.
You went back to the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
Was Miss Adams at the house in Dedham at that point?
Yeah.
And so did you speak more to her when you went back the second time?
Yeah. So can we go back? Because even after, because I don't
No,
know.
I'm sorry. Just
Okay.
I apologize,
Yeah.
Miss Charles. But
Yeah.
did you speak to Miss Adams again that second time you
Yeah,
went back
I
to
did.
the house?
We spoke more. Yeah.
All right. How much time did you spend with her that second time?
More time, like a longer time, because we were talking about food, and she wanted to come to New York to start her restaurant, and I'm a business owner, and we connected on the fact that she was a business owner, and I have like a big social media following, and I told her that she needs to do content, and I wanted to help her with her content so she could start her business. So we connected on that.
Did you end up helping her
Yeah.
with content?
Yeah.
Did you two stay in touch?
Yeah.
How long were you around at the house in Dedham that second time?
I can't tell you how long, honestly. I would stay longer if it had a game and we would go to the game together. But for however, because most times she'll be like the only female there and Sunny will come and go. And so I spent more time with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of following that time you spent together where you said you connected over being business owners,
Yeah.
did you two remain in contact?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
We'll text, we'll send Instagram reels, we'll FaceTime.
So you guys exchanged phone numbers?
Yeah.
What are they going to cross on?
How much did you talk, you think, in the following weeks and months that fall?
A lot, because a lot. We talk about business, we'll gossip, we girls, so yeah.
Did you ever spend more time together in person with Miss Adams?
Yeah, I took her back to my country. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, so I took her to Tobago. She spent time with my family, with my grandmother. Yeah, I actually bought her ticket to go to Tobago, so yeah.
When was that?
This was probably around Thanksgiving time.
End of November then?
Yeah. Whenever Thanksgiving was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dang. Got her
Following
ticket
that
paid for?
trip, do you remember where you went after that?
I came back to New York. We came back on the same flight. I came back to New York and she went to Boston.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on December 2nd?
Yeah, actually. I was in Target, like late evening.
What were you doing in Target?
I was shopping for ingredients because I was spending too much money on Ubers, so I was buying ingredients to cook, like groceries.
You're buying groceries at Target?
Yeah.
What were you cooking?
Not hot dogs.
So I wanted to make this like Cajun pasta with shrimp and like sausage. Mila had made it at the house, and it was healthy. And so I wanted to cook that because I didn't want to buy Uber Eats. I didn't want to spend money on Uber Eats, and I just wanted to be healthier and cook. And so I wanted to make it like her. So I was going through the aisles and like picking up stuff and calling Mila or message. Like I texted her a picture and asked her if it was this one, but she wasn't responding quick enough, so I FaceTime her.
All right, so let me break that down there for a minute. You're in Target, you're trying to purchase ingredients
Yeah.
for a dinner that you had seen Mila cook?
Yeah.
You said at the house, is that at the Dedham house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you say you were looking for, what was the ingredient you were looking
Like
for?
shrimp, but so she makes matcha as well. So I was trying to find out like what matcha to get. That specific one from tea dealers. Shrimp, pasta, sausage,
Okay.
everything like that.
So you
paid for
you
it all?
just said a moment ago that
Yeah.
as you were trying to find ingredients, you
Yeah.
started by taking a picture
Yeah.
and sending it
Yeah.
to Mila.
Yeah.
Do you remember what time that was at?
It was before 6 p.m. for sure because I remember leaving my cart in Target to go pick up some dry cleaning for my boyfriend because I had to get it before it closed. So I actually left Target and came back to Target. So it was before 6 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a specific time? Do you remember exact times?
So the dry cleaners was in Brownsville, Target was at Gateway. So I got there probably minutes to 6. So probably like the end, like ending at 4 or 5 p.m. somewhere there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned a text message or a photograph of an ingredient you sent.
Yeah.
Was there any record of that?
Yeah, I took a picture and sent it to her.
All right. Would that have had the actual time?
Yeah. And the
on the
location.
message?
Yeah.
Do you think taking a look at a record might refresh your recollection of what time
Yeah.
you sent that photograph? Did you say yes?
Yes.
If I may approach her?
Yes.
What I'm going to ask you to do, Ms. Charles,
Yeah.
is just take a look at that photograph. Okay? And I want you to look at that.
Yeah.
And after you've reviewed it, take a look up.
Yeah.
Having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection on what time
Yeah.
you actually began communicating with Miss Adams when you were in the Target?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says 4:38 on the picture.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that consistent with your recollection of when you reached out to Miss Adams?
Yeah.
Now, you said you started by texting and then you FaceTimed with Miss Adams?
Yeah.
What's FaceTime?
A video call app on every iPhone.
Had you FaceTimed with Miss Adams previously?
Yeah.
And so describe how that looks. What's happening at that point when you're
Um,
FaceTiming?
So I FaceTime her, I told her what I was doing. We spoke about the pasta, and all the ingredients I needed to get. And she was like, girl, I'm not going to Miami. And she said she's going to go home to Atlanta for a couple days. Then she's going to come to New York. Well, she's going to go home to Atlanta, but she's going to stop off in New York for a couple days.
All right, let me actually stop you there. I
Yeah.
apologize, Ms. Charles. It was
Yeah.
not a specific question. So you
That's why
said
they had hot dogs.
you're in Target while this conversation is happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see where Miss Adams was?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was in the kitchen
Kitchen of what?
of the Dedham house.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been there before, so I know the layout of the house. And the faucet was running, and I could see the island in the background.
Okay. You just said she mentioned Miami. Did you notice anything about her face, her physical appearance when you had this FaceTime call?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Did you see any redness, swelling?
No.
Was she flush?
No.
Was she teary-eyed?
No.
Were there any bruises on her?
No.
You started to talk a little bit about seeing Miss Adams that day,
Yeah. Because
following that conversation?
yeah. 'Cause
All right.
she said
Where was that?
in New York, because she said she was stopping off in New York for a couple of days. I asked her where she was gonna stay. She said a hotel. I'm like, girl, we friends. We You don't have to stay at a hotel. You could stay at my place.
All right. Did you actually see her that night? Did she stay at your place?
Yeah,
So where'd you first see her?
at the airport.
What airport?
LaGuardia.
And what were you doing out there?
I went to pick her up.
What time did you pick her up from LaGuardia Airport?
She told me she was lying at 11, so I got there like minutes to 11. I had to wait because I think her flight was delayed. Yeah, her flight was delayed. So I waited there for like 45 minutes.
And so, did you end up seeing Miss Adams? Did she actually get in your car?
Yeah.
You picked her up from LaGuardia Airport? When she got in your car, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Did you notice anything about her appearance?
No.
Was there any bruising on her at that point?
No.
What were you doing when you picked Miss Adams up?
We went to go pick up my friend Tally in Queens, and we were just chilling in the car. We were just like singing and just talking.
Anything out of the ordinary about either Miss Adams or your friend Tally's demeanor?
No.
What's your friend Tally's name? If you know?
Her name is Nathali Moses.
Okay. Your car, what kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes-Benz GLE 63S.
Is there any kind of aftermarket systems that's equipped with?
It parks for itself.
Let me ask you this. Does your car have video?
Yeah, well, I install dashcam in my car.
Oh, you put the dash cam in. That
Yeah.
didn't come with the car itself?
No.
Got it. What I'm going to ask is if we could pull up video 2, I believe, from what has been marked exhibit number 5.
Clean more so because they get an honest check. What's on the list more like on things?
So if we could pause it right there. All right. So this is actually, for the record, the first video in exhibit number 5, Mr. Charles. Looking at this, we've played 14 seconds. Do you recognize what we're looking at?
Yes.
What is that?
That's Mila in my car. Dashcam video.
All right. And that video, does that fairly and accurately represent kind of the drive you guys had?
Yeah.
All right. There's a timestamp down here at the bottom. It says 11:48 and 18 seconds p.m.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with your recollection of
Yeah.
kind of after you had picked Mila up
Yeah.
from the airport?
Yeah.
What I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to do is go to the next video down on that list. I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to pause it real quick by hitting the space bar. Thank you. So, looking at video number 2, it looks like the timestamp on the bottom says December 3rd, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Watching that video, what are we seeing in the video?
We were listening to Cranes in the Sky by Solange, and we were just talking about what the song was about.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when you say there, we, who is we?
My friend Nathali Moses and Mila Adams in the car.
All right, so where we paused, it's a little hard to see, but is your testimony that Miss Moses was in the car?
Yeah.
Who's in the front seat here?
Mila Adams.
So was Miss Moses in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Okay. What did the three of you do that night?
We went to Jersey. I have a house in Jersey City, so we went to Jersey City.
And what did you do?
Drink eat wings and watch TV, just chill.
All right. Did you end up staying or sleeping in Jersey City, or did you sleep somewhere else?
No, I went back to my apartment in Brooklyn.
Who went back to your apartment in Brooklyn?
Me, Tally, and Mila.
And
Well,
did Miss Adams ever?
oh, that was weird. Law and Crime just refreshed all weird, and it says there's only like a minute here, so let's just make sure we didn't miss anything.
When you say you get dressed in front of each other,
Yeah.
did you actually? When you say you get dressed in front of each other,
Yeah.
did you actually see Miss Adams without clothes on as you were getting dressed?
With a towel on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you observe any bruising, redness on
No.
her neck or chest?
No.
Did you observe anything on her face?
No.
I'm going to ask Ms. Silva if we can actually play the third video.
Is this the dancing one?
And so I'm going to pause it right there and just ask you, so this image, is that a fair and accurate representation of how Miss Adams looked that day on December 3rd?
Yeah.
That video kind of depicts how she looked.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Anytime the day of December 3rd, did you notice bruising developing, redness, any kind of physical marks on Miss Adams?
No.
On December 4th, 5th, 6th, did you notice any of that?
No.
Did Miss Adams ever tell you that she had been assaulted or strangled?
No.
Did she ever mention any kind of an attack?
No.
Do you remember when she left?
I can't give you the exact date, but probably like somewhere between the 9th, 10th, or 11th. Either one of those dates.
Okay. And after Miss Adams left, actually, let me back up, strike that. So if she got there on December 2nd, and she left on the 9th, 10th, or 11th, this is fair to say she was down there for a week, maybe a little bit more?
Yeah.
All right. After she left, did you see her again?
Yeah, I saw her afterwards.
Soon afterwards? Where was that?
In Boston.
And in Boston, where were you?
Where was I in Boston?
Yeah.
At the house. In Dedham.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
I understand. So you saw her again at the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
And when was that?
Probably the 13th. Yeah, the 12th or the 13th, because I had to go do his hair.
Okay. What was there some sort of time-sensitive pressure about doing his hair?
Because he had to leave to go to Miami, so I had to go do his hair. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to do his hair. Probably had a game. He probably had a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me back you up. You,
Thanks,
Miss
Tape
Adams
is. I love it.
leaves New York,
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th? You saw her again?
Yeah. Either 12, 13, 14, somewhere there. I'm not good with dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was in?
At the house in Dedham.
All right.
Yeah.
What were you doing in the house in Dedham?
I had to do his hair.
Who was in the house in Dedham?
His mom, Mila, me. I think Marshawn was there. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I can remember being in the house.
Okay. Did you do Mr. Diggs' hair
Yeah.
that day?
Yeah.
What time of day?
It was late evening.
In the evening then?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How long did doing his hair take?
Between 3 and 5 hours.
And so, do you remember when you finished doing his hair roughly?
It was late that night. Yeah, like probably 10, 11, somewhere there.
What did you do after you finished doing Mr. Diggs' hair that night?
I slept on the couch because I had a flight 6 a.m. that morning.
6 a.m. the following morning or that morning?
So I did his hair the night. I stayed downstairs on the couch. I was laying on the couch on my phone. I stayed down there because I had a flight early the next morning.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you were down on the couch, what happened?
Like later into the night, Mila came downstairs and she was just talking about stuff that happened earlier in the day.
All right, let me back you up there for a moment. Did you see anything unusual on the evening of December 13th when you were doing Mr. Diggs's hair?
Yeah, so I was behind the couch. He was on the couch with Miss Stephanie. We were watching a Netflix comedy special, and we were just there kicking it. He was on his phone. Mila was in the back of us, like in a little dining area. She was on her phone, and she shouts over to him, "Yo, Steph, when am I gonna get my money?" And he responds, "I think you spoke to the accountant." And her demeanor changed. His demeanor kind of changed, but I wasn't paying any attention to it. I was just doing my job. So after a while, she moves from behind on the dining table, and she comes to the front, like on the side, like a love seat area thing, and she was there on her phone, and she was just like laughing really loud. I don't want to imply anything, but like
No,
tell.
so
Okay,
let me
yeah.
stop you right there. You
Wow.
said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud.
Yeah.
Was she
Wants a
watching the comedy
reaction.
special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said later that night or the
Yeah.
next morning you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the probably midnight, 1 a.m. ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking. Yeah.
When she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed. But
She asked you if
he seemed, yeah, if he was annoyed.
and that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah, she was trying to antagonize him while she was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin, and she was
Sustained.
okay.
So let me ask you
Speculation.
this way. Did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was gonna sue him
For what?
for the money that he owes her, and like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
Take it to the block?
blogs.
Got it.
Yeah. It was like an hour-long conversation, so it was a lot. So.
Let me start with that.
Oh, sorry.
So, do you remember her saying that she was going to make him pay?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying anything about a hostile work environment?
Yeah.
Let me have one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
A couple things I want to follow up with. Xai Charles. Did Miss Adams, prior to her coming down that night, 1 a.m., and having this conversation with you, did she tell you that she had been assaulted? Did you heard anything about a strangulation and assault?
No.
That night, when she was talking about the suing Mr. Diggs,
Yeah.
did she say that she had been assaulted?
No.
I want to back up down to kind of early in your testimony. You said you have a dash camera in your car. How long have you had that?
Probably a little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah. Probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay, why do you have that?
Because people are scamming in your insurance fraud. Like they hit your car, they see you have a nice car, and they try to get money out of you.
In New York, you said?
Yeah.
Let's pause and digest that, guy. So the mention and this witness, I think it gives her credibility to say, hey, she did mention a hostile work environment. That, to me, the point that the defense needs that testimony for is when we're hearing explicit statements from Mila. She's telling somebody contemporaneously, sort of, it's a few weeks later, on the 13th into the 14th of December. I'm going to sue him. I'm going to take it to the blogs. I'm going to make him pay. The reason in her mind that she's going to use behind this, I'm going to sue for hostile work environment and nothing to do with an assault. Which would then mean, since she only goes to the police station on December 16th, it seems very not likely to be some victims don't report right away. And more of, she came up with a better story between the 13th and the 16th once she realized she was done and needed something to come up with. So the mention of the hostile work environment isn't saying the work environment was actually hostile. It's saying that was her plan, her concoction, her scheme at the time. That's what the defense is angling at here.
I don't have any further questions.
Oh, care to inquire?
Good afternoon, Ms. Charles.
Afternoon.
So you've been doing Mr. Diggs' hair, you said every 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah.
For how long?
So I started doing his hair when he was at the Buffalo Bills. And then last year, like a little before the Met Gala last year, is when I started doing it consistently.
Okay, so for more than 1 year you've been doing it, or?
Yeah.
And that's you said like a 3 to 5 hour appointment every 2 to 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you get paid when you do that?
It depends on the style I do. It could range from $600 to probably $1,500.
And you said that sometimes you go to the games afterwards.
Yeah.
How many times has that happened?
I went twice when I was in Dedham, once in New York, and once at the Super Bowl.
Ooh, that's expensive.
And you also said that at least on one occasion you slept over his house. Did you sleep over his house often, or?
No.
When did you meet Ms. Adams?
Probably August, September.
So at the time when she went to New York, you'd known her for 2-3 months, something like that?
Probably, yeah.
And you'd known him for over a year?
Yeah.
And you'd seen him every 2 to 3 weeks for 3 to 5 hours?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say you knew him better than you knew her?
No, because we have a client service provider relationship, so I wouldn't say that's subjective.
When you're doing his hair, do you talk to him?
I keep it professional, so just how's the game, stuff like that, nothing in his personal life.
If I may, one moment. Nothing further.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Charles.
Thank you.
Yeah, take some water. Are they calling someone?
Your Honor, defense calls Nathali Moses.
Oh, Tali, okay. Everybody's testifying. This is the other friend in New York. There might be an H in her name.
Remain standing face to face.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moses.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure, my name is Nathali Moses, Moses.
All right, and I'll just ask you to keep your voice up a little bit so that everyone in the court can hear.
Sure.
Do you also go by a nickname?
Yes, Tali.
Tali is your nickname?
Yes.
Where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York, and I've just moved. I live in Florida. I go between Brooklyn and Florida as I have a business in Florida as well.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I'm a hairstylist.
Do you work for any particular salon or on your own?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. Do you know Xai Charles?
I do.
How do you know Xai?
Xai and I met in 2018. I started off being her assistant, her braiding assistant.
Okay. Do you still work with Xai?
No.
All right. What about Stefon Diggs? Do you know Stefon Diggs?
No, not personally.
Have you ever met Stefon Diggs?
This is why they called her.
Is Stefon Diggs a client of yours?
No.
So not only is she also there to observe the aftermath of the supposed alleged accident, but the only cross-examination questions that the prosecution has been getting into, he pays for you. You want to keep your job. You want to have a good reputation. She doesn't know him. She's never worked for him.
Do you know Mila Adams?
I do.
How do you know Mila?
I know Mila through Xai.
Okay. When is the first, have you ever met Ms. Adams?
I have.
When is the first time you met her?
I want to say December 2nd into December 3rd. Around that time, that was the first time I met her in person, but I would have spoken to her on the phone on multiple occasions before.
Okay. And did you talk to her, just the two of you before December 2nd?
No, not just the two of us. We would always speak with Xai in the middle, so it would always be on Shai's phone. So I never spoke to her one-on-one prior to December 2nd.
I see. Okay. So, Xai and Ms. Adams had a relationship.
That's correct.
And then sometime, and you and Xai have a relationship.
That's correct.
And sometimes the three of you would talk.
That's correct.
Understood. And were these calls professional calls, business calls, personal calls?
Personal calls.
Okay. All right. So what were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Adams on December 2nd?
So she said she was passing through to New York, and Xai told her, well, she could stay at her house. I just came from Atlanta because I had a job in Atlanta, and Xai told me that she would pick me up as we were coming in from the same airport. I, however, came in before Miss Adams, so I went to my family's house, and Xai picked me up from there with Miss Adams in the car.
Okay. And where was your family's house?
In Queens.
All right. And that was the first time you met Ms. Adams?
In person,
In
yes.
person.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, I take it you had been in Xai's car before?
That's correct.
All right. And can you describe her car, the outside of it?
It's a white AMG.
Okay. And can you just describe the inside of her car?
She has a red interior.
All right. Does she have any recording devices in her car?
Yes, she has a dash cam in her car.
All right. And can you describe what that dash cam looks like?
It's a rectangular shape. She has it on the top of the windshield.
Okay. So you can see it when you're sitting in her car?
That's correct.
All right. And did you know that that dash cam was in there?
I did.
All right. Did you know that on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And you could see it when you were sitting in the car on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
All right. After Xai and Ms. Adams picked you up in, I think you said Queens?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We went to New Jersey.
And what did you do in New Jersey?
We was just chilling at the house. We bought food and, girl time. We was just hanging around watching music videos and stuff like that.
Okay. And during that time, it's a strange question, were the lights on?
It was.
Okay. When you were with Xai and Miss Adams at the house in New Jersey, did you notice any marks or bruises or redness on Ms. Adams' face?
I did not.
Could you see her neck at that time?
Yes.
Did you notice any marks or redness or bruises on her neck?
No, I did not.
Did she complain at any point about soreness or stiffness or, soreness or stiffness?
No, she did not.
You testified, did you see her eat?
I did.
Did you see her drink?
I did.
Did she seem to have any difficulty swallowing?
She did not.
Did she complain about difficulty swallowing?
No, she did not.
Or a sore throat at all?
No.
All right. Did her voice sound hoarse?
No, it did
Did her
not.
voice sound any different than it had sounded when you previously spoke with her?
No.
Did you notice
This is
anything out
important
of the ordinary in her
for the
appearance or her
felony.
behavior on December 2nd?
I did not.
Okay. How long did you end up spending time with Miss Adams in New York City?
Approximately a week.
Okay. Did you spend that whole week, and I'm sorry, I should have asked this question. Did you stay in that house in New Jersey on December 2nd?
No, we went to Shai's house in Brooklyn.
Okay. And did you end up staying there that night?
We did.
Did you stay there also on the night of December 3rd?
I did.
And did you stay there all the way up until December 9th?
I did.
Okay. And did Ms. Adams stay there as well?
She did.
Where did you sleep in the Brooklyn house?
We all slept in Shai's room.
Okay. By all, you mean you, Miss Adams, and Xai?
And Xai.
Okay.
Sometimes Xai would go to her boyfriend's house, so sometimes it would just be Miss Adams and myself.
Okay. I take it you, at some point woke up on December 3rd.
Yes.
And what was Ms. Adams' behavior like on December 3rd?
She was fine. She was bubbly.
Okay.
Yeah, a good personality. She didn't show any signs of anything wrong.
Okay. Did she cook for you?
She made breakfast.
And same question on December 3rd. Did you spend December 3rd with her?
I did.
Did you see any bruises, redness, marks on her face at that time?
No.
Were you able to see her neck on that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to see her chest on that day?
Yes, we all stayed in the same room, so we got dressed and everything together.
Okay, understood. And did you see any marks or bruising or redness?
No.
On any of those areas? Okay. Did you see any such marks or bruises or redness, anything like that, the entire week you spent together?
No.
Okay. Did there come a time where Ms. Adams asked you to take a look at her hair?
Yes.
Oh, can you? What was that? How did that come about?
So I was supposed to do her hair. So a stylist, I would analyze her hair. I would lift it up just to see if, the style that we was going to do. I was trying to decide on the style that we was going to do. So I did have close-up view to her neck and her hair.
Okay. Wow. And in the course of lifting her hair and looking at her neck, did you see anything?
No.
Okay. Do you remember taking a couple of videos of Ms. Adams while you were together in New York?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
Possibly December 7th or 8th, around that time.
Okay. And I will ask Mr. Kettlewell to very smoothly play Exhibit 8, please. Okay, and we can just pause that. Sorry. Ms. Moses, is this one of the videos that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
All right, and can you just describe where you are?
We were in Shire's room there, and we were just goofing around, listening to music and dancing and stuff.
Okay. And then if you could just complete that video, please. All right, and then Mr. Kettlewell, if you could play Exhibit 9, please. And can you just hit pause for a second?
Get the view.
Is this the other video that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
And that was on that trip in New York?
Yes, it is.
Between December 2nd and December 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And was this close in time to the first video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kettlewell, if you could keep playing.
Hey, 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 hey.
And was that video that you took, was that consistent of how Miss Adams was being with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to take that video?
No.
But Miss Adams knew you were filming her?
She did.
Okay. And the entire time that you were with Miss Adams in New York City, did she mention anything about being hit?
She did not.
Did she mention anything about being choked?
No, she did not.
Did she say or do anything that suggested to you that Steph Diggs had hurt her or scared her in any way?
She did not.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commonwealth?
Just briefly, that New York trip, was that the first time you had ever met Miss Adams in person?
That's correct.
You said you didn't see any bruises on her. Were you looking for bruises on her?
No, but she was in my face.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any more witnesses? This is like overkill at this point. There we go.
All right, defense rest.
And I think they want to be heard. This is crazy. Now remember, with the directed verdict, it doesn't need to be that there's no evidence whatsoever. It's when viewed in the light most favorable to the prosecution, looking at the evidence on the record, what's been presented, would a reasonable jury, could they come back with a conviction? But I think, and I really always say that juries are risky, you never know. I'd want the jury acquittal. Yeah, no, but she was in my face was a line. That was a good one. Also, what would you guys rate, like let's do a scale of 1 to 10. What would you guys rate the defense's strategy in this case, their presentation? And he did bring in a digital forensics, but you know, these were lay witnesses. Besides the digital forensics guy.
All right, jurors, so the defense has rested. There's no further evidence in this case, so that is closed. So that means that, as I predicted for you, what remains will be the closing statements of the attorneys, and then I will give you my instructions for you on the law. What we're going to do is we're going to suspend for the luncheon recess, and we will resume at 2 o'clock with all of that, okay? So there should be, your lunch order should be ready, hopefully, and we'll see you back here in a little over an hour. All right, thank you.
Arise, jurors can step down, please.
Let me update the banner. Defense has rested. We have no rebuttal. No rebuttal.
The squad stands in a luncheon recess.
Counsel, if I could just get the flash drive.
Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
Oh,
Thank
you got
you.
the rainbow screen.
Dave Rose are breaking for luncheon recess.
Hi, Johnny, let me give you this card. I'm gonna do it, sir.
Does this have what they need?
I think that's yours.
No.
A few thoughts on closing, but
I'm listening. We can't eavesdrop. So we can skip a little. Well, they're going to come back at 2 p.m. If you guys want to rewatch anything in particular, start dropping in the chat what you'd want to rewatch. We're going to talk a little bit, but we have like an hour and 10 minutes here. So we can rewatch something. And nothing was really that long. The longest part, of course, was the star witness's testimony. But everything else was like pretty quick, in and out. also, I saw a perspective and it scrolled by. It was Westside ATL who said it, saying like, I wanted to believe her, but it just doesn't seem credible. And I think that's a tough feeling, you know, but it's a real feeling. And I think having the perspective, like, I don't want to believe that somebody would lie about something like this. I think it's a healthy perspective to have. All right, let's see. Yeah, everybody go enjoy your lunch if you're grabbing some lunch. Don't let us know if you get any hot dogs and if they're dried out, or if you get some Auntie Anne's. Everybody, oh, I see Mila. I see Mila. We're getting some votes for Mila. Her testimony. Yeah, we could rewatch it. We can start rewatching her testimony. You know, the thing with these trials is there's certain things you can't get enough. I'll watch it like 3 or 4 times and still see something new. Or now that we've seen all these other witnesses, because the defense kept stuff in their pocket, right? So some of this stuff, it's like we didn't go into detail checking Mila Adams on. We just brought another witness on that would say something that was different, rather than giving Mila a way to hedge around it or walk something back. So it'd kind of be interesting, I think, to go back and see her now that we've seen the defense's witness. And really cool, not every case does the defense call witnesses. And here we have more witnesses being called by the defense than the prosecution. So, Sheriff Chuck says, I can't have a pretzel dog for lunch. I don't have a chef. You got to go to the mall, right? Even malls, you know, there's like all these stores that are closed. Malls are like ghost towns, but they still have the pretzel places usually. You got to go to the mall. And we need 6 more likes to get to, was it 1,000? That'd be awesome. You guys are on it. Thank you. So I think that's the vote. Everyone seems Mila, and you guys want to do you guys want to do direct? Because I thought she was kind of rough on direct already, but I was trying to reserve judgment. I want to show some love to Biz TV, one of my favorite people to listen to when he does live streams. He's got to come out of retirement and give us some more content. Very easy voice to listen to. Says, just give me the likes with the Sean Paul voice. Let's get to 1K. So running this back, I think you guys did it. So thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate the likes and support. It's a great way to support the channel and us hanging out here. And Tay Biz, thank you for the super and the reminder. We have Tommy Nolan saying, Grammy worthy if Cardi B was representing Stefon. You know what's so crazy? It didn't even click that they could maybe call Cardi if she wanted to testify. Maybe she didn't want to testify. Who knows? But there was just so much other flair and drama and tea in this that I don't feel like the entertainment value fizzled just because there was no Cardi B. That's how crazy this case's testimony's been. So, you know, she kind of became out of sight, out of mind a little bit by the end of this. Miss AB, and I mean that with no disrespect to like Cardi B or the defense's strategy or anything. I'm just saying, like, there were so many things, like the finance person saying that Mila Adams is submitting the same receipt multiple times for reimbursement. And then when she sends a we heard from another witness, she sent in a request to reimburse for almost $4,000 that she said she spent on food expenses, but didn't have any receipts. So when you were providing receipts, someone went backwards and did an audit when there wasn't really proper oversight and found out we were getting the exact same receipt submitted. And then when you're pressed about this exorbitant amount, you don't have receipts to put forward. That's like, to me, that's like drama. That's big. We've got Miss AB saying, do you always drive with an internal dash cam? I think that's a great question, and the defense got ahead of that, right? When did she get the camera? It's been there since her birthday, so it would have been there since September. And the request to come up there, if we find Xai credible, was when Mila's in the kitchen. It appears she's in this kitchen on this FaceTime video, and she's like, I'm not going to Miami. I was thinking about going to Atlanta, but I don't know. I was thinking also about New York, but I don't want to pay for a hotel. Well, it's okay. You can come crash with me. Like, we've got room. All right, let's do that. Right? So if they plan this out, it wouldn't seem to math that this was some grand scheme by Xai all the way back in September to get this dash cam installed in her car. Unless you find that Xai isn't credible at all. And you find that Tali isn't credible at all about this situation, the friendship, how that day went down. So, but it's a great question. It's a great question. Sheriff Chuck out here gifting 5. Let's show some love to Sheriff Chuck. If you are a member, drop some Party Chuck emojis in the chat. Chuck just giving out the goodie bags here, giving us some lunch. These do not have dried hot dogs in them. Big thank you, Sheriff Chuck. Always appreciate you. Moses says, I love a good chili cheese dog. I like hot dogs. I just think it's crazy in the context of this. This is private chef work. I want to keep someone healthy. The season's starting. This is like go time. There's a dried hot dog. You know, you can be, what's that Bare Naked Lady song? They say if I had $1 million, I'd still eat Kraft dinner. I would just add some fancy Dijon mustard to it to like give it the little pinky out flair. No shame in a good hot dog. But it just doesn't seem like maybe we were really trying. And it underscores the friends with benefits, no formal paperwork. It gives credence to that. Moses also says the only thing Mila got bruised was her ego. By the end of this trial, I'm like all the way there. Sometimes it's just not worth it. And then finding out that this Trinidad and Tobago trip, like, she's buying Chanel gifts for Stefon Diggs as a birthday gift. But having Xai, and maybe there was no expectation, right? We didn't have, to be fair, Mila didn't really have a chance to come and rebut that. She wasn't called back up. But if there was any hinting, like, oh, I can't afford a hotel, but I want to come to New York. Oh, you could stay with me. Oh, I'd love to go to Trinidad with you, but that's expensive. Oh, I'll buy your ticket. If there was any hinting and that's how we got there, it all comes together as this person having the type of character where I'm going to be miserly with my own money. I'm going to act like I can't ever shell out money for myself, even though I'm spending money on Chanel to get in someone's good graces. And like, if this was role reversal, if this was a guy dropping off Chanel gifts on a bed with a note after a supposed argument, that would be called love bombing. Like, so like, the sympathy for even getting played is kind of out the window for me. Because you're using the other people around you. And you're being dishonest in the way that you do it. Like, I don't see how you get around submitting the same receipt multiple times. You just knew that nobody was really doing oversight and checking it. It was just getting approved. Thank you for the food for thought here, Moses. And Moses says, just think if Adams did this to Afro Man. I don't know if Afro Man would find himself in that situation. I don't know. I think he might have kicked someone out a while ago, but then again, we did have that one complaining witness that started it all. And then Miss AB says, I appreciate the quick trial. It was no nonsense, besides the subject matter itself, right? But yeah, nice quick trial. Nice quick trial. And then let's see, you guys. We're going to load up. I think Law and Crime had closed captions yesterday, right? We can use Law and Crime's Day 1 to do the rewatch. Because whatever else we tried, it was like an NBC channel for Boston. I don't think they had closed captions. Wait, do you want to rewatch the opening? Can we rewatch the opening from the prosecution? It was only 5 minutes. I think we should do that, and then we'll do Mila. All right. And I think his case has bad facts. I don't think he tried to... I would have more criticism for a prosecutor if they were trying to be dramatic and over-theatrical when they knew they didn't believe their case or have the facts to back it up. So I appreciate that we didn't get this overselling from this prosecutor. But let's just run this back.
My name is Drew Virtue. I introduced myself earlier when we had a larger group, and now it's a smaller group. I just wanted to reintroduce myself again. To give you some room to stand on here of parties and what they're doing. My name is Drew Virtue. I'm the prosecutor, meaning I'm going to be presenting evidence supporting the defendant's guilt. Defense counsel will be representing their client. We'll have the clerk here, whose job it is to create a complete record of this case, both for the recording as well as writing things down when need be. The court officers who are up and about are here to make sure that we're safe, as well as help people kind of figure out where they need to go. The judge's job is to, kind of clunky term from law school, be the master of the law. And that leaves you guys, which equally clunky term for the jury is the master of the facts. It's the idea that it's your job, it's your exclusive job, your special job, to determine the facts at stake that we're talking about, what actually happened. And this is concerning about what happened on December 2nd of 2025. Now, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from some witnesses. You're going to have an opportunity to hear from Miss Mila Adams. She'll tell you about her career as a private chef. She'll tell you how she came to know the defendant, about how she came to be working as a chef for him. She'll tell you about her experience working for Mr. Diggs. I expect she'll tell you about a disagreement she had with some members of his staff. And then I expect that she'll tell you about what happened on December 2nd. And I remind you, it's your job here today to determine what happened on December 2nd. I expect Ms. Mila Adams, when she takes that stand, she'll tell you how she was texting with the defendant, her boss, Mr. Diggs. That on that text they started arguing, they started name calling. I expect she'll tell you how she was in her bedroom at his house, how he entered her bedroom, walked up to her, and slapped her. I expect she's going to tell you how he put her in a headlock, the difficulty she had breathing, that he threw her on the bed, and then he left. I expect she's going to tell you then how that affected her, what she did after her, how she continued working for him afterwards, how she had a dispute with him over a payment, how his staff told her that she needed to sign a non-disclosure agreement to get paid. I expect she'll tell you that it wasn't until after this incident in December 2nd that anyone talked to her about a non-disclosure agreement. I expect for her to tell you how she eventually left that job as a chef, Mr. Diggs, and how she eventually reported what happened to her to the police. You also have an opportunity to hear from an officer from the Dedham Police, one Kenneth Ellis. He'll tell you about his training that he undertook in order to become an officer, and how on December the 16th, Ms. Mila Adams came to the Dedham Police Station to talk to the police. He'll be able to tell you a bit about that encounter, what he saw, a little bit about that conversation, and ultimately how he chose to, how charges were filed against Mr. Diggs. Now, in this case, Mr. Diggs has no obligation to call any witnesses. He may choose not to call any witnesses, and you cannot hold that against him. But in the event that he does call witnesses, I ask that you give his witnesses the same care, the same attention, and the same scrutiny that you give to the Commonwealth's witnesses. It's part of your job as jurors, as the master of the facts, to listen to every witness, to pay attention, and to assess their credibility. In doing so, I ask that you keep two things in mind. One, what the witness had an opportunity to see or not to see. Whether the witness had an actual opportunity to witness the crime or just saw things in and around it. And two, what sort of financial relationship each witness had to Mr. Diggs. I imagine the defense may argue that Ms. Adams' financial dispute with Mr. Diggs is an important part of this case, and I'd say it is an important part of this case. But just in the same way that her financial relationship to Mr. Diggs is important, so is all the witnesses' financial relationship to Mr. Diggs. Now, at the conclusion of evidence, I'll have an opportunity to come back to you again. During that time, in closing arguments, I'll ask you to come to a decision based on the evidence you heard. But right now, what I'm asking you is to not come to any decisions. Right now, your main job is to listen. It's to pay attention, to give every bit of evidence the attention and the scrutiny it deserves. And when I say every bit of evidence, I do mean every bit of evidence, because in cases like this, every bit of evidence is important. Thank you.
Counsel, do you care to open?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We could skip the defense's opening. But yeah, you see what I mean? Like, he's like, all right, we're gonna just consider, assess everybody's credibility, and also consider that they might have a financial relationship. They're being paid by Diggs. They want to keep their job. So I think his approach was pretty consistent. And I can't answer why this case was brought. It might not have been this guy's decision. It likely wasn't this guy's decision. He was stuck with the buck he was passed. And I just appreciate not having these over-the-top dramatics. And I would be fuming if whoever was prosecuting and trying this case was up here with the flair and the pizzazz trying to sell the story. Dang. All right, so we're going to jump ahead. Mila came up as the first witness of the 2 total witnesses they called. And just so everyone knows, I mean, we could watch it on regular speed. We could do 1.25. We'll start with 1.25. If you guys don't want to do that, let me know. I don't know. Let's look at that freeze frame again.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jamila, Jamila, Adams, ADAMS.
And do you normally go by Jamila or?
I go by Mila.
Mila, okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a professional chef. I have been working in the industry for 13 years.
So you're a professional chef. Do you work in kitchens and?
I work privately for athletes, prominent figures, and wealthy families.
So you're a private. Is there a difference between a private chef and personal chef? Are those the same things, or?
It's pretty much the same thing.
And how long do you say you've been a private chef?
13 years.
13 years. And what sort of training did you take to become a chef?
I went to school for clinical psychology, so I have a degree in psychology. But I followed my passion in cooking because I grew up in the South and we cook. So I did some training in France and also Italy.
And kind of very generally, what does a private chef do?
We provide daily meals for our clients. So that would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It's typically a live-in situation. So readily available to them, kind of like 24 hours a day. So I would say it's based on clients' needs. So
and,
each client would, whatever your health goals were or health issues were, I will help you get better.
So you mentioned a little bit of what kind of clientele have you worked for?
Athletes, entertainers.
And without naming names, what kind of athletes or entertainers do you mean?
Singers, football players, basketball players, baseball players.
And are these professionals?
Very professional.
How much do you make in that job?
It ranges, depending on the needs they need from me. If it's a full-time live-in, it can range from anywhere $5,300 a week to $10,000.
Turning your attention now to a Mr. Stefon Diggs. Do you know Mr. Stefon Diggs?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I've known Stefon Diggs for over 4.5 years.
And how'd you meet him?
We met in December 22 through an Instagram message. He first wanted me to cook for him.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify him through, I see you're pointing at someone, but can you describe him just because we have to have everything on the record? Can you describe him either clothing he's wearing or hairstyle, anything like that?
A blue shirt and blue tie and blue suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Stefon Diggs?
It will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Over those 4 or so years, how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had a it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I will come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private chef?
Yes.
What were the sort of terms of your employment? Like were you going to be living with him?
Yes.
And how many meals or what was it like working for him?
Say that again.
Yeah, it is. So as far as your employment goes, what were your duties working as a Mr. Diggs private chef?
My duties were to make all his meals, his snacks, basically I'm healthy. That was the start of our initially hiring me. He was coming back. It was his comeback year. And I wanted to help him get healthy, to eat better too.
So do you create a menu? Does he just tell you what he wants?
I'm skilled with recovery. So I knew what it would take to get him, help him get healthy and stay healthy. To help him change his diet. So it was more so like diet change would be the focus, and just overall help.
And would you cook just for him or for other people as well?
Yes, I would cook for whoever was in the house.
And I know you mentioned earlier breakfast. Is that the sort of standard? Was it every day breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then?
Yes, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
And how did you get paid?
Finance office would pay me.
So you said that you, while this was staying in his house, right?
Yes.
Where was this house?
7 Schoolmasters Lane.
In what town?
Dedham.
And could you describe this house? What was it? It was a single family home? What was it? Was it an apartment? Was it?
It was a single family home's house.
And how many floors was it?
Basement, middle floor, a landing, and then top floor. So 8 floors.
And so, where was the kitchen?
The kitchen was downstairs on the floor you come into the house. So the first floor.
And that's where you did your chefing, cooking, baking. I don't know.
Yes, where I did my cooking.
Yes.
Yes.
And where did you stay in that house?
I stayed on top floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing, all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bathroom.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
it was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway; it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Or where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then
Mr. Diggs' room.
Mr. Diggs was on the landing?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there in that house?
From July 2025, July 20th, 21st, I can't remember the exact date now, to December the 15th.
And during that time, who was at the house with you?
Mr. Diggs, his friends.
Did he have other staff that lived there, or was it just?
No, I was just living there. He had friends that basically lived there.
Okay. And while you were living there, was it a kind of regular schedule or thing? How did that work?
Yes, he gets a different schedule by the week, but it would change by the day sometimes. Sometimes he would have to go in later or earlier. So I would often ask at night what time you have to be at work. So I can have breakfast prepared for him to take to work.
Turning your attention now to November. Around November, did any sort of friction occur between members of his staff?
Yes.
And what was that?
Friction. Say that again. Friction.
Was there any sort of, maybe I should say this, what if anything happened near the end of November?
Yes. An Instagram DM message was sent to his child's mother's friend, and this message was stating that I was telling his personal business of women that he was speaking with that worked with us, that worked with me, and yeah.
And so,
as far as I can remember what that message said.
And
so,
how did this create friction within the people working for Mr. Diggs?
I was confronted by Mr. Diggs if I said these things. But it had already been Mr. Diggs had a ongoing sexual relationship with Lindsay Bolin, and this person, she didn't like me, the fact that I was in the house.
So you mentioned Lindsay Bolin. Who's that person?
Lindsay Bolin, it works for Mr. Diggs.
And how? What does she do?
That I can't quite answer it. I just know he provides housing,
So she's
I don't know.
someone
Yeah, she works for him.
And so you and Lindsay get into any sort of argument, you mean, or?
We didn't get in. We got in an argument after Mr. Diggs confronted me. She sent me a message first, per his instruction, and called me a name. Excuse my language, guys. A bitch, and she just went on and on and on in this message about me.
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we heard it side by.
Yes.
At some point, were members of Mr. Diggs' staff going to go down to a trip to Miami?
The whole staff was supposed to go there. Yes.
And you said the whole staff.
I wasn't finished on that last question.
That's fine, but I'm asking questions now.
Okay.
So at some point, members of his staff were supposed to go down to Miami, right?
Yes.
And you said the whole staff. How many people was this?
His assistant, myself, and his friends. It was him.
And did you end up going down to Miami?
No.
And why is that?
Mr. Diggs told me that I couldn't go because me and her had an issue from November 26th issue.
You want me
All right, jurors, at this point, we are approaching a luncheon recess, so I am going to release you to the lunch break. We will resume in about an hour, just about 5:02. I want to remind you that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, not on social media, not even amongst yourselves, no family friends. Nothing about this case is to be discussed while this matter is still pending. Instructions earlier about that. I want to remind you as well now, and you should have your lunch waiting for you.
All right, jurors can step down this way, please.
Jurors have exited.
Counsel, are there any issues that we need to address before I discharge the, or is everything all set? Anything that's come up from this morning? You had mentioned that you had certain exhibits that you had agreed were going to be pre-marked, is that right?
Oh, yes,
Have those been provided to us? So perhaps we could just make sure that's all in order so that when you resume, if you're going to be referring to them, that the record is clear. All right, thank you. With that, we'll resume in about an hour.
Court, all rise. Court stands in a luncheon recess.
I'm of these 1, 2, 3 or 1A, 1B, you know?
Bring up my face.
Was it fuzzy?
I'm bringing it right out, John. That's A, so I'm gonna do numbers because that's not. Exhibit A would be
1 and then
exhibit 1, B will be exhibit 2, C will be 3, and D will be 4.
Come back one for your little.
This is too big.
Yeah.
I got another one in the box, the small one. I got another one in the box.
Yes, we got the small one. So that's gonna be. Night, night. Hold on. Hold on. Lunchies. Lunchies. Oh, okay. Yeah. And so there's nothing on that drive that they shouldn't see. So everything in there is agreed upon.
Were you still employed by Mr. Diggs at this time?
Yes,
And where were you on December 2nd?
I was in the house, 7 schoolmasters.
Gotcha. And that day, what were you doing that day?
I woke up in the morning, prepared breakfast. Mr. Diggs came downstairs. He asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why, and it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsay Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me weeks ahead of time because me and his girlfriend, Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him not letting me know I wasn't going to come like at an earlier time.
And at some point during this day, were you alone in your bedroom?
Yes.
And do you know around when this was?
It was in the, like around 3 afternoon, 3-ish.
When you're in your bedroom by yourself, what, if anything, were you doing?
I was sitting on the bed, laying across the bed. I had my laptop, reading a cookbook, actually.
And were you communicating with any people at this point?
I received a text from Hannah, was one of his friends.
Did you receive any text or send any text to Mr. Diggs?
No, the morning text. That was in the morning. We had went back and forth.
So you had some previous texts in the morning?
Yes.
So you're in the bedroom. What happens next?
I was in the bedroom. Mr. Diggs came into my room. I was laying across the bed. He came into my room.
And when you were in the bedroom, was the door closed?
Yes, the door was closed.
So when he came in, did he open the door?
Yes, he opened the door.
Did he leave it open after him?
No, he closed the door behind him.
And you said you were on the bed?
Yes, I was laying across the bed.
About how far away were you from the door?
About 4 or 5 feet, something like that.
So he comes in, closes the door behind him. What happens next?
He asked me to come here. He walked across the room and like leaned back on the dresser.
Okay, now just to give a kind of a sense, where's the dresser in the room in relation to like the door and?
Across the room, alongside the bathroom door.
Okay, so about how far away from the front door is the dresser?
About 8 feet. I don't know them. A nice amount of feet.
Okay, so some amount of distance away. You said he leans against the dresser?
Yes.
Are you still on the bed at this point?
I'm still on the bed.
What happens?
He comes in, he looks very angry. He was upset from the text exchange we were having. And in that text exchange, he was calling me bitches, and he was just very upset.
But what happened in that room?
He came in and he was intent to hurt me.
No. Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He was leaning against the dresser. He asked me to get up to come here. I got up off the bed and I came across to him and I stood in front of him, like I stood on the side of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him, and he was like, "What was all that shit you was talking?"
And then what happened?
And I was beginning to say, "You said," and I couldn't finish my statement, and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked you,
he smacked me with an open hand.
Do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my face.
Do you know which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Is it your cheek that got
It
struck?
was my cheek that got hit.
About how far away from you were you from him when that happened?
I was at the end of the dresser.
And where was he?
He was in the, like in front of the other side of the dresser.
So about how much space was in between you?
Maybe 3 feet, 4 feet.
So you said that he I want to use the word. Did you say smack or slap? I don't know what the word was.
Smack.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this, like stop.
So again, I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him.
How tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands?
Yes.
Around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
Up to block his hands.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he. Can I have a second? Can I have a second?
Yes, you can.
Wait. When I went up to push his hand, like block him, block him, he took his arm and he like came around my neck with his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck with his elbow.
So you said you pushed against him, and then he put his arm around your neck?
Yes.
Do you know? Were you facing away from him?
I was facing him.
You were facing him. He put his arm around your neck.
Yes, he like spun me around.
He spun you around?
Yeah, like I don't have to show you more so than I can describe it.
Describe it as best you can.
I was standing in front of him. When he slapped me, I went to like try to hit him back like this. And then it was like he tackled me. Like got me to try to keep from pushing him or protecting myself. And he put his arm around my neck like this and he was choking me.
So you ended up in a position where his like forearm or bicep was around your neck.
Yes.
And you said he choked you. What exactly? Did he put pressure on your neck?
Yes, he put pressure.
And were you able to breathe?
At first, and it kept getting tighter, tighter.
So were you able to breathe?
No.
About how long were you in this position?
I would say roughly I can't recall the amount of time. I just know it went from the edge where we were in front of the dresser to the side of the bed to him falling on top of me on the bed.
So about how far of a distance is that?
About maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that, 5, 6 feet.
At some point, did he let you go?
Yeah, he let me go. When we got to the side of the bed, I was pushing back. I started to do a move that I saw off of social media. He said to me, that shit is not going to work.
So you say you tried to do a
That was
move.
a defensive move where you try to put your hands underneath the person that's trying to choke you. It's like something I saw on a women defensive page or something. And he said that shit you see on Instagram is not going to work. And that's when he got tighter. Like the more I was trying to put his hand, he got tighter.
And then what happened?
And then I was pushing back. And then he like fell down on top of me on the bed because I was on the side of the bed. And it was like, he was like letting me, like I guess he was about to let me go. But as he was getting up, he like pulled my hair. And he was like, yeah, I thought so.
And then what happened?
He got up off of me, off the bed behind me, and he walked around the bed. I told him I still haven't got paid. He said lies. And he was like, so what are you doing? So what are you doing for the week? And I was like, I'm staying here. He said, I don't want anyone in my house. I don't want anyone here. I was like, okay, so who's going to get my ticket? He said, who always gets your ticket? And that's it. He walked out of the room.
So from the moment he entered the room to the moment he left, about how much time went by?
My last text to Anna was probably like 3:30 something. I text Sunny at 4:11, so it was between that time because I didn't have plans. I didn't have money to go anywhere to travel, so I know.
I know, but just the question was about how long time.
It was just in between that time. I can't say exact, but I know it's before 4:11.
So is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes?
He was in the room probably maybe 10 minutes. 15, I'm not sure.
When he left the room, what happened next?
I looked down at my pants. I had peed my pants, and I had just came off my cycle, and I was bleeding really bad again. I guess because I was so scared, I changed my pants, and I cleaned up myself, and I came back in the room. And that's when I texted Sunny to get my flight.
And where was that flight to?
Atlanta.
At some point, did you exit your? When you said you went to your bathroom, is that the bathroom that's connected to the bedroom, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you leave out your bedroom again?
I didn't leave out my bedroom till later in the afternoon.
But so at some point later on, you did. Do you know about how long you stayed there?
In my bedroom? A while, because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
So at some point though, that later on that day, you exited out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And what did you do next?
When I exited out of the bedroom? While I was in my bedroom, I was packing my clothes to leave. I called another coworker, I would call her, and I just asked her, like, you know, what she was doing. And she was like, I told her I wasn't able to go to Art Basel, and that I was going home, and she was like, oh, you should come here. And I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll come there.
When she said here, what does that mean?
New York City. So I then proceeded to change my flight to go to New York.
Okay. And when was that flight going to be?
I just know I landed at 10:49. It was a later flight.
What is that day?
It's that day, yes.
Did you see Mr. Diggs anytime after that happened that day?
Yes.
And what was that like?
He was getting a massage, and I was leaving out. By the time I saw him, I was handing over birthday gifts that I had got.
So when you said you're handing out birthday gifts, who were you handing out birthday gifts?
To him.
This is a gift that you had already purchased, or?
Yes, I normally give him a birthday gift every year.
When's his birthday?
November 28th.
Okay, so this was a little bit afterwards?
Yeah.
So at some point, did you leave this house?
Yes.
How did you leave to get to the airport?
A car, an Uber.
All right, and so an Uber came and picked you up and brought you to the airport?
Yes.
You went to New York, was it New York City or New York State?
New York City.
Also New York City, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And who did you meet up in New York City?
I met up with Xai Charles, and she picked me up from the airport, and we went to pick up her friend Natalia, and then we went to her ex-husband's house to pick up something or to do something she had to do. We were there, we ordered wings and watched a movie, watched some videos.
And did you tell anyone here about what had happened to you?
No, I didn't tell anyone there because they have their own interpersonal sexual relationship, so I wouldn't have never told her anything like that.
How long did you stay in New York?
I stayed in New York Tuesday to Tuesday, so 7 days a week.
And did you come back to Massachusetts?
Yes.
And did you come back to working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
At some point, and I know this was a little bit before, maybe a little bit afterwards, but at some point were you talking to Mr. Diggs about money you felt he owed you?
It was past wages.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you first bring that up with him?
During the week of Art Basel. I want to say like maybe the 5th or 6th.
Of December?
Yes.
Okay. And so you felt that he owed you some money from wages that weren't paid? Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't paid for the time of the month. Like I hadn't been paid for the weeks that I put in at that time.
Okay. And who did you talk to Mr. Diggs directly, or did you talk to his finance people? Who did you talk to about this?
It was a chain of command. Like I would talk to his assistant. But his assistant was under investigation for stealing watches and money. So I don't know if my
things... Sustained, that portion of the answer will be stricken from the record and the jurors will disregard it, give it no consideration during the deliberation. Please answer the question asked. Commonwealth, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. At some point, did someone from Mr. Diggs bring up a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and try to hide his abuse.
That objection is sustained. That portion of the witness's answer will be stricken and the jurors will disregard it during their deliberations. You are to give it no consideration and do not give it reason. Next question.
At some point, were you given some information about a non-disclosure agreement by someone who worked for Mr. Diggs?
Yes,
And when was this?
a couple days after the assault.
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
At what?
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
I didn't stop working for Mr. Diggs until my last day in the house. I would say was the 16th. So yeah, some point.
So December 16th, okay. At some point, did you report any of this to the Dedham police?
Yes,
And when was that?
the Tuesday.
Do you know the actual day or just that it was a Tuesday?
I left on the 15th. I left his house on the 15th. I reported on the 16th.
Okay, so... And, so did you call the police? Did you go there in person? How did that happen?
I went there in person.
And, what happened when you got there?
I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days.
Objection, Your Honor.
And he refused to pay me.
Objection is sustained. Unfortunately, the response will be strictly under 100 years operation. That's the question asked. It's raised the question.
At some point, you arrived to the Dedham police station?
Yes.
Did you speak to an officer?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power. So yes. But I
Objection,
did.
Your Honor. Move to strike. The objection is sustained. That comment by the witness will be stricken from the record, and the jury should disregard it and not consider it near deliberation.
At some point, did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did at any point you provide to the Dedham police text messages?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness? Approaching of what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. I'm placing something in front of you. If you could take a look at that, and when you're done looking at that, look back up at me. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the text message exchange between me and Mr. Diggs.
And is this the text message exchange that you provided to the Dedham police?
Yes. I deleted messages because making a report to the police in my previous abusive relationship, me.
Stay, Sam.
I'm telling you what.
Stop. That part of the answer is stricken from the record. The jurors will disregard it. Now, please answer the question that is put to you. And if you don't understand it, you can have it restated for you. Counsel at sidebar.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Go right ahead.
Turning your attention to what is marked as Exhibit 2, do you recognize what this is? You can look through it. There's a
One minute. I recognize it, but the messages is cut off.
There's a I believe 3 pages to this. 4 pages rather. Come on,
Yes.
Do you recognize this? What these is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was in a text exchange
Between whom?
between me and Mr. Diggs.
And when was this text exchange from?
The morning into the noon, 12:02.
Of December 2nd?
Yes.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Dedham police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy, and I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken. Yeah.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Dedham police?
Because When I was abusing my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained, there's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
What was this? Run this back. I don't think I paid attention to this real quick right here. Like watching her face.
When I was abusing my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained, there's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
And then coming up in a couple seconds here. She like glances to the jury. Then stares. Like, what is she saying? And then it just goes away.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Oh yeah, I forgot that they broke after this. All right, so we can skip that. So we've got like 15 minutes before they're supposed to come back from lunch. And if you missed it, the defense rested. So that's it for the evidence. They're going to do closings and instructions and then deliberate.
So the question was, why did you delete text messages when you provided them to the Dedham police?
The fear of how I'll be perceived.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching now with the main direct potential is marked as Exhibit 3. Do you mind looking through this number of pages? And when you're kind of looked at it a little bit, you can look back up.
Do you think the closing for the prosecution is going to be longer or shorter than their opening?
I mean, I was just that first bit.
Have you got a few of those? Only say, from what you've seen, do you recognize what these seem to be?
Yes.
And what are these?
Text messages about the.
Do you know who the text messages are between?
Yes, between me and Mr. Diggs.
And do you know when these text messages are from?
12/2. Yeah, 12/2.
So were those text messages that were going on between you and me that morning about that?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to maybe go to the third last page on this.
In this whole thing?
Of this section. Your Honor, may I approach and
Yes.
So on the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes,
And who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you respond?
Will do.
And were those the last text messages sent before Mr. Diggs hit you?
Yes, I'm not mistaken.
And this just throws me off because it seems more like the person who says will do is the one that would go marching and making it happen.
Your Honor, may I approach this one?
Yes.
Bringing your attention now to this marks, Exhibit 4. Can you look through a few of these? And do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
And what are these?
These are messages that I sent him asking to be paid.
And do you know when around these were from?
It was a couple of days after. They were at Basel. 12/5 it says. Yeah, I know I was begging for my money for a while.
Just, I think, final question. When he was in the room, when he slapped you, when he gave you a headlock, was there anyone else in the room but you two?
Just us two.
And were there other people in the house?
Yes.
Do you know where they were in the house?
Downstairs. If I'm not mistaken.
And you said you went to New York, you met with a Xai, is it Xai?
Yeah.
How did you know Xai Charles?
She worked for him.
Okay, so,
She braids his hair.
and so, has she known you longer or him longer?
Him longer.
No further questions, Your Honor?
All of that, watching this back after hearing the testimony from the finance witness, from Melissa Goddard. I was begging for my money for a while already, while giving like 3 different conflicting descriptions of what she was texting about. These are her own text messages that she was sending, and she's confused about what the point was, but tries to clean it up and say it was all about me begging for this money, and I'd been begging for this money for a while. He owed me. He's a bad person. We get this testimony today that she submits an invoice after she finds out that there's a shift in the person who's handling things with the finance company. And she sends an invoice requesting 3 weeks of pay, 2 of which she's already been paid for. And then that's not even including the submitting the same receipt over time. So are you begging for money that was owed to you, or are you just begging for money through a facade of something that isn't even true? Acting like you haven't been paid for 3 weeks when you've already been paid for 2. And because the invoice was sent on December 1st, whatever the prior week for November was, it wouldn't have been late or outstanding at that point. And hold on. Why the testimony that she expected that Stefon Diggs would pay her for the whole season, right? She's denying that she was fired, but somehow she's asking to be paid for the future, as if she's knowing, like, this is the end. She's acknowledging when she's asking for that, she knows it's over for her as far as this employment arrangement. And so she's like, well, pay me, help me with my business, like you said, and the pay for the rest of the season that I'm not going to be working. The idea that her reason for expecting that pay is it was normal for her, but then she used the verbiage. She was asked, the district attorney the ADA worded it as, is it common in your experience? He worded it more generally speaking. But when she answered, she personalized her answer. What was her answer? It was on redirect today, or re-redirect. Let's see. Redirect. Is it common to get paid out for the season? And she says her response was, yes, because it's my only job. So he's asking innocuously like a general question, but she specifies that this was her experience as if she's getting cut before the seasons play out. Even though her skill set is she's supposed to be hired to do this recovery, and she gets on during prime time, gets them ready for the season, and supports them through the season. if you went to school for a psychology degree, then traveled to like France because you love cooking and started your work as a private chef, how many clients have you actually had that were in these like high profile clientele, NFL athletes, that you've had the experience that you didn't complete a season with them? And you're trying to say that that's an industry norm, that you expected to be paid for the entire season, even if you were cut because of whatever reason. That's really a lot. That's really like a lot of like packaging. The way she's tried to put everything together and tie it with a nice little bow around a box and make it all look good for her and make it all look normal and make it look like everybody else around her is the one that did something wrong. So I don't know. And now we're going to get to Cross from yesterday. We've got like 7 minutes, you guys, until they're supposed to come back. I have it open in another window. Also, shout out to Danny F. becoming a member, turning green. Thank you, Danny. And then for his glory also becoming green. Thank you. Thank you for becoming green, you guys. And voice of reason, shout out to our friends watching over on X, hanging out on X. Thank you. Thank you right back.
Ms. Adams, today is not the first day you've told the story of what you say happened on December 2nd, true?
True.
The first time you told the story was on December 16th, right?
Yes.
And that was to Officer Ellis of the Dedham Police Department,
Yes.
right? And you sat with Officer Ellis, right?
Yes.
And you told him your story.
Yes.
And he took notes of what you were saying.
Yes.
Because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Objection.
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was making a report. I don't know.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a...
Hold on, another retrospective moment. There are two different things, right? You go and fill out an incident report. That's different than a criminal complaint being filed. That's, you know, a little bit further in the action. The difference is we know there's two important dates revolving this Dedham Police Department activity. On the 16th, she goes and she speaks to Officer Ellis, gives some information, and that's when she's really just filing the incident report. She's telling him what she says happened to her. On December 29th is when the criminal complaint is filed and it, you know, becomes public. That's also the same day that she sends a demand for money. So, with that type of coincidence, do you think she really doesn't understand the significance of what was filed, the criminal complaint, on December 29th? I think her answers here are exactly because she understands the significance.
I was making a report. I don't know.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a report to the police about a violent assault was to start a criminal case.
No. I made a criminal report to have a report to document it.
So documentation was important to you, right?
Yes.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
What you said to Officer Ellis when you reported this crime, this so-called crime, is that you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes.
You told the police officer who filed the criminal complaint in this case based on your word that your fight with Mr. Diggs on December 2nd was over money. True?
Yes.
Except you just testified under oath to this jury that you didn't start talking about money until December 5th, right?
What did you say?
You just testified under oath to this jury.
I have been begging for my money since December the 5th. Mr. Diggs, and throughout those messages, you can see that I was begging for my money since that day.
Which message? Are you talking about Exhibit 3 that you just looked at?
It's other messages that you guys should have me begging for my money from Mr. Diggs.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
do you recall testifying under oath to this jury that your fight on December 2nd was about Lindsay, your anger at Lindsay, and you being told you couldn't go on the Miami trip?
My anger was at Stefon. I never said my anger was at Lindsay.
You were angry at Stefon on December 2nd.
Yes.
Because you were told you couldn't go in.
I was angry at Stefon because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to art basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed.
I hear voices on the court feed, not just randomly. It's on the weird rainbow screen. So it's time, you guys. Yeah, I super enjoyed a short trial.
I think I saw Charles. Yeah.
Need anything else, boss?
Yeah, that was.
Oh, exactly. It's very light. I know.
Also trying to avoid this.
But I was glad I remembered
Yeah,
some of the
because
like,
Kelly was
some
in,
of the
Kelly was in,
witnesses, yeah.
rather
closing arguments.
I know Brianna wanted to. Oh.
I know, I'm just.
You want to do the stipulation today? No.
She didn't, she said no when you asked her.
She did perjury.
That's.
You want to road up right on that?
I just want,
Right.
I want to.
How long is it?
That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Oh my God.
It's very difficult to watch.
I never.
Yep. Oh, yeah. We reject it, Mr.
That's fine. I don't.
Yes. Well, there's a will or won't?
They will or won't?
So, no.
So you haven't taken off
For these, by the way, I'll be asked to be heard at sidebar rather than saying like that.
Look.
I wonder what they're talking about sidebars now.
Yes.
I just wanted to.
Yeah. Okay. It's not anything you put into writing, so it'll be oral. Okay. My guess is she'll come out and we'll address it before the jurors. So.
Do they need to correct something? Let's run that part back. She'll come out and we'll address it before the jurors, or maybe they're talking about the judge.
Okay. My guess is she'll come out and we'll address it before the jurors. So. Yeah.
What do they need to
Can I give them
address?
the verdict, a draft verdict slip? Okay. All right. Diana, verdict slip through, did you see that?
No, but I can't imagine it's too. Sure, it's gonna be the most beautiful one I've ever seen.
It's going to be a beautiful jury slip, guys.
Perfect. No, there's no objection.
Cross that path, I got lucky.
So nosy.
Folks, we're gonna need to have a seat. Everyone get.
I'm going to lower the volume in case he yells, "All rise." Because I have the volume up so we could eavesdrop. The jury already has a verdict. They don't need a slip. It's too whispery now. Or speed this up. We're like, we got like 15 seconds we can skip here, guys. Saving some time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this could be something where maybe there is a... I don't like to predict how long I think it'll take for a verdict.
Anything we need to address?
Maybe we can see the side.
Yes.
All right, they're going to approach to address something with at a sidebar before the jury comes in. But I'm wondering, like, this might be a trial where I'll leave the feed open. I'll leave the stream on while they deliberate until the end of court, until we hear that jurors go home for the day. Typically with other cases, I'm like, all right, we'll come back as soon as I hear there's a verdict, we'll file it up as soon as everyone's coming into the courtroom. But this one, I don't know, maybe we'll just leave the stream going and run some testimony replays. I loved Xai's hairstyle. Like having it pulled back and then like the big curly ponytail behind it. It was like well thought out. Yeah, we haven't done closings yet, you guys, so we're waiting for court to start after recess. So you didn't miss those. Oh my gosh. Okay, we are gonna turn that down. That was a very loud boop. What the heck? I'm just gonna mute it until we see closed captions. Sorry, guys. I'll open it in another window and see if the beeping goes away. Okay, they turned the volume down. So let me turn the volume back on over here. We'll get back to regular volume beeps. Just a quiet little boop. Yeah, this is Norfolk County, so...
Jurors, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
It's on the desk.
Jurors enter and all rise. May be seated.
All right, jurors, good afternoon again. As I told you, the evidence in this case is closed, and you're about to hear the closing statements of the attorneys. And what I want to say to you about that is that this is an important part of the trial because it is the final opportunity given to the lawyers to address you. It's an opportunity for the attorneys to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important, and based on the evidence, to try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, what you are about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers are not witnesses. All the evidence in this case has been
Jeez.
presented through the testimony of the witnesses
Bless
and the
you.
exhibits, which you will have an opportunity to examine and consider during your deliberations. Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial, and they therefore prohibit the attorneys from making certain types of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or disfavor either side. For example, the attorneys are not permitted to refer to facts that are not in evidence in this case. If based on your memory and understanding of the evidence, a lawyer does this, you should disregard that comment. The attorneys are not permitted to express their personal belief in the credibility or lack of credibility of any witness who testifies in this case. That determination is entirely for you to make. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard that comment. Attorneys are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passions or prejudices. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence or engage in your deliberations, you must put those feelings aside and not permit them to influence your thinking. And if a lawyer makes such a comment, you must disregard that comment.
Better proceed. Bless you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you in my opening statement, there was no assault, no strangulation, no incident at all on that day or any other day. You didn't see any injuries. You didn't see any photographs. You learned there were no medical records, no statements, no nothing between December 2nd and December 16th. You have not been provided with a single shred of credible evidence to determine that any assault actually occurred in the house on that day. The Commonwealth's case is nothing more than the words of Miss Adams. In my opening statement, I told you one tool to use as you go through this process is to consider how to find the truth. That the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that answer is the truth. And so what I want to do is take you through some of the undisputed facts in this case. December 2nd, Ms. Adams spent the afternoon talking on the phone. She got a ticket to Atlanta. She cooked Stefon Diggs dinner. We learned this morning that it was a hot dog. She went into Mr. Diggs's bedroom to provide him birthday presents and to deliver those birthday presents. Timeline-wise, all of this, every single fact that I just mentioned, all of those would have occurred after what Miss Adams says was a violent assault that occurred sometime that afternoon. That night, Miss Adams left the house at 7:15 and she flew to New York City. You heard that she told the police that she stayed with friends. You heard her describe whose friends they were. But you also heard her say that she had a ticket to Atlanta, purchased before she ever changed it to go to New York City. You saw videos of Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You heard from the woman who picked her up from the airport, who also saw Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You saw video and heard from Nathali Moses, who spent the entire week with Miss Adams in New York. And you got to see how she looked. You got to see her face, you got to see her neck, you got to see the way she moved during the course of that week. One thing I'll say about that, Miss Adams, she might define bruising, however, is expedient or convenient for her, but we all know what bruising looks like. You saw the videos and you heard from the witnesses. On December 5th, Miss Adams texted Stefon Diggs, "Hi, can you please approve my pay with finance, please and thank you." That would have been 2.5 days after he violently strangled her in her bedroom. December 6th, you saw the video of her dancing. That's 3.5 days after this assault allegedly occurred. You heard that throughout the course of that week, from December 2nd to December 9th, Miss Adams didn't mention a single thing about any assault to anyone. The one thing you heard her mention was on the afternoon of December 2nd, she told Xai she wasn't going to Miami. You heard that on December 9th, she went back to the house. And I told you the details were going to be important about her going back to the house in my opening statement. She got back to the house at 11:30 p.m. alone and walked into the house. And what did she do? She didn't just go to Stefon Diggs' bedroom door and knock on it. She tried to punch in the code, and it didn't work. And those are her words. That's what she told you. None of that is consistent with a violent assault having occurred the last time they interacted with one another. Not one piece of that. And those are undisputed facts. On December 11th, Miss Adams texted Mr. Diggs her apology. She said she was sorry she was being emo, and she didn't want him to feel that way. She didn't want him to think she was trying to quit her job. And she told you she was trying to keep her job. She was trying to get back. She also told the police 4 days later, 5 days later, that she had quit her job on December 2nd. We know that that was a lie. Not just from the fact that she actually told you that that was a lie, but from the actual evidence that you have in this case that is undisputed. That evidence goes on. She told Mr. Diggs' girlfriend that she didn't say any of that to the police, meaning what she told the police, that she didn't accuse Mr. Diggs of assault. And that wasn't true. She also, a month later, told the world that she had never demanded money. And that also wasn't true. Now, more undisputed facts. Miss Adams was paid for November. At first, she didn't admit that. She ended up saying they worked it out. She got paid for 2-3 weeks. And we actually got an answer today on why she wasn't paid for a full month. Because she was in Tobago with Xai Charles. You heard from Melissa Goddard. Miss Adams was paid up. The non-disclosure agreement. Miss Goddard talked to you about that. And you heard about that from Miss Adams. I want you to look at the text message in Exhibit 4. It's on page 195. We talked about it a little bit yesterday afternoon. But this is another undisputed fact, and it's very important. Because despite what Miss Adams told the police on December 16th, and told you at times yesterday, on December 13th, 2025, Miss Adams says what she thinks the NDA is about. And she says, you sitting here playing in my face, 700 comments. If I told someone why it's not in the blog, you believe it, meaning Mr. Diggs, and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Miss Adams wants you to believe she wouldn't tell Xai Charles because Xai Charles knew Mr. Diggs. That requires you to completely ignore the fact that she chose freely and willingly to go to New York to stay with Xai Charles. December 13th, she told Mr. Diggs, she told Stefon Diggs what she thought the NDA was all about. And it was about the blog issue. You think it might make a little sense if the NDA was about any kind of a physical assault, a strangulation? That she might say to him anything. Hey, you know what this NDA is really about. Or maybe just, the NDA, because you assaulted me? Not a word. She describes why that's there. And those are her words from December 13th. And that is undisputed. Now let's talk about the police for a few moments. Because Miss Adams went to the police, as you heard, on December 16th. And there's other undisputed facts in this report. She lied to the police. She did not leave her job. Miss Adams told you something yesterday where she said, well, I left my position was like in the house, but that wasn't my job. And you heard what Officer Ellis said this morning. I said, you mean her position, as in her job? And he said, of course. She told Officer Ellis that she just went back to get her stuff. And you know that isn't true. And at times, she seemed to admit that that wasn't true. And you know from her own words at the time to both Mr. Diggs and to Sunny that that wasn't true. The text message that you've heard about the deletion. There's two things that I want you to pay close attention to and that I want to talk to you about in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1, the text message that she sent purporting to be a screenshot of the argument that led to a violent assault that ended with Mr. Diggs choking her. That's what she told Officer Ellis. And you heard that from him this morning. You also heard from her that she deleted messages. And I think what she said was something like, I didn't want to look bad, or something along those lines. And if you look at what was actually deleted, the words she said, she was saying bet and pussy were what she deleted. That's what she did. She did delete those messages, right? Those are not in the text messages that she provided to Dedham police. But more importantly, what she actually deleted that wasn't about making her look bad or not, it was right after the words, "I'm out of your life." And it said, "and ruining that bitch life." And then you can actually go to Exhibit 2 and look, there's a fairy emoji she sent.
Fairy emoji.
And why that's important is because, as you heard from Officer Ellis this morning, it'd be important to know if somebody deleted messages. It'd be important to see the full picture. And that message right there, and ruining that bitch life, apologies for the language, with the fairy emoji, you think that might have prompted the question, hey, who's that bitch? She answered the question for you yesterday. It was Lindsay. The argument wasn't about money. You have it in evidence. And Miss Adams later admitted that. These lies to the police, the fact that they're undisputed, why? Look at all of those facts. They're undisputed in the record. They're all there. If you remove from those facts one thing, that an assault occurred, they all make sense. If you plug in that she was assaulted that afternoon before all of this happened, before everything I just read to you, none of it makes sense. Why would a person who was just strangled go down to the kitchen, chat on the phone, and not have a single mark on their face or look even remotely bothered? Why would that same person cook dinner for the man who just did it? Why would that same person knock on his bedroom door and deliver 2 birthday presents? Why would she act the way she did for the next week? And then why lie about it repeatedly to the police? And what ended up happening next, just chronologically, gives away the game on that. Because what you heard is that only a couple weeks later, her mediator made a demand for money. And if you plug that fact in, now it all makes perfect sense. We have provided evidence to you. We have presented evidence. We have called witnesses. As I said, we were doing so in order to give you the fullest picture of December 2nd and of what happened or did not happen. And think about that for one moment. How do you prove a negative? It's basically impossible, right? Pick a day, 2 months ago, account for every action that you did on that day. Every moment of your day. Great, now prove it. Can't be done. And this trap, the framers of our system, they were aware of it. And that's why it works the way that it does. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove their case. And their case, as you have seen, is the internally inconsistent testimony of one witness. And that is their entire case. And that is not enough to meet their burden. The burden that you are going to hear is reasonable doubt. And the judge is going to tell you that that's to a moral certainty. How much would you bet on the words of Jamila Adams? Did you bet your own life? Someone else's? You have all of the tools in what I just laid out for you to make a credibility assessment. But it is not only that, because the other thing the judge is going to tell you is you can actually take into account the way the witness answered questions, behaved, their demeanor, how they looked. Did they sound consistent? Did the things they say actually at least stay true internally in their own story? And one example I'll give you on that is this morning, when Ms. Adams was asked about another monetary demand. She didn't answer the question. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She gave you multiple excuses. She tried to say attorney-client privilege, and when there was no response to that, she said, I can't answer that correctly. Take the way she answered questions into account, but line it up against the facts that you know that you have, because that's how you got to make a decision, on facts, on evidence. In terms of the evidence that the Commonwealth has actually presented to you, what they have presented to you are the claims of one person. Their second witness undermined their first. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason they had absolutely nothing to corroborate this allegation, which, one thing I will say about the assault and battery, she described Mr. Diggs slapping her on the right side of her face with his right hand. And she actually demonstrated it for you. But the problem is that's a physical impossibility. And the reason I would suggest to you that that demonstration didn't go quite well is because sometimes people miss their mark. Sometimes actors forget the script. What you do not have before you is anything that you can base a firm decision on, unless that decision is that the Commonwealth has not proved its case. The Commonwealth has an opportunity to speak to you after I do. And you heard the Commonwealth question some witnesses about working for Mr. Diggs. There's a number of people who were called as witnesses. We tried to be as quick as possible. It's not terribly exciting to hear a witness talk about how they heard and saw nothing. But for a moment, stop and think and ask yourself, if you were accused of having something happen at your house on some random day 3 weeks ago, who would be there with you? The people closest to you. It'd be your family, the people who are in your house all the time. And for Mr. Diggs, we talked about that. That's staff. That's Miss Salas. That's all the people that you heard from. One thing that I want to talk about is a reason for bias. Because when Mr. Virtue asked, I think the first witness she was Miss Salas. Mr. Diggs paid her salary, isn't that right? The one witness who has the most significant financial interest in this is Jamila Adams. You heard her talk a lot about money yesterday. And that was the Commonwealth's only witness to even touch on what they claim this assault was. That's their evidence. They cannot, and they have not, proved this case because no assault occurred on December 2nd, or as I said, any other day. And it's your obligation to hold them to that burden and to decide the case on the evidence that you have in front of you. And that evidence provides one answer alone. And I would suggest to you that that is that Miss Adams made this accusation as a means of trying to leverage and humiliate and to punish Stefon Diggs. And you heard that he has been living with this case and these accusations since December of 2025. And it is time to end. The evidence that you have heard, that has been put before you, is not enough for the Commonwealth to sustain their burden. It is your obligation to return a true and a just verdict. And the evidence that you have heard requires that you go back into that room and that you lift this burden off Mr. Diggs' shoulders and that you tell him and the world that Stefon Diggs is not guilty of this incident that never occurred. Thank you.
I can rate the closing arguments on a scale of 1 to 10.
Good afternoon.
The deep breath.
Feels like it's been a little while since last time I talked to you guys directly. So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said? No. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves. The attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves. You heard from her about what happened in that room on December 2nd. She said he entered the room, slapped her, put her in a headlock, said some things to her. I suggest if you remember how she was testifying, I think the way she was testifying to that lends some to her credibility. She was taking her time. She was looking. She was trying to remember things. As the defense counsel predicted, one of the things I'm going to say is that Miss Adams was the only witness you heard from about what happened in that room. You have defense's witnesses who said what happened afterwards, but if you remember Miss Adams' testimony, she said that was after she had an opportunity to kind of put herself together. She said she cried, she changed her clothing, she kind of started packing. The question you may be having is, why would she act that way? Why was she going out and smiling? Well, I'd suggest to you that all the people she was around are people that have known Mr. Diggs much longer than they've known her. I'd suggest you even consider the relationship she had with Mr. Diggs. He was sometimes lover, a boss, landlord. He was a athlete, a celebrity, financially powerful, surrounded by people that were all on his payroll that liked him. That when you put that all in consideration, her behavior does make sense in that it was her way of continuing on past that. And she told you that they had a complicated relationship. She said they argued all the time. So that might also make sense as to why she texted them afterwards saying,
hey, trying to make amends or trying to figure things out, why she gave the birthday present afterwards. In this case, you heard 4 kind of things, right? You heard things that weren't evidence. The openings, these closings, questions, things that were stricken, those are things that aren't evidence. They can kind of give you some context, but those aren't the evidence in and of themselves.
Don't remind them of what's stricken.
You heard the
Doesn't
actual evidence.
exist.
That was the testimony from the witnesses, the videos, photos, and you'll be able to see also all those text messages. The third thing you're going to hear, so things that aren't evidence, things that are evidence, and the law. The judge gave you some preliminary law at the start of the case. She's going to now, once the closings are done, instruct you on the full law. I ask that you give her the same attention that you've given to all the evidence, and you've given the same attention to both attorneys during their closing. You give the judge that attention when she reads the law. And there's a fourth thing that you're going to need to pay attention and listen to and consider, and that's each other. When you guys are done here, once I finish, once the judge reads the law to you guys, it'll be your job to go into that room and deliberate on this case. When you go in that room, it's up to you guys how you want to run it. There's no manual, there's no guide, there's no schedule of how you guys are going to come to your decision and reach your verdict. And no one is going to make sure you're doing it one way. What I would suggest you guys do, and you guys can do whatever you want, this is just my suggestion to you. What I suggest you guys do is you don't go in there and just say, all right, let's take a poll right off the bat. I suggest you guys take the time, go over all the evidence, go over each witness, talk about each witness, try and do it both ways, back and forth, for every witness, not just the Commonwealth's defense as well. Go over every bit of evidence. Really take the time that this case deserves. And also listen to each other. I'd suggest as much as you can, make sure if there's someone that's that's not saying anything, make sure you get to hear from them as well. As I said at the start of this case, that every bit of evidence is important, and that's true. I'd hope that if you guys fairly treat every bit of evidence the attention it deserves, give the analysis, the scrutiny for all the witnesses, all the evidence, and talk amongst yourselves, that you guys will come to the correct verdict. And I would suggest that that verdict is the verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Alrighty. Considering what he had to work with, rate the Commonwealth, the prosecution's closing argument, on a scale of 1 to 10. Well, that was, let's see. It was about the same length as the opening statement. It was another 5 minutes. And his name is, it's ADA Andrew Virtue. I forgot to update the banner, my bad. Black Butterfly sends a super, says, yeah, he caught what I said yesterday, Kat. He couldn't have open-handed slapped her on the left side when she was forward facing. I think there's some issues with the description of the room and laying on the bed and a lot of that. A lot of that. But more importantly, there's nothing showing in the photos or videos from several days, the next few days.
All right, jurors, you are about to begin your final duty, which is to decide the fact issues in this case. Before you do that, I will instruct you on the law. It was obvious to me throughout this trial that you faithfully discharged your duty to listen carefully to all the evidence and observe each of the witnesses. I now ask you to give me that same close attention as I instruct you on the law. My function as the judge in this case has been to see that this trial was conducted fairly, orderly, and efficiently. It was also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law which applies in this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. It was the duty of the attorneys in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our rules of evidence. They also had an obligation to ask to speak with me at the judge's bench at sidebar about questions of law which the law requires me to rule on out of your hearing. The purpose of such objections and rulings is not to keep relevant information from you, just the opposite. It's to make sure that what you hear is relevant to this case and that the evidence is presented in a way that gives you a fair opportunity to evaluate its worth. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and the responsibility of the attorneys here. Now, your function as the jury is to determine the facts of this case. You alone determine what evidence you believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions to draw from that evidence. In making these determinations, you are to use your common sense, life experience, and good judgment. You are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case. In evaluating the evidence and determining the facts, keep in mind that we all tend to perceive information and form opinions based on our own personal experience and background. This tendency may cause us to hold bias, of which we may or may not be conscious. And as I previously instructed you, you must not allow bias, whether held consciously or subconsciously, to interfere with your ability to fairly evaluate the evidence, apply the law as I instruct you, or render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence before you. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it, any documents or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits may also be considered. Of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses. It's the weight of the evidence that is important. Some things that occurred during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. The complaint itself is not evidence. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. Also, you may not consider any answer that I struck from the record and told you to disregard. Do not consider such answers. Anything that you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session is not evidence. The opening statements and the closing arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are only intended to assist you in understanding the evidence and the contentions of the parties. If your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's, you are to follow your own recollection. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as any indication of my opinion as to what your verdicts should be. In evaluating a witness's testimony, you have to decide what testimony to believe and how much weight to give that testimony. You should give the testimony of a witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of a witness. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it or none of it. If there are any conflicts, discrepancies, or inconsistencies in the testimony, you should examine them carefully. You may consider whether a witness was candid or guarded, responsive or evasive, and whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity a witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies and whether the testimony seems accurate. You may also consider evidence, if any, about a witness's motive for testifying, whether a witness displays any bias in testifying, and whether or not a witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. In deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense, life experience, and good judgment. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. Once you have determined the facts, apply the law as I explain it to you to the facts in order to decide the verdicts. Now, there are two types of evidence which you may use to determine the facts of the case: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. You have direct evidence where a witness testifies directly about the fact that is to be proved based on what he claims to have seen or heard or felt with their own senses, and the only question is whether you believe the witness. You have circumstantial evidence where the witness cannot testify directly about the fact that is to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts, and you are then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact which is to be proved. Let me give you an example. Your daughter might tell you one morning she sees the mail carrier mailbox. That's direct evidence that the mail carrier has been to your mailbox. On the other hand, she might tell you only that she sees mail in the mailbox. That's circumstantial evidence that the mail carrier has been there. No one's seen the mail carrier, but you can reasonably infer that the mail carrier has been there since there is mail in the box. The law allows either type of proof in a criminal trial. There are two things to keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you. The second rule is that any inference or conclusion which you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and experience of life. If the Commonwealth's case is based solely on circumstantial evidence, you may find the defendant guilty only if those circumstances are conclusive enough to leave you with a moral certainty, a clear and settled belief that the defendant is guilty, and that there is no other reasonable explanation of the facts as proven. The evidence must not only be consistent with the defendant's guilt, it must be inconsistent with his innocence. Whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case. Now, when you consider whether to believe a witness or how much weight to give their testimony, you may consider whether that witness said or wrote something earlier that differs in any significant way from their present testimony in the courtroom. It is for you to say whether there is a difference and how significant any difference is. Please note that you may not use the witness's earlier statement as proof that something said in it is true. So, for example, if a witness testified here that she found a donut but had earlier written that they found a bagel, that earlier statement would not prove they found a bagel, but it might raise doubt as to whether they were accurate or truthful when they testified that they had found a donut. So the earlier statement is brought to your attention for the sole purpose of discrediting or casting doubt on the accuracy of the witness's present testimony here at the trial. It's for you to decide whether it does so. Normally, you may not consider any statement that a witness made in the past which is similar to that witness's testimony at trial. The rule rests in part on our common experience that saying something repeatedly doesn't necessarily make it any more or less true. But we make an exception to that rule where there has been a suggestion that a witness may have recently contrived their testimony. In determining how reliable a witness is who has been accused of recently inventing their testimony, you may consider any earlier statements that the witness made which are consistent with their present testimony. It's for you to say how important the consistency is depending on when any earlier statement was made, and any other circumstances that you consider significant. The earlier statement is not itself evidence of any fact that is mentioned in it. To repeat, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony at trial, when you evaluate that claim, you may also take into account any earlier statement the witness made which is consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility, and you may not take it as proof of any fact contained in it. At this trial, you may have noticed that the defendant did not testify. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof, in this case, is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that he is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether he is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because he did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. As I have told you, the complaint against the defendant is only an accusation. It is not evidence. The defendant has denied that he is guilty of the crimes charged in the complaint. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against him. The presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since he is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless his guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. Now, as I've said, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until they are proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon Mila Adams. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of Mila Adams. Second, that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched Mila Adams. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams, in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with strangulation. To prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat or neck of Mila Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Counsel, I'll see you at sidebar.
All right, so that's the end of jury instructions, you guys. A lot of those were standard. There was one in there that we heard, this is a super loud beep. We heard during one of the pretrial hearings from last week that the defense was requesting a model instruction, so the language exists, but it's not always by default included. Like, you have to ask for certain paragraphs to be included relating to witness credibility. So there was specific language detailing if they say something at one point in time versus another point in time. Those specific paragraphs, I believe, were what the defense requested be put in there. If a story is contrived at a later point in time, you get to evaluate that and decide if you think it's a credible story or not. And so this court's been going till 4:30. And I don't know, sometimes some courts will state later than normal to let jurors deliberate. I think we're going to leave the stream open. We'll continue replaying testimony and just let it rock until we either hear there's a verdict or the jury's going home for the day. So I'll end it, but I think we'll keep it going as verdict watch today. And if you don't want to leave the window open or check back, follow me on X if you use X, because I'll make a post when there's a verdict. You can get a notification that way so you know to come back in here. And I think I'll also just like fire up a second stream when there's a verdict. That way you guys get the notification on YouTube that there's a verdict. Because I can't push out a notification for us already being live for this stream, so. Kind of messy, but I think that's how we'll do it. We'll make it work. And we're going to do a poll, guys. Now, this is a poll. We did our poll previously on did the state meet the burden. This poll is how you would vote if you were a juror. Let's see. If you were a juror.
All right, jurors, when we impanel a jury at the beginning of a trial, we never know whether some personal emergency will arise during the course of the trial, which will require one of our jurors to be excused from further jury duty. So, in order to avoid having to start the trial over again, should that occur, we impanel 7 jurors, even though the case will only be decided by 6 of them. So the time has now come to reduce your number to that 6. And I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to draw one of your cards at random, and that juror will be designated as our alternate juror and will not take part in the deliberations unless necessary to provide a substitute for one of the other jurors. So if fate makes you the alternate juror, please don't take it personally. Your service up until this point, your willingness to serve is appreciated by all of the parties, and we will make sure that you are kept as comfortable as possible in an area isolated from the deliberating jurors.
That would be juror number 1 and seat number 1.
All right, stay right there. You will serve as our alternate, but as I say, we'll make sure you're kept comfortably in a different location. If you would be good enough, Mr. Clerk, to draw another card at random, this particular juror will be the foreperson of this juror.
That is juror number 25 in seat 4.
All right, so you will be the foreperson of our jury. All right? What that means, oh, Mr. Clerk, thank you, is you gave it to me right here. The juror has who is designated as the foreperson has the responsibility of recording the jury's verdict on the verdict slip. Once that has been recorded, you sign it, date it, and inform the court officer that the jury has reached a verdict, and you will be brought back into court. Now, if during your deliberations the jury has any question, the foreperson should write out the question on a piece of paper, sign it, date it, fold it up, let the court officer know. They will bring the question to me, and we'll proceed accordingly at that time. Now, you're not to make any use of cell phones or any other kind of personal wireless device during your deliberations. Incoming, outgoing calls, or any other kind of electronic communications can disrupt the deliberative process or even allow for the receipt of improper extraneous information. So you're not to conduct any outside research or investigation by means of the internet or otherwise about the law or facts in this case. If during your deliberations there is a request to view any of the evidence that is not physically with you, for instance, there are flash drives that contain certain of the videos that were displayed here in the courtroom. If the jury should like to see any of that, if that is just requested in any note form, we will bring you back in here and make sure that that is displayed for you as many times as you might like. All right, so just let the court know by mentioning that in a note. At this point, I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to swear the court officers in, and they will escort you to your deliberation.
Do you swear that you will keep this jury in some convenient place until they are agreed? That you will not suffer any person to speak to them, nor will you speak to them yourself, except by order of the court or to ask if they are agreed? And that you will not permit them to depart until they have agreed upon a verdict, except by order of the court, so help you God.
I do.
Here's the verdict slip. And can I have that sheet of paper? Thank you.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way.
All right, we are in real time, so This is like 3:08. We'll say deliberation starting at 3:10 by the time they get in that room.
Maybe seated.
Counsel, I'll see you over here.
We'll do 3:08 on that one. Actually, that was quick. 3:09.
Yeah, just housekeeping. So here we have the list.
What do you think's the first thing they're saying in there?
Did you kill the feed? Is the feed out?
All right, we're on the clock.
3:10.
All right, well, they're saying 3:10. I put like 3:08 or whatever in my tweet, or like 3:09, but about then. All right, we don't need to be that precise. We're not going to wait 2 weeks to decide what time the deliberation started. There we go, guys. So I have us queued up right to where we left off with our testimony rewatch. We were still on day 1, but cross-examination had already started for Jamila Adams. And again, I really would not be surprised if we have a verdict before the 4:30 time point that the judge seems to close down court. So, and maybe she'll ask if the jury wants to stay late. I don't know. But we are going to keep this feed running, right? So you can hang out here. You can continue to chat about the case. It's been interesting to rewatch this after seeing today's witnesses and line things up, which is kind of what we had the defense attorney, Andrew Kettlewell, say in his closing argument. You know, take what you had testimony from the witness with the biggest financial interest in this case, which he argues is Jamila Adams, and line it up with the facts that are undisputed. So I think it's been interesting to watch this in retrospect. There is a poll. It's the type of poll that's built in to the YouTube chat window. That way you guys can vote anonymously. And right now it's a 90-10. I don't know, I can't see the whole thing. It's a 90 split to not guilty. 5% say guilty on both. 3% say guilty only on the misdemeanor assault and battery. And 1% guilty only on felony strangulation. That's where our poll's sitting right now with 503 votes. So we'll keep that poll up as well. And remember, this poll is how you would vote if you were a juror. Bit different than do you think the state, met their burden, although it should kind of be the same. So, and then you're asking for a Twitter. Let me give you my Twitter link again. It's just Cat Not Williams on Twitter. If you need to search it and want to go follow me over there. And there's a link in the chat because I will tweet as soon as there's a verdict coming in, an announcement that there's a verdict. So if you want to head out of here, follow me there. I will fire up some kind of stream to let you guys know on YouTube that there's a verdict as well. We'll make it work. And other than that, let's just start killing some time here. Oh, hold on. Thank you, Miss AB. Miss AB says, do we know the jury makeup, women or men? I have no idea. I have no idea. I haven't seen anything posted about who was sat. I just know that it's a 6-person jury. Of course, we just heard that they also had alternates sat. I don't know anything about the demographic information for the jury. So, yep, they just started deliberating like 2-3 minutes ago.
To you. Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs on December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Got it, may I approach?
Well, let's run that back. What was the question that we just started in the middle of?
You were angry at Stefon on December 2nd.
Yes.
Because you were told you couldn't go.
I was angry at Stefon because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to Art Basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs on December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Got it, may I approach?
Your Honor, we've seen it sidebar. Yeah.
is a quick sidebar. So if I try to skip it, it'll probably make it worse.
Do you recognize that document that I've shown you as the police report that was prepared based on your statements on December 16th?
Yes.
You've seen this report before?
Yes, I need it.
And you see on the report where it says, she said that on this date, the male that she worked for entered her unlocked bedroom. They had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male.
I did
There's no
not.
question pending yet. Do you see that language?
Yeah.
Did you say that to Police Officer Ellis on December 16th?
Yes, I see it.
And that wasn't true, was it?
To my recollection, it was true. We did discuss money.
Ms. Adams, you just testified under oath about what happened on December 2nd.
Okay, I also didn't put in the police report our sexual relationship because I was ashamed. The police report got leaked. I didn't put a lot of things. The most important thing was the attack in the police report. Me reporting anything outside of why he got upset, I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B. So I did not put a lot of things in the police report. My most important thing was him assaulting me and choking me inside. So that was the most important thing that I put in the police report. I was very vague. I didn't feel the need that I had to go and explain the relationship.
When you were asked questions, you actually gave
I
all-
didn't feel-
You must wait until I finish the question.
Wait until counsel answers the question. Answer it, if you don't understand it, answer it.
Because you didn't feel it was important. When you were asked questions about what happened on December 2nd, you lied.
It did not change what happened on December 2nd.
I'm
It
gonna
did
try
not
my-
change what happened on December 2nd. He choked and slapped me.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to try my question again. Because you didn't think it was important. When you asked the questions of Dedham Police Officer Ellis on December 16th, you lied.
I did not lie. I just did not expand on detail on the relationship I had with Mr. Diggs. I didn't feel that that was important. The sexual relationship, I didn't feel like that was important. I didn't feel it was important that he was upset because I told him I was not in love with him like those other women. I was ashamed of being with him. I didn't feel the need to explain it to the police officer.
Please answer the question. The counsel can then ask you the next question.
Under oath, on December 2nd, when you claim Mr. Diggs walked into your room, you had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life. Give me the money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me,
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
you
to
will
what
be
you
paying
were
me out
responding
for
to.
the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Ms. Adams, you're going to listen to counsel's question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question. This is not an opportunity for you just to say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
All right? It is to be responsive to the question presented.
Okay.
Next question, counsel.
Thank you, Anna. That response that you just read, that was actually a response to something Steph wrote to you, right?
That was a text exchange over
The yes or
money.
no question, ma'am.
What was your question?
What you just read into the record, that was a response to a text message that Steph sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And in that request, in that message that Steph sent to you, you understood you were getting fired, right?
No.
What Steph wrote to you is, "I'ma leave you be Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this, but oh well. Right?
Yes.
And you understood when you received that he was telling you you were not going to be cooking for him anymore.
No.
You didn't understand that.
No.
And that's why you responded with, you will be paying me out this season and the money you owe me.
No.
Because you knew you were about to lose your job, right?
I was not about to lose my job.
You didn't understand, I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this as a sign that you were about to lose your job?
No.
In any event, you didn't tell Officer Ellis on December 16th when you reported this assault any of that, right?
The last text message was about money. The last back and forth text messages was about money. Money he owed me for not finishing out the contract, and money he owed me that he said that he would invest in my business.
So
I took a lower pay because Stefon agreed that I will have chance to work on my business by working with
This
him.
happens. There's no question in front of you right now. And again, just answer the questions put to you. It's not an opportunity for you just to end with your story.
You told other falsehoods to Officer Ellis, didn't you?
No. Not to my knowledge.
You told Officer Ellis that you had injuries from this alleged assault, right?
I told him I had bruising, meaning redness, and soreness on my throat.
You told him you had bruising on your neck, right?
It was like red. It wasn't like purple bruises. On the incident report, pull that up.
You didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police office on December 16th, did you?
No, because that happened on December 2nd.
Right. So any injuries that you would have had, you had a reason for why they weren't there, right?
It happened and faded. The fading went away the night.
Right. And did you take any pictures of your injuries?
I was in shock. The first thing was not to take pictures. It was to get it together.
I thought you just testified under oath that you had just received a text message from a woman named Anna. That's Anna Kokolis, right?
You're in the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under
You're on
oath.
the wrong
ma'am?
timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath that you were sitting on your bed, reading a cookbook, got a text message from Anna, and Mr. Diggs walked into your room?
Mr. Diggs walked in minutes after I texted him. That's how I based the time on what time he walked in the room.
Okay. So you had a phone in your hand when he walked in the room?
My phone was on the bed. I was reading a book. I wasn't texting her in the moment of Mr. Diggs walking in the room.
No. Okay. But you had a phone right there in your room?
Yes.
And it's an iPhone?
Yes.
And it's got a camera on it?
Yes.
And you can take videos with it?
Yes.
And you do take videos with it?
Yes.
You take pictures with it?
Yes.
You take pictures of yourself with it?
Yes.
A lot?
Not often.
Not often. You have social media account for your business, don't you?
Yes.
Do you post things on your social media account?
I'm not as active as I should be.
You don't use your iPhone to take videos or pictures for that?
I'm not a very active person on social media.
I see. But you certainly had a phone in your room when you claim you were violently assaulted and injured, right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was attacked.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, I had a phone.
You took no pictures of your face or your neck or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
I need to finish my question.
Okay.
You took no pictures of your face on December 2nd, did you?
No.
No pictures of your neck on December 2nd, right?
No.
No pictures of your chest on December 2nd?
No.
You said Mr. Diggs hit you across the face. Did you have any marks on your face?
No.
You understand Mr. Diggs is a professional football player, right?
Yes.
He's an elite athlete.
I don't know. He's an athlete.
You don't know that he's an elite athlete?
I guess.
Okay.
You call him that.
And you testified he slapped you across your face?
Yes.
And you had no marks from it?
I was red. I was red. I'm lighter complexion.
Bruises, they get worse over time. Do you agree with me?
It was redness. It wasn't bruises.
Oh, hang on. There's an objection. Okay, rolling the objection. That is overruled. You may answer the question.
I have redness, mark, like, I'm light skinned. I turn red when,
You also get bruises, don't you?
if I hit something hard, yeah.
Right. And bruises get worse over time, right?
Okay, I'm not
Do they?
sure. I'm not sure. I don't get bruises a lot, I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Officer Ellis you were bruised on December 2nd?
My idea of bruising is soreness, hurting. I was red, it was redness. My face was red and on my chest was red. I didn't turn purple or pink or anything like that. It was redness.
Because you didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police station on December 16th, Officer Ellis actually sent you a form to fill out to describe the injuries that you said you had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And you filled out that form, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it on December 16th, did you?
No.
He actually emailed it to you, and you took 2 days, and then you emailed it back. True?
Yes.
Okay. And on that form, you put that your chest and throat were very sore for days after, right?
Yes.
And you put that you had redness, tenderness, pain, and bruising on your neck, right?
Like I said, bruising for me is redness. It was sore, it was redness.
Well, you felt that
faded away and literally like maybe by the next day, if earlier than that.
Ms. Adams, when did you learn that the defense had provided videos of you to the Commonwealth?
Maybe yesterday or Friday, I think. Sometime last week when I spoke with Drew.
So last Thursday you met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs, true?
My lawyer's representing me my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyer is representing me for.
Are you sure about that, ma'am?
She is my workers. I got my lawyer from workers' comp.
We'll come back to that. Let's stay with the form. You told Officer Ellis on December 18th, so now 16 days after you say you were assaulted, that you had redness, bruising, and soreness on your chest, right?
I told him that, or I wrote that.
Well, you wrote it in a form. You took your time and you chose which
I checked the
answers
marks,
to give,
yes.
right? Okay. And you told him your shoulders were red and very sore, right?
Right? This whole area up here was sore. Across my chest, up here.
And you told him your whole body was sore, actually, didn't you?
It was.
You told him it was difficult for you to sleep.
I was very upset.
And I think you testified today that Steph supposedly put his forearm around your neck.
Steph did put his forearm around my neck.
Not his hand.
No.
Okay. But you told Officer Ellis he used his hand, didn't you?
I told him to use this. This is the crook of his elbow. That is in the
You want a minute, Coach? That's the form that you filled out over a course of 2 days and sent back to Officer Ellis, true?
Yes.
And if you look right in under the heading method and or manner of strangulation suffocation, right in the maybe top third of that page. See that?
Yes.
Question number 2. How was the victim strangled? Check all that apply. See that?
Forearm, right hand.
You told him you were strangled with his right hand, true?
With forearm, right hand. That is what's checked.
Okay, but you just testified under oath it was only his forearm.
This is the right side. I'm little. Everything went across my neck.
So you were,
that is what I meant by forearm, right hand was his whole right side. Right hand was the smack and forearm was the choke. How was the victim strangled? That was, right hand meant smack, but his whole right arm was across my chest.
You also estimated the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was a yes or no question
hard.
there? You gave it a yes. You remember doing that, right?
Yes.
And you had a choice. Low is a 1 and 10 is a high. See that?
Yes.
What'd you pick?
10.
10.
Yes.
You said Mr. Diggs is 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'2", right?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall he is? You've known him for 4.5 years.
I don't know. He's taller than me. Way taller than me.
Okay. And you know he lifts weights every day, right? He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is. And I thought he ran the ball. I don't know if people, I'm not sure what he does.
How many games that Steph Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
The question was, how many of Stefon Diggs' games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to? Maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't watch it, honestly. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what be going on in football. I don't know the rules.
I think you will agree with me, that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck,
it was 10 for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a...
Okay, so this is super manipulative. Even when we have a question about the way you choose to answer questions, we still play games with how we answer to hedge and manipulate how our answer will make us sound. Watch this one more time.
It's a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's a united, I don't know how to say it, a global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay.
It's to estimate the force you think that Stefon Diggs used. Well, felt like it to me.
But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
You will agree that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force to choke you, you would have bruises on your neck. Now, you went to New York, you said, on the evening of December 2nd, true?
True.
And you stayed there until December 9th?
Yes.
And you had your phone with you all week?
Yes.
You took messages, you sent text messages?
Yes.
We know that because that's when you started talking about your money, right?
I did what?
You testified.
I asked for my money. I didn't talk about my money. I asked for him to have finance sign off to pay me.
My mistake.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll get to that money too. And you didn't think it was important to record your injuries or take photos?
No, I was in shock. This is someone that I love that put his hands on me. That was not my first instinct, was to go and take a photo.
Sure. And then December 3rd, you didn't take any pictures?
No.
In December
A
14th.
very complicated relationship. No, I did not take photos.
And you didn't take any videos.
No,
And you didn't go to the ER.
no.
You didn't go to a walk-in.
You already
medical
hadn't paid my medical bills. Why would I go get more medical bills?
center. Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
The answer will be stricken, non-responsive. Jurors will disregard it, not consider it.
You didn't seek any medical attention, right?
Unpaid medical bills.
Your Honor.
Counsel's like,
Even though this is a replay while the jury is deliberating, I thought it'd be fun to jump over, do a little time capsule here, and revisit from February 13th this TMZ article with the public statement from Jamila Adams. So, headline is Stefon Diggs, personal chef speaks out, ... after alleged assault. February 13th, the personal chef who accused Stefon Diggs of choking her following a Patriots game in December is speaking out after his first court appearance Friday in Boston, saying she's focused on healing as the legal process begins to play out. Mila Adams shared her statement shortly after Diggs entered a not guilty plea in the case, writing that she would never make false claims for personal gain or to damage someone's reputation. So this is how it read. I'm speaking now to address, and we could make this bigger, I'm speaking now to address false information that has been shared publicly. I'm a professional chef with over 10 years of experience working with public figures and in the sports industry. My reputation and integrity matter deeply to me. Claims that I engage in settlement discussions are not true. I have never sought money nor engaged in settlement discussions to settle this matter. Statements suggesting otherwise are harmful and untrue. As a survivor of domestic violence, I take these matters extremely serious and would never make false claims for personal gain or to damage someone's reputation. I did not seek public attention and reported this matter through the proper legal channels. This is an active criminal matter, and I will continue to respect the legal process. I will not engage in rumors, personal attacks, or respond to misinformation on social media, and I ask others to refrain from spreading false narratives. My focus is on healing, my work, and moving forward with integrity. I trust the legal process to address the facts, and I hope anyone following this matter will do the same. Mila Adams. So, little time capsule there from February 13th of this year.
When you were with Xai and Tali for that week in New York City, you didn't say anything to them about it.
I don't know Tally. I just met Tally on the night of December the 2nd.
Okay.
Xai Charles has her own personal relationship with Stefon.
I need to be able to ask you questions.
Okay, I
and
thought
you
I was
need to be able to
still answering the first question that you said. You didn't let me finish.
Listen, we're going to take it again, just a question at a time. This is an opportunity for a narrative, and so let her ask her question, all right, and then answer the question, and if there is, if there's a feeling that you're not being allowed to communicate, but just take the question out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You didn't tell them anything about being assaulted.
These are not people I trust to tell anything of that nature to.
They're just people that you trust to spend a week with.
These are people that I met through Stefon Diggs. I had no choice but to stay with them. I had no money.
I thought you just testified you had a ticket to Atlanta.
That Sunny brought.
And then you changed on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And then you changed your ticket to Atlanta to go to New York with
Yes.
Xai and Sunny. I'm sorry, with Xai and Tali, right?
Yes.
So you did have someplace else to
I
go.
changed the ticket because I didn't have money for Ubers to get home in Atlanta. Xai was going to pick me up from the airport.
Such a weird reason. Like,
I didn't have a place to stay in Atlanta. I'd given up my place to stay with Stefon Diggs. So I didn't have money for a hotel or Airbnb to go home to Atlanta.
All right, Ms. Adams, hold up for the next one. Thank you.
You've traveled with Xai before, right?
Yes.
You went with her to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
You're actually friends with her, aren't you?
Associates.
Hi.
Co-workers.
Well,
Not friends.
You traveled to another country with Xai.
And Xai paid for the ticket.
It's levels to friends. It was a co-worker. I just met Xai in August.
Did Steph go on that trip to Trinidad and Tobago?
No.
Okay. And that was in the fall of 2025.
Yes.
And then you went on another trip in the fall of 2025 to see Xai, right?
No, I didn't go on another trip. I was told to leave the house, so I went to stay with Xai because I didn't have anywhere to stay.
Okay. And Xai picked you up in her car, you said?
Yes.
And can you describe what the inside of her car looks like?
It's a white car. I think it's burgundy or something like that.
So the outside is white?
Yes.
And then the inside is burgundy.
If most as I remember, I can't say exact.
Okay. And Xai has a dash cam right in her car, doesn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't see a dash cam in her car?
No, I saw like where you see the speedometer and stuff like that.
No, not down on the panel where people look when they're driving. Up on the top of her car. There's a bar on the top of her car with a dash cam on it, right?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No.
Did Xai ever tell you that she had a dash cam in her car?
No.
Okay. Did you know that you were being recorded on that dash cam on December 2nd?
No.
Did you know you were being recorded on December 3rd?
No.
You know now you were recorded, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen the videos that came from Shai's dash cam in her car, true?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen them yet?
No.
Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 5, and I understand it's already in evidence.
Your Honor, sorry, but maybe we can see the sidebar.
This might have been a longer one. I forget. No, it wasn't. This is the first. Look at the jury. Look at her. Look at the jury. Quick scan. You gotta act like you're swaying anyway. And then just be like.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to show you what's been admitted in this case as Exhibit 5.
I can't see.
And I believe you testified that you first became aware that there were videos of you last week?
Yes.
I don't know, Ms. Adams, were you able to see that person in that video? If not, we can play the whole thing. Okay. You can play the whole thing. I think this is just. So while this is playing, Ms. Adams, do you recognize that person on the video as you?
Yes.
And You're sitting in the front seat of Xai's car? And this is you when you were, just after you were picked up from LaGuardia Airport on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Was there someone else in the car to your memory?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, not when she picked me up.
Okay. Did Nathali Moses also get picked up from LaGuardia just after you?
No, she got picked up from the boyfriend's house and clean.
Okay. But she was eventually in that car with you? So Xai was driving the car, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're in the front passenger seat as we see you?
Yes.
And then did Tali sit in the back behind you? I'm sorry? Behind Xai? Okay. And this was all on December 2nd?
Yes.
And this is the day you say you were violently assaulted?
Yes, that doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't assaulted because I learned how to save face.
Okay?
What? I don't remember that. She learned how to save face?
And this is the day you say you were violently assaulted?
Yes, that doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't assaulted because
It doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't. What?
yes, that doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't assaulted because I learned how to save face.
So she's saying here, and this is why it's so great that the defense called so many witnesses. So she's saying here, oh, you have these videos I just learned about last week, so that's why I started to sow the seeds earlier that the bruises faded overnight. They went away because I have to explain how, now that I know they're going to show these videos, after I land in New York that night around like 11 p.m., midnight, I have to explain why nobody's going to notice anything on me. So I'm going to try to claim that they were fading. And then here now she's saying I learned how to save face. And in other words, I think she's embracing that she's wearing clothes here and she's just acting nice. She's not speaking about what happened to her. Trying to come up with the reason that if this all just happened to you, why you wouldn't be talking to somebody about it. I'm just doing it because I learned how to save face. The problem with all of that is you're claiming 10 out of 10 injuries. And then you're changing in front of these girls that you spend the weekend with. You're asking one of them to help you pick out a style for your hair, and she's lifting up your hair and looking at your neck. You're in her face, and they see nothing. So it can't be that bruises don't form right away. Fair enough. They develop, they change colors over the course of days and weeks. But you can't also, for the next few days, say, I didn't have anything because they faded. Or they couldn't have seen, they weren't looking for bruises when they were analyzing your scalp. But this is her trying to work ahead of what she thinks is coming.
Okay? Mr. Kettlewell, can we also show the next video? Julian saw something.
Oh, and I can change the contrast now. Go back to normal.
Your Honor, just for clarification, there's Exhibit 5, I think it's just a number of videos in one exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. And do you recognize the person in this video?
Yes.
And that's you in Xai's car again?
Yes.
And this is the next day, right? It's December 3rd. Do you recognize that? Well, I might not be able to see. I'll give you, Mr. Kettlewell, is this marked as Exhibit 5 also, the stills?
The stills are
6 and 7? I should have marked as Exhibit 7. Do you recognize that person as you?
Yes.
And that's you in Xai's car, right? When you visited her in New York City?
Yes.
And you say you don't remember if that's, what date that is? Karen, I'm sorry, may I coach one more time? If I could direct your
I didn't say I didn't remember what date.
Oh.
I can't tell the date. I don't remember. I was in her car, I was waiting for her to leave.
Okay.
You're telling me it's December 3rd.
If I can direct your attention to this line right here. See how it says 2025 1203. Do you know what that means? Okay. But this is you on your New York trip with Xai in her car.
On New York State with Xai.
Okay.
This has not been preliminarily marked. Offering it.
I believe that is intended to be in thumb drive. It's in the thumb drive separately.
Stills, though, I think Mr. Kirk is referencing, have not been marked as 67. So if you want me to admit them there.
I have no objection to those stills being marked as 67.
Thank you.
This would be exhibit 7, that is that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk, and this is,
For the copy for the court?
yes, sir. Exhibit 6. And then you also had some videos taken of you by Tolly while you were in New York, right?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you remember? Well,
You were
first,
just shown these videos
you,
last
Xai,
week.
and Tolly all stayed in Brooklyn, in New York, from December 2nd to December 9th, right?
Yes.
And you all stayed in the same bedroom,
Yes.
slept in the same bedroom,
Yes.
and we're together a lot of the time that week. True?
Mostly yes.
Okay. And there was one night where you and Tolly were kind of goofing around with the video and taking videos. Do you remember that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, can we play Exhibit 8? And, well, before we do, I would move Exhibit 8 into evidence. It's a video from December 6th. Thank you.
Just no objection to that for the record.
And Ms. Adams, did you recognize the person on that video?
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
And that's in Xai's bedroom, right?
Yes.
Where you and Tolly and Xai spent the entire week, right?
Majority Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
I'm sorry?
Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
Okay. But in that video, that was, Tolly was videoing you, right?
Okay. I don't recall that.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, but I was there.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, and Your Honor, I would move in Exhibit 9, which is another video from that same time. December 6, 2025.
That's still for the record.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Adams, that was you on that video, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move in stills as Exhibit 9 and 10. Those are stills from Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Thank you. And Ms. Adams, I'd just ask you to look at those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate representation of you from the week you spent in New York.
That day, yes.
On December 6, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Thank you.
For the record.
I am offering to the jury Exhibits 9 and 10, which are two stills taken from the second video of Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Are there any more video clips, counsel, you'll be using, or can we put the lights back?
I think we can put the lights back on now. Now, Steph and his group got back from Miami to his Dedham home on December 7th, correct?
I'm not sure the day he got back. I got back on the night.
I'm sorry?
Tuesday. Well, it was late in the night. Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The 9th I got back.
Well, you know he got back to the Dedham house before you did.
I didn't know that. When I got there, I realized that he was there. I was in no communication with him on what day he was coming back.
But you were in communication with him.
To ask for my pay, yes.
Can you turn to tab C, which has been marked as Exhibit 3, please? And you testified about the text exchange you had with him at around 12:30 on December 2nd, where you called him a pussy, right?
Yes.
And then he said, show me I'm pussy, and you said, will do.
Yes.
Right? And then if you turn the page, if you look to the next message from you, so in Exhibit 3, there are bubbles, right? There's blue bubbles you see and green bubbles.
Yes.
And do you understand the green bubble to be Steph Diggs' messages?
Yes.
And the blue bubbles to be your messages?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look on the page, I hope you're on the right page, it ends in that number on the bottom right corner at 118. Do you see that number? On the approach? Yes. The page we just looked at. Looking at 118, your first message. And do you see down here these numbers here?
Yes.
So this message was sent on December 5th, correct?
Yes.
And you sent it.
Yes.
So now this is 3 days after the violent assault that you talked about. Right?
Yes.
And what did you say in that message?
Hi, can you approve my pay with finance, please? I have to pay my insurance this month. Thank you. Please and thank you.
Okay. And then if you could look at the next message. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's hold that for a second. So you were texting with Steph Diggs in the week you were in December. I'm sorry, in the week in December you were in New York, right?
I text Stefon one time.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't know when he was coming back to the Dedham house.
I didn't. I didn't know the exact date.
You didn't. But you knew he was coming back.
Yes.
Because that would be important to know, right?
I've worked in this industry. I went off of a previous client schedule. They normally will return on Tuesday. So
Well,
I was in guest mode.
But the last time you saw Steph Diggs was when he was assaulting you, you said.
That wasn't the last time I saw Steph Diggs. I said here that I walked in his room after the assault before I was leaving to give him his birthday gift.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. You gave him a birthday gift after the assault happened.
We were friends for 4.5 years with a very complicated relationship.
Okay. So if I could ask you actually to turn to Exhibit 4, which is behind the tab D. And Your Honor, this is an evidence. And if you look at that number on the bottom right corner, turn to the page that ends in 173. And I'll ask you some questions before we get to that substance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think you testified on December 9th you went back to the Dedham house, right?
Yes.
And you got yourself an airplane back to Boston, right?
Sonny got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. And you landed at Logan Airport at night.
Yes.
Then you took an Uber to the Dedham house.
Yes.
You arrived around 11:30 p.m.
Yes.
You were alone. Yes. You came by yourself?
Yes.
Didn't bring anybody?
No.
Okay. And when you got in the house, you went and knocked on Steph's bedroom door?
I went to put my things away and I knocked on his door. Yes.
I'm sorry?
I went to put my things away and knocked at his door.
And that was around midnight on changing over from December 9th to December 10th, right?
That's what it says here. I don't recall the time, but this is what the messages say.
Well, he didn't open his door, did he?
His code was different. He changed the codes when I came back.
Right, because in that house, the bedrooms all had key codes on each door, didn't
That he
they?
controlled, yes.
Did the bedrooms all have key codes on that door?
Yes, that he controlled.
I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. See if you can try it. Did all of the bedrooms in that house have different key codes on them?
Yes, that he controlled.
So you can.
What do you mean?
You had a key code on your door, right?
Yes.
And if it was shut, it would be locked, right?
No. The door had issues. I would often text Sunny because she checked and make sure my door was locked.
I'm sorry, when did you text Sunny to please check if your door was locked?
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave to have female guests over.
Your Honor, move to strike.
That answer is not responsible for the stricken and the vertical disregard.
So on December 9th, round about midnight, when you got back to his house alone, you went and knocked on his door, right?
Yes.
And he didn't open it?
I didn't knock. I tried to get in the door.
Okay, you tried to walk into his door.
No, that's how I would go in his room. I would unlock his door.
Sure, just like always, right?
When he needs food and his door was closed, I would go in his room.
Right.
I never went in his room without permission.
You going in there on December 9th was no different than any other day, right?
No.
And when you weren't able to get in, you actually sent him a text message, right?
Yes.
And you told him, can you read what you told him?
I was coming to ask you what time you have to be at work and to say hi.
Okay. And then you just went right back to work, right?
Yeah, I went to bed.
I'm sorry?
I went into my room and went to bed.
You went into your room and you went to sleep?
Yes.
By yourself?
Yes.
In the house?
Yes.
With Steph Diggs there?
Yes.
And then the next morning you got up and you made him breakfast?
Yes.
Now you told Officer Ellis when you reported the assault that you left your position on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
I was saying I left the house. I didn't leave my position. I was really going back to get my things. I had no plan, with nowhere to go, so I needed to be nice to him.
Did you tell Officer Ellis, after the alleged assault on 12/2/2025, Adams left her position and left the residence to stay with a friend in New York?
Left my position mean I left to get on a plane and go. I didn't tell him I quit. That didn't mean that I quit.
You didn't quit.
No.
Did you tell Officer Ellis that on 12/9/2025, you returned to the house just to get your property?
Yes, I was going to get my property.
But you were also going to work for a while first?
Basically, I was going to get my property. I was trying to get my money. I asked Mr. Diggs the next day about my money when I returned to the house.
And you kept on cooking and doing your job for a whole nother week, didn't you?
No, I stopped cooking. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't cook over the weekend. Because I said on the 11th, I asked Mr. Diggs in front of his mother and Xai Charles about my pay.
Okay.
That was another text.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
On several days of that week, you simply kept doing your job, right?
And asking for my pay.
That's a yes or no question now.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You kept doing your job.
Yes.
Officer Ellis was wrong when he wrote that you left your position on 12/2.
I left the house, so him put in position didn't mean that I left my job as a chef. I left the house on December the 2nd.
So you told Officer Ellis that you left your position, but you meant you left the house to go to New York.
So I left for the day. It wasn't that I was saying I quit or saying it in a way that I quit my job. I didn't say that.
You've mentioned Mr. Diggs' assistant, Sunny, a couple of times, right?
Stealin Sunny, yes.
I'm sorry?
Stealin Sunny, that's what he calls her.
Your Honor, I move to strike, and I'd ask that the witness be instructed to please answer a question.
That answer will be stricken, the jurors will be disregarded. And if you don't understand, please ask the counsel to restate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sunny was a friend of yours, wasn't she?
No.
Ms. Adams, you texted Sunny all the time, didn't you?
Because that was my contact. Go-to contact for payment, go-to contact if I didn't have access to his card or I didn't have money on my card to order food. And we would discuss things at work.
I'm going to show you a document. Take a look and see if you can recognize that as text messages between you and Sunny.
Just, can I see what this is?
Oh, of course. Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document as text messages between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach? This document doesn't have numbers on it, so I'm just going to do it too. Do you see where the messages start on Thursday, December 11th,
Yes.
at 7:44 a.m.? You see that?
Yes.
And this is an exchange between you and Sunny, right?
Yes.
And you write to her, morning, did you change my door code, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were just talking about. Each door has its own door code in Steph Diggs' home, right?
Yes.
And you were having trouble getting into your door code on December 11th.
Yes.
And had you been having trouble getting into your door code since you got back on the evening of the 9th and 10th?
When I walked in on the 9th, it pushed right open.
Okay. All right. So it changed in somewhere around there.
When the morning, maybe when I walked out the door, that morning I made breakfast. If I'm not mistaken, that's the morning that,
Yeah, ma'am, I'm just going to stop you because
Okay.
it's not responsive.
all right.
All right? So on December 11th at 7:44, you asked Sunny, did you change my door code? And she says, no, I don't know the code, right?
She doesn't have access to change code.
Okay. And she says, Rich? Question mark. Who's Rich?
Rich was like, somebody that helped around the house.
He was like a maintenance guy.
I don't call him that.
Someone to help around the house?
He did a lot of stuff for Mr. Diggs.
Okay.
He wasn't
And
a
he was at the
maintenance
house a
person.
lot, right?
If we needed anything, yes, we would call Rich.
Okay. And you say to Sunny, I asked, he hasn't answered yet. And then you say they changed it, right?
Yes.
Sunny asks, who changed it?
Your Honor, may we be seen inside? Perfect, holding okay, does anyone need a break? All right, all right, thank you.
All right, so you say they changed it, right? And Sunny asks, who changed it? And what did you say to Sunny?
He said they.
What else did you say to Sunny?
He said, hey, so Steph and his name was White Bitch.
I'm sorry?
What? I said, he said they, so Steph and the White Bitch.
When you said, he said they, the he in that sentence was Steph, right?
Yes. No, yeah, yes.
And the they, who is that?
Them two together.
So your testimony is, so the white bitch, is that Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So was that the kind of thing you said to your coworker?
Yes, because she called me a bitch first.
I see. See, what kind of friendly was Sunny?
Yes.
You shared stuff with her.
Sunny disliked her too.
Okay. She shared that.
They had their own thing before I came.
And then if I could ask you to turn to tab D in your binder, which is Exhibit 4. And I'm sorry to do this, but if you could look, the numbers at the bottom right, the number that begins, that ends 178. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that text exchange with Sunny, that was at 7:44 a.m. on December 11th.
Yes.
All right. And if you look at these messages on page 178 of Exhibit 4, this blue message at the top is something that you sent on December 11th, 7:52 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you sent it to Steph.
Yes.
What did you say to Steph?
Did Lindsay change my door code? And why can't I get into my room?
Okay. And then you and Steph kind of have a back and forth about the codes and why can't you get in, right?
Yes.
All right.
I remember that. That's not listed here though.
Okay. And meanwhile, you're also having a text exchange with Sunny about Steph and the white bitch, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Stated at sidebar that objections sustained.
Thank you, Honor. So you and Steph have some back and forth that same morning, December 11th, right? In text message. And he explains to you, if you can turn the page to 2 pages in, page 180. He explains to you, I didn't know if you were if he was going to come back or not, so I had him changed. Right?
Stefon know why he had the door lock changed.
Is that what he wrote to you on December 11th in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond? It's right there on the same page in the blue bubble.
No, it's not.
Can you see it?
Lord.
Lord. And if you can turn the page, Steph wrote, shit you was saying it was like it was over with. I was like, well. You understood he was talking about the text fight you had on December 2nd, right?
No.
Yeah. What did you respond to Steph?
I said no.
I'm sorry?
I said no. I didn't say yeah.
You didn't understand that he was talking about the last time that you saw each other on December 2nd, which is the day you got in the text fight about Lindsay and you not going to Miami?
Me and Stefon had arguments all the time. Like, not all the time, often, and it would just fly over. But it wasn't, it didn't turn into a fight like it did. I needed to come back to get my things.
Let's see what did you respond to Stefon on December 11th? And this is now 9 days after you were assaulted, supposedly.
I was assaulted. It wasn't supposedly.
What did you respond to Steph?
was very emo. Sorry I made you feel that way. I don't want to leave. I want to stay to take care of you as long as I need you.
And you sent him a second message.
Really sorry, Steph.
You were angry with him on December 2nd. You already testified to that.
Needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
I'm sorry, you were texting?
I needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
Let's talk about your pay.
Yes.
You admit that you were apologizing to him about December 2nd, your behavior, don't you?
I was being nice to Stefon to get back in his good graces to get paid.
You were apologizing for your
Not
behavior.
by choice.
You were apologizing to Stefon Diggs by text on December 11th for your behavior on December 2nd.
Not by choice.
Is that a yes?
That's a not by choice.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know what that would be, a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
The witness is saying she can't answer that yes or no. She didn't have the answer.
Okay. All right, so your claim, I guess, is that Steph owed you money.
It's not a guess. Stefon did. Back wages.
You were
Wages
paid-
owed.
You were
It was
paid-
wages. I think you should use the correct language.
The correct language
It's
for your
wages.
civil lawsuit?
I don't have a civil lawsuit.
You were paid $2,000 per week to cook for him, right?
Yes.
And if you used your own money to buy groceries, you were reimbursed for that.
Yes.
And when you were hired to work as Steph's chef, you didn't have to fill out a job application, right?
As stated previously, me and Stefon had an interpersonal relationship that was professional.
So is that a no? I did not.
I don't know how to answer that question. Yes
Did
or
you fill
no.
out a job application?
I don't know how to answer that question. Yes or no.
Ma'am, did you fill out a job application?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Next question.
You didn't have any employment contract or anything?
Yes, we did.
Did you sign a written employment?
Okay, hold on. I saw some movement in the court. I don't know what it is.
Court, all rise. Daughter Coleman's back in session. You may be seated.
On the record, Your Honor.
All right, the jurors have a question. Basically, they are asking, what are the three criteria for assault and battery and the three for strangulation? So, Mr. Clerk, if you'd mark this for identification, my intention would be just to re-instruct them on the two offenses.
No objection for the Commonwealth?
All right? No objection, Your Honor.
A for identification.
All right, we're ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clerk, can I have the tissues somehow? Can't leave me out here.
Ready when you are.
Uh-oh.
May be seated.
All right, jurors, I did receive your question, which reads, what are the three criteria for assault and battery and the three for strangulation? So let me begin with the assault and battery. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon Mila Adams. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of Mila Adams. Second, that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched Mila Adams. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams, in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. The defendant is charged with strangulation, and to prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat of or neck of Mila Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. With that, I will send you back to your deliberations.
All rise, jurors can step
We're
down.
resuming. Oh, they've been deliberating just over an hour.
This court stands in a recess.
Juice Schmo says, honest question, should this have been a bench trial? I mean, I feel like a judge, maybe not every judge, but maybe this judge would be like, yeah, acquittals. Like, not gonna find you guilty based on what's been presented here. Great question. Thank you for the 5. We also had no apologies. saying, the scary thing is a woman can lie and it can put a man in jail. And kind of a sobering thing with the jury question. Although I don't necessarily think that a jury question means all the jurors are thinking along this way. It could just be they're trying to make sure before they come out with whatever their decision is. And Brittany mentioned it in the chat. It's not uncommon for a question to pop up and then a verdict is rendered shortly after. It was just everyone wanted to cross the T's, dot the I's. But still, I always panic with any jury question, but then I'm like, nah, it's not that big of a deal. Can't really tell either way for sure. But thank you for the super here. Everyone in the chat seems a bit confused by the question. I think a big part of it is it doesn't seem in this court that they get a printout of the jury instructions back with them, right? So they don't have all of the instructions back there to go over. And maybe somebody was like, oh, well, I heard something about offensive. So what if she was offended? Well, let's go look at the elements again. It might not necessarily be that somebody has confusion over the most extreme language. So, yep, I say that. They're just asking a question about the law. So, and then Shay Loves Jesus says, I don't think there's been any proof presented that he even went into her room and confronted her with some type of argument. I think it's more likely that she had text messages trailing off with something that she figured she could work into a story, namely the show me on pussy then. And then she responded, bet. Which again, I think is weird because if you're saying that's what started the physical altercation, it would seem like the person saying, bet, I will, I'm gonna, is the one that would charge up in there like Speedy Gonzalez. And so, I don't know. That's my take. I don't think a physical altercation happened at all, especially since it seems like from the other interactions we've heard witnesses talk about, it's Mila who moves herself around the house or is trying to get in the door and is going around the house trying to chase him down at different points in time. It would be more consistent with her being the one, if anything happened at all, chasing him and nothing actually happened up in her room. So, to me. Let's see. Okay, so verdict timer, we are back on deliberations. And whenever we get like a verdict, we'll take like 5 minutes off of it for the time they were not deliberating with this question. And we didn't have that much testimony for the replay from, oh, what time is this? Let's see. Oh, it's like 35 minutes. And it's almost 4:30, so we'll see if, I'll keep the court on. I'll see if I hear any noise. We'll see if the judge is like, do you guys want to stay late today or what do you guys want to do? And we'll see.
We had a verbal text contract.
Okay. You didn't have to interview with anyone to get the job, right?
He knew my skills.
So on December 1st, this is the day before you say you were assaulted, you submitted an invoice to be paid, didn't you?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, so you weren't just automatically paid?
I was supposed to be. They sent maybe 2 automatic payments, and then the rest was, I would have to go through Sunny.
Right. You'd have to confirm with Sunny you worked that week, right?
I would have to, not that confirm, I lived there, so it was never a confirmation.
She was there a lot too, right?
No.
Okay. So you did have to confirm with Sunny if you worked there or not?
Not that I worked. I had to confirm with Sunny my reimbursements. I lived there.
And on December 1st, what you did was you took an invoice for money you claimed you were owed, right?
It's not a claim, it's money that I was owed.
You submitted an invoice on December 1st for payment, right?
I don't recall. I don't know the exact date.
you seen this document before?
Yes.
It's an email dated December 4, 2025 from Melissa Goddard.
I saw that in a text screenshot. That email that Melissa has of mine was not working at the time. This was a screenshot that Stefon sent me. I never received this email.
Okay. This is an email from Melissa Goddard.
I never received it to my email.
Did you see the text of this message before?
I seen a screenshot similar. I
You know-
can't recall
You know
the
you
exact
have.
message.
Would you like me to give you a document to
Sure.
refresh you?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. If you want to give the jury a break, it's just going to take me a couple of minutes.
Why don't we just take a 5-minute stretch break?
Yeah.
We can zoom this because we're on replay. But in the meantime, thank you, Alley Cat, for becoming green, friend of the channel here. And Alley Cat, probably someone you recognize if you use TikTok. Tons of views over there on her reporting of different trials. But she is also on YouTube. So if you prefer to watch things on YouTube when people are over here, just know that she's here too. So I'm going to drop her link in the chat in a second here. And she's also doing recaps of this trial and others. So if you missed today and want to see a recap, she's a great place to go. Also, Jushmo says, I feel like the jurors really struggle with not understanding reasonable doubt. Yeah, I agree. After the Karen Reed 2.0, every lawyer should take a page from AJ. So yeah, or Doug Weinstein, guys, similar. Like if you didn't see Karen Reed, think of AJ and then Doug's reasonable doubt demonstrative poster, his infographic of the standard, the level where reasonable doubt sits. But yeah, I think it's something people do struggle with. And clearly, if they're asking questions about something they were instructed on, they might not be retaining the judge's instruction on what reasonable doubt means either. So I do think people naturally steer towards, well, he could have. It's possible that the injuries wouldn't be visible the next day. And they forget that that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. So great food for thought there. And thank you for the support. We're going to zoom with this replay break.
Calling quorum's back in session. You may be seated.
Thank you, Anne. May I proceed?
Yes.
We were just looking at an email, and you didn't remember, you said you hadn't received it in that form. If you can turn the page, did you see the invoice?
Yes.
And that was your invoice, right?
Yes.
And you said on that invoice dated December 1st, right?
Yes.
That you were owed payment of $2,000 for three weeks in November, right?
Yes.
And you were owed grocery reimbursement for $3,179.06, right?
Yes.
And that was what you submitted to get payment.
Yes.
And you said you didn't receive this email, but you remembered getting it by text message, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have read, and you remember seeing the substance of this email, true?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a response to your invoice, right?
I don't recall because Stefon was refusing to pay me for the week he sent me home.
Well, Melissa Goddard writes on December 4th, I appreciate you may not have received this on December 4th, but she writes, thank you for providing an invoice. I've attached a readable PDF. Yeah. And it turned out, Ms. Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
This is missing a whole lot of stuff.
The yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Do you recognize this document as text exchanges between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Oh,
Dated December 9.
Hold on, we have movement.
2025.
Maybe they're recessing for the day. Let's see.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Oh, we have a verdict.
On count 1, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Woo!
On
One more.
count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes. All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone may be seated. Thank you.
All right, let's watch this one close out.
Jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your responsibility and your responsibility alone. Jurors, I want to thank each of you for your careful attention and your service throughout this trial. This case has involved a heightened level of public attention. Despite that, you have remained focused on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as I instructed you. That is exactly what is required, and it is essential to the fair administration of justice. I recognize that serving as a juror in any case can be demanding, and in a case such as this, it may have required additional patience and sacrifice. The court is grateful for the seriousness and integrity with which you have carried out your responsibilities. Now that your service is complete, you are free to discuss the case with others if you choose, but you are not required to do so. You should not feel any obligation to speak with anyone, including members of the media. If you are approached, you may simply decline. Whether or not to speak is entirely your decision. All I can say is that on behalf of the court and the parties, thank you again for your public service, and you are now excused with the thanks of the court.
All rise, jurors, and step down, please.
I'm
Okay,
so
you've been
relieved.
listening in here as the verdict has been reached in the
friends.
Stefon Diggs trial.
Hey,
Here we know
NBC.
not guilty on both of those charges. All
They were ready for this. Guys, I'm so relieved. So relieved. And look at that. Brittany was saying it in the chat. She's like, look, sometimes they ask a question like this that seems crazy, and then they come right back out with the verdict. Like someone just wants to make sure. So yes, it is all caps time, you guys. Anything you want to say that doesn't violate YouTube's terms of service, 60 seconds, all caps, go ahead with it. And we're going to run back the little bit here showing the announcement of the verdict. The relief on mom, the tear from Stefon Diggs here. That was quick, man. That was quicker than Paige with the YSL trial.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
On count 1, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone may be seated, thank you. Jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your responsibility and your responsibility alone.
think she had to
Jurors, I want to
confirm.
thank each of you for your careful attention and your
that he won.
service throughout this trial. This case has involved a heightened level of public attention. Despite that, you have remained focused on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as I instructed you. That is exactly what is required, and it is essential to the fair administration of justice. I recognize that serving as a juror in any case can be demanding, and in a case such as this, it may have required additional patience and sacrifice. The court is grateful for the seriousness and integrity with which you have carried out your responsibilities. Now that your service is complete, you are free to discuss the case with others if you choose, but you are not required to do so. You should not feel any obligation to speak with anyone, including members of the media. If you are approached, you may simply decline. Whether or not to speak is entirely your decision. All I can say is that on behalf of the court and the parties, thank you again for your public service, and you are now excused with the thanks of the court.
All rise, jurors, and step down, please.
All right. So then they go to the news.
Okay, you've been listening in here as the verdict has been.
Always love watching the reactions. So there we go. Again, I am relieved. I think this was the correct verdict. And we've watched a lot of trials here, and I'm always in my head psyching myself out like, what if I really think this one, I'm not like mixed feelings, but like I'm really confident that this should be a not guilty, and then somebody gets convicted. And I'm like, how do I prep myself to be up here and react to something like that? So selfishly, speaking for myself, it is a big relief to not be sitting up here and hear those words guilty. It was very relieving for me. And I can only imagine for Stefon Diggs himself to hear those words not guilty. So I think this was the right verdict. Sorry about everyone missing it. It happened so suddenly. Like there was just movement in the court. If you rewind and see me, you'll be like, I think I hear something, but I don't know what it is. I had no idea. So I didn't have time to even put a notification out on YouTube or start up a second stream to let you guys know. Sorry. I did tweet it really quickly. But yeah. No, this was a criminal trial. Which is scary because it goes on your record if there's a conviction. There could be jail time. Part of the sentencing, unless there's a reason not to, you typically have to do a batterer's intervention program. Now, imagine explaining to the court of public opinion that so-and-so had to do a batterer's program and then try to say that they didn't commit domestic violence. As soon as they hear something like that because of the title, they're going to be labeled a domestic violence and abuser for the rest of their career, for the rest of their lives outside of their career. So, but yeah, I think I'm relieved to hear this verdict. We've got a lot of comments here. I'm scrolling through looking at some of the testimony. Not a great dry hot dog Tuesday. Have a great Tuesday in general. And, no shame to hot dogs, but, we don't want a dry one. Yes, verdict is not guilty if you are just coming in now. Verdict is not guilty. Mark wants to hear some jury opinions. I always like to see what the jury says. Sometimes they say some off-the-wall stuff. I've seen some crazy statements from jurors after trials. But in general, it's still insightful. And even if the jurist says something so random that you would never think of, I think it's important to hear that, you know, when you get back in that room, you never know what details somebody else might be paying attention to versus what you yourself would be that you might not have caught or noticed or thought was even a big deal. So, oh man, we've got, let's see, shout out to Itchsheed. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Itchsheed, I'll say this. There's another trial out there I really wish had cameras in the courtroom and we didn't just have to rely on transcripts for. It says, hey, Kat, great job. Oh, there you go. Did this remind you of the Jonathan Majors trial? In so many ways. In so many ways, particularly with the idea that the story was contrived after somebody was getting kicked out of the home. And unfortunately, with that trial, it seems like the jury was not instructed on justification, although he was acquitted on anything that was consistent with the prosecution's theory of domestic abuse, but did get a reckless assault charge and decided not to appeal. But that was some crazy, crazy testimony that we only could read through transcripts where the star witness contradicted herself. So yeah, definitely reminded me of that trial. That trial is going to stick with me for life, especially since it was also a high profile in nature. Always good to see you, Sheed. And then we've got Christy very generously gifting 5 memberships. Christy's always so nice giving out gifts here. So if you got a membership, say thank you to Christy. Thank you so much, Christy. Thank you so much, Christy. Do we think Diggs will talk? I think we'll have a statement from Mitchell Schuster come out probably within the next 30 minutes. We'll see. Mitchell Schuster's been pretty quick through this ordeal, and I think his initial attorneys made a statement pretty quickly after it was announced that he was going to be arrested. But yeah. Did she file a civil suit? I haven't seen anything news that a lawsuit was filed by Mila Adams. So I don't know exactly what she's talking about, somebody working on litigation. It just seems like all of the litigation was demand letters. So there's litigation, but as far as filing a specific complaint alleging XYZ in the civil world, I haven't seen her file a civil suit for personal injury or anything like that. So, and we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, people are saying, look at the civil suit with Chris Griffith. Different accusations, different claim. Different claim. So, that's out there. You guys can go take a look at that. But, that's at the stage where Chris Griffith has stated his allegations of what has happened, and we're not at the trial stage quite yet, if it goes there. So, what else do we got? What do you guys think about? Yeah, I was looking for someone to say it in the chat. J-Lo says here, I think Diggs will now get a contract with the team. What do you guys think about placement? Someone's going to pick him up after this. So, will I be covering his other trial? Is the Griffith case in a U.S. district court anywhere? That stuff gets trickier to follow because the hearings isn't always a public listen-in line. Sometimes they do, but a lot of those courts don't have, if anyone knows what court that's in, a lot of the times the courts won't have cameras in the courtroom. You don't get that kind of access that we had with this courtroom here. So, all right, Boston 10 is live outside the court. Let's go watch them. Let me load that up. Heck yeah, there we go. Or wound it right to where they pop in. Thank you for that, calling that out, Michael. It looks like the camera cuts on kind of quick here. I don't want to miss it. Maybe not. Okay. There we go. Okay.
How do you feel about that verdict? Did you ever any doubt during the trial how this would pan out?
Right to the car. I'm the one guy yelling. Oh, okay. Did they end the stream? Okay, the camera cut out, but it's still live. And their camera was kind of glitchy when we first loaded in. It like split the screen real quick. So let's just see if they lost signal and maybe if they'll pop back in and show us anything else. Yeah, there we go.
We want to thank the judge and the jury for running an efficient case and listening to all the evidence and coming to a just result. Domestic violence is a very, very serious issue in this country, and it's disconcerting when people use it as a sword and manufacture claims in an attempt to extract money. I believe the jury saw through that today, and we are very, very pleased with this result. I'm thankful for someone like Stefon Diggs, who insisted that he get his day in court so that his truth could be heard, and it was heard. No assault ever occurred, as Andrew said, both during his opening and his summation. People have to stop targeting professional athletes and trying to extract money. They have a target on their back, and it's hard enough doing what they do, and this has to stop. People should focus on real victims from domestic violence, and allegations like this do a tremendous disservice to those who are really afflicted and impacted by causes like this. And it's been an honor to represent Stefon, and I could not be more proud of him that he insisted that we see this through and that the truth be told.
After the verdict was read, he got emotional and he clutched his lawyers. How is Stefon doing right now?
It's an emotional thing to have false allegations levied at you. This has impacted him both personally and professionally. And so, yeah, he's an emotional person, but he's a person. He's a human being. And people just look at professional athletes like they don't have feelings and they don't have emotions and they don't have cares. They do, and he certainly does, and he's not shy about expressing that. So our hope is that this is now behind him, that he will get signed by a team. Any team that signs him will be lucky to have him. We are very pleased and happy that Stefon will, continue on and play football in the National Football League.
Describe the impact. You said impact emotionally and emotionally. Give us more details.
Well, I just think teams have been reluctant to sign him with these false charges hanging over his head. And now that he has been exonerated and his truth has been heard and his position that this never occurred and he's been falsely accused, he's been vindicated. And I believe that a team will reach out and sign him imminently, and they're going to be lucky to get him.
With everything that happened with one witness, was there ever a talk of a mistrial during the past 2 days?
Not by us. We wanted this case to run its course and be completed. And there were a lot of missteps in this case. Whoever was listening saw it. But we, I believe, Sarah and Andrew and I, wanted this to see its end shortly. And so we persevered and we made sure that there was no mistrial and that the jury had an opportunity to opine and render a verdict, and they rendered a just verdict.
Was there ever a consideration to settle this, especially early on?
Never,
The Patriots were
never. Stefon was not going to settle this case. He was falsely accused, and he wanted everyone to know that.
Why do you think prosecutors move forward with the case? I think you had said you'd be surprised if it reached trial, and yet here we are after a trial.
I was surprised then. I was surprised yesterday. I'm still surprised. This case never should have been brought. It was a waste of resources.
At one point during this case, you said that you practiced in the back, and also, what were other surprises during this trial that really stood out?
I think one of the surprises for me was Miss Adams' testimony and how she testified and what she testified about, what questions she couldn't answer or refused to answer. I think any experienced trial attorney will tell you there's never a sure thing, so nothing is ever in the bag. But we definitely felt very confident in our case. We spent a lot of time reviewing the evidence. We had great trial counsel. So we were always cautiously optimistic that this would be the result. But until a jury comes forward and announces not guilty, you're just never sure. But we were always very confident. And this was Steph's desire to be heard, to have the truth exposed. And we're very pleased. So thank you very much.
All of us want to hear more from Stefon. Can you speak more to how he's feeling right now?
He's emotional, but he's happy. He's happy that he's been vindicated. No one, whether you're a professional athlete or a business person, wants to be falsely accused. It hurts, especially a serious issue like domestic violence. And so, yeah, he was very upset about these allegations. He was emotional, and I applaud him for allowing that to shine through.
What's next for him? What's next for him? What's next for Stefon?
OTAs. Thank you, everyone.
Well, that's a loud motorcycle. Okay, I had to Google that. OTAs looks like it's organized team activities. I didn't know what that meant. So I Googled it real quick and that's what I got. Let's watch the walk-off. The victory walk. The bailiff closing the door right there. Well, there we go, you guys. And yes, of course, if you missed it, we had a complete acquittal. All the way not guilty. I'm excited about that. That was some good questions. So we heard they didn't want a mistrial. They wanted the jury acquittal. They wanted it on paper. They didn't want to have to do a redo. Yeah, so, which is, kind of a big, I think that's a big statement. And I know people in the chat have mentioned, I wonder if Cardi B and her trial, I wonder if that inspired him to take it all the way, or maybe it was just his independent choice. But I do like Mitchell Schuster's notion that I appreciate my client's willingness and ability to fight this. Because not everybody can. Not everybody has the resources, has the willpower, has the support system. I don't want to call anybody weak, but it takes a lot of strength to deal with litigation. I mean, when you're dealing with something like this, it's something that's going to be over your head, over your shoulders until it's done. It takes up a lot of mental resources. So, yeah. So, I don't know. What happened? I think that was just the end of the interview there. But yeah, so if the mistrial, that's what I was wondering too, Brooklyn. So where was can we infer from the way he answered that question? Maybe he was just saying, I can only speak for our side. We didn't ask for one. But was he saying there was discussions about it? And what I'm thinking of, and I think Brooklyn might be thinking of the same thing. I know Brooklyn also watched a recent interview with Joe Tacopina where he discussed the ASAP Rocky trial, where Justice Serve TV had reported during the ASAP Rocky trial that the judge had the attorneys at the bench and asked them something to the effect of, with the way the complaining witness, Relly, his testimony is going, are you sure you want to continue this trial? And when Justice Serve TV reported that, some other journalist started saying oh, if I didn't report it, I didn't hear it, it wasn't on the court feed, that didn't happen, don't trust these other sources. There was some kind of nasty journalism shots being fired. But it ended up being a true scoop. And Joe Tacopina recently talked about that in an interview over on Neil Rockin's podcast. Killer Cross-Examination. Great episode. It's in the Creator Friends playlist, but just search Neil Rockind with a D, Joe Tacopina interview. Very insightful on a lot of marks, but the idea that a witness testimony was so bad that a judge, to the prosecutor, because that was also a criminal case, I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? It's like ethical for you to keep proceeding with this? And I think maybe something like that happened here. I don't know. Everything was at a sidebar, so what a throwback to the ASAP Rocky trial. Kind of similar, right? You know, we have these casings brought to a police department in a totally different precinct, different state in New York when this alleged incident happens over in California. And we have deleted text messages, really deleted text messages that didn't look good for him. like decent parallels there, decent parallels. There we go, you guys. We've got, let's see, wrapping up here. We're going to be doing the Julio Fulio 4 trial in 1 minute here. So let me get that fired up. I'll redirect if you want to come watch that. I know it's you know, not everybody's following that trial. It's quite a bit long. But if you are following that, we've been doing these evening streams after this trial, and we'll resume those back at noon now that this trial's over. But if you have any thoughts, I'm over on X. Leave a comment in the comment section of this video. And if there's anything like statements, interviews, we can do some quick videos or streams to do some wrap up, loose ends, and anything relating to this trial. If there's any civil suits filed by the complaining witness in this case or by Diggs in relation to the complaining witness, we will go live and do some conversations about that as well. Let me save this redirect. Make sure we get carried over. And I know that's supposed to start right now. I need like too many to get some ice, something to drink. And we're going to watch the second trial of the day. And that'll be our end of our double features for the week. All right, so redirect. It's not saving. Okay, it's saved. So that should take us on a trip, you guys. So good to see everybody. If you don't tune in for these smaller trials, hope to see a lot of you for the next time we cover like a major, anything similar like this. It's always good to see people I haven't seen in a while. Hey to everybody new. Welcome. Hope you had a great time here. And you guys all take care. Have a great Tuesday, great Cinco de Mayo, and great however long until we see you again. Bye, everyone.